Chapter 1351. Put my life on the line for you once again. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Qi Yang received a secret call soon after he returned to Nanping City. Sir, you asked Zhang Ren to investigate if there was anyone suspicious who had bought tickets for trains, coaches, or flights. He did find out that someone special bought 2 tickets for the flight from Nanping's Mount Wui. The flight is a week from now. Should we investigate further and see if we can find out the details of the 2 passengers? That won't be necessary. It's fine as it is. Ask Zhang Ren not to investigate further or he might end up alerting the enemy, Qi Yang said. Should we continue with the investigation, then, the person asked. No, just focus on the tasks on hand. Let me know if there's anything else as usual, Qi Yang replied. Qi Yang ended the call. His face showed his astonishment. He looked at Mo Fan and asked in confusion, how did you know they had returned to Nanping City instead of escaping into the mountains? It's a new ability I have. I won't explain the details. It looks like your men have verified the information. Mo Fan answered. The flight is a week from now, but there's no way we would have noticed it if we didn't focus on the city, Qi Yang confirmed. As the leader of the preventive committee, Qi Yang was an expert at tracking down targets, yet he had no clue how Mo Fan was able to tell exactly where their targets had gone. Both the shepherd and Chengying were extremely cunning. Normally, they would have lost track of the 2 by now. They had not even realized that they were hiding somewhere in the city. We just have to do what we are supposed to, so they won't be suspicious. I bet they won't do anything reckless for a week, either, Mo Fan went on. You're right, the higher their positions in the Black Vatican, the more cautious they will be. If they manage to make their way back to the city, they won't do anything to catch our attention, as it would only bring more troubles to their higher-ups. The extraditors are responsible for bringing their disciples back safely. They won't allow any mistakes. It seems like we are going to have a huge catch this time. The shepherd, who would have thought, we have not had the chance to come into contact with someone of his level in many years. Qi Yang blurted out in excitement. The Black Vatican had been infamous across the world for a long time. Even taking out a blue deacon was a great contribution for an enforcer. That alone was enough to guarantee a promotion, let alone someone as important as an extraditor. Qi Yang had a feeling he might be able to make some great contributions by following Mo Fan. Mo Fan was not in a rush to deal with the 2 targets for the time being. The Fiendish Knight was a divine power when it came to tracking down targets. Mo Fan would immediately receive feedback after the slightest presence of magic around his targets. He was well aware of what they were doing and where they had gone. Are you serious? They are just walking around on the street and enjoying delicacies. Zhao Manyan asked. The shepherd and Chengying must have disguised themselves as ordinary civilians, eating and having fun as they please. They haven't been using any spells for a long time. There weren't even any magic ripples, so I thought I'd lost them, Mo Fan said. How bold is that shepherd? He clearly has no respect for the enforcement union, Zhao Manyan spat. Boldness of execution stems from superb skill, and he is indeed skillful enough. Even if his cover was blown in the city, he could still run away easily, Mo Fan judged. The shepherd was extremely powerful. Mo Fan could not afford to lower his guard. Unfortunately, the shepherd's position was not high enough to convince the authorities to dispatch a super mage. However, it would be a different story if they could lure out the person behind the shepherd. Say, what do you think the Cold Prince is planning? Zhao Manyan asked in mid-thought. Each time a red cardinal was up to something, it would result in a terrible disaster. It was the main reason why Mo Fan had to intervene now. Zhao Manyan was eager to learn what the Cold Prince was up to. Why would he come to China for it? What was he trying to achieve? The enforcement union was already keeping an eye on the Black Vatican, yet they still dared to plot something in China. To be honest, I'm a little worried too, Mo Fan could only reply. Are you worried that the conspiracy is worse than we could ever imagine, and we aren't capable enough to stop it? Zhao Manyan knew what Mo Fan was thinking. Yeah, we can't afford to underestimate any member of the Black Vatican. The way they hide in the cities and the countries, they are like a cancerous cell in a healthy person. You never know when they will turn into a deadly disease, and when you realize it's destroying your health, it's already too late to stop it. You can only endure it, and if you don't resist it, death will be the only possible outcome. Mo Fan said grimly. It was the same that had happened to Bo City and the ancient capital. Whenever the Black Vatican made their move, it was like the mountain was collapsing and the ground was cracking apart. Everything they learned was so insignificant and useless. Nothing was scarier than the thought of it happening again. How could Mo Fan not be worried? He was afraid to experience the suffocation and the sense of helplessness after learning there was another conspiracy afoot. His strength had improved at an insane speed. He was doing everything he could to become stronger, yet it still did not make any difference, since his enemy was always stronger than him. Why don't we let the Preventive Committee handle it? The Enforcement Union, Preventive Committee, Magic Association, Military, and the government will handle it. Even an elder of the Enforcement Union has died so easily, let alone us. We won't stand a chance if we really are up against a Red Cardinal of the Chief Extraditor. Zhao Manyan was hesitant. He was not mentally prepared to face something as huge as the Black Vatican. He felt like they should just focus on looking for the totem beasts. Hang on, even looking for the totem beasts was not necessarily a safe task, when he recalled what had happened during the incident of the giant purple sacred linden. He still had nightmares of climbing up the filthy, terrifying, and dangerous body of the demon tree. It's too late to give up now. Only I have the ability to track down the shepherd. Perhaps even the heavens think I'm the most suitable person to take down the Black Vatican, so they gave me the fiendish knight. We might have no clue about what the Cold Prince wants to do, or what he's planning, but it also means they are still in the early phase. It's the same as the calamity of the ancient capital. If we had realized that the calamity of Bo City was just a test run, we could have stopped the calamity of the ancient capital from taking place. Similarly, if we can learn something important right from the start, we should be able to prevent an incident similar to the Red Mediterranean Sea. I would regret it if I gave up now, Mo Fan told him. Only those who had experienced the calamity of Bo City and the ancient capital would know the pain of wishing that time could be reverted. Unfortunately, time would never be reversed. All that mattered was the present. Zhao Manyan was lost in thought after seeing Mo Fan's determination. He finally made up his mind after some time. I didn't expect to hear something like that from you. I always thought you were a rascal. Screw it, I, Zhao Manyan, have decided to put my life on the line for you once again. Chapter 1352. The Power of the Moon Moth Phoenix. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. There were 3 days left until Mo Fan had to follow the shepherd and Chengying to the Black Vatican's headquarters. He had to be extremely careful. They could not afford to ask for any help, to avoid the Black Vatican from becoming suspicious. It was the same for anyone who was trying to infiltrate the Black Vatican. It was like climbing down into a pitch-black abyss without any safety devices. You could never tell if there were traps ahead, nor how deep the abyss was. Mo Fan did not discuss his decision with anyone. Mu Ningxue was extremely furious when she found out what Mo Fan was up to. She believed Mo Fan should at least discuss it with her. She knew Mo Fan would not necessarily take her advice, but she was still angry at Mo Fan for not telling her beforehand. Come to Fanxue Mountain, Mu Ningxue ordered him. But they are leaving in 3 days, Mo Fan said. He did not want anything to go wrong with the plan at such a crucial time. The journey doesn't take long. Besides, isn't it riskier to be waiting there instead? The Black Vatican won't have trouble finding where you are, Mu Ningxue replied. You're right, Mo Fan finally agreed. Mo Fan took a flight to Faniao City. The trip was only a few hours long. He consumed some energy to cast a few blinks and showed up in front of Mu Ningxue as quickly as possible. As he expected, Mu Ningxue was clearly not in a good mood. Their relationship had been improving a lot since the establishment of Fanxue Mountain. Mo Fan was now able to hold hands with her and even give her a quick kiss sneakily at times. Their relationship was pure like middle school kids, yet judging from Mu Ningxue's reactions, he believed he would not have any chance of doing so today. Mo Fan put on a wry smile when he saw Mu Ningxue's icy expression. Mo Fan did admit that he was being too reckless. Even though a man could do anything he wanted, he had to respect his wife's opinion too. Put this on. Mu Ningxue stretched her hand out. There was a blue ring on her palm. Oh my! Mo Fan stared at Mu Ningxue with wide eyes. Was she for real? Since when did Mu Ningxue buy a pair of rings without him knowing? Shouldn't they be doing this together? Mo Fan rubbed his head and smiled, looking at the ring. He demurred, having wild thoughts popping up. I don't think I should wear it now. If you were to say something along the lines of "let's get engaged after I'm back," I'd be afraid I wouldn't be coming back. Last words are quite scary sometimes. It's the Ring of Venice. Mu Ningxue snapped, rolling her eyes. Oh, I see, it's not our engagement ring. Mo Fan finally realized. Wasn't your Ring of Venice destroyed when you went up against Zhao? This ring is an old Ring of Venice. Mu Ningxue placed the ring on Mo Fan's hand. Didn't you win it yourself? You should keep it for yourself, then. It's not like you are in a safer spot than I am. Mo Fan had no intention of accepting it. Every participant in the finals of the World College Tournament was given a Ring of Venice, but they were not high quality. However, the ring Mu Ningxue had was the real Ring of Venice. The organizer had given it to the most influential participant during the World College Tournament. Mu Ningxue had gone from being disqualified from the national team and leaving her renowned clan to making a comeback and proving herself during the World College Tournament, despite the burden she had to bear with one of her family members being a member of the Black Vatican. The organizer and many others were impressed by her, and decided to give her the special honor. Mo Fan's ring was destroyed by Zhao during the tournament. The organizers were so stingy that they did not even bother replacing it for him. Put it on, or I'll freeze you right here. Mu Ningxue demanded. Mo Fan could tell that Mu Ningxue was serious. He quickly put the ring on his finger and told Mu Ningxue not to worry about him. How could Mu Ningxue not worry? It did not matter what Mo Fan did normally, whether it was going on an adventure in a desert, venturing deep into an old forest, or fighting against demon creatures. Mu Ningxue believed Mo Fan knew what he was doing, and was able to look after himself. But this time, he was up against the Black Vatican, and he was trying to track down a red cardinal. Those people were devils wearing human skins as a disguise, 10 times scarier than the demon creatures. How could she not worry? Shue. Mo Fan grabbed Mu Ningxue's hands after seeing the firm look in her eyes. He wanted to say something to her, yet he ended up shaking his head when he recalled the ridiculous thing he just mentioned. Forget it, I shouldn't be saying it. What if something bad happens? Just like how it always does in the TV dramas. Just say it. Are you still so superstitious at your current age? Mu Ningxue scoffed at him. Oh, all right, Mo Fan nodded. He decided to say it in the end. After I'm back, let's settle down. You can invite your relatives and friends. I'll ask my friends to come too. It's fine if you want to make it luxurious and magical. I'm kind of rich now. Or if you only want it to be simple and quiet with just the two of us, that's fine by me too. Mu Ningxue was touched by the words, even though she had prepared herself for them. It was the same as when she walked out after arguing with her family. Mo Fan was waiting for her on the mountain behind her house. He asked where she was going, and she said anywhere, as long as they were together. She had completely changed over the years. She was struggling to remember the words she said, the things she had done, and the promises she had made, but the man before her was still the same. But maybe I'm no longer the Mu Ningxue you love, Mu Ningxue said at a loss. Even she had no idea why she would say something like that. I like your body, not your person, Mo Fan whispered subconsciously. What did you say? Oh, what I meant was, don't overthink it. You are you, we've known one another for so long. Look at how compatible we are. We've never fought, we've always been a lovely couple, as Mo Fan quickly corrected himself. Mu Ningxue fell into deep thought. Even though they had now grown up, Mo Fan never failed to amuse her and help her get over the tough times. She had always been glad to have him around. "What do you say?" Mo Fan asked nervously. "No deal," Mu Ningxue rejected after a slight hesitation. "Why?" Mo Fan was stunned. He thought his attempt was going to be successful, since he was like a soldier going to war. Mu Ningxue did not answer him. She told Mo Fan to pay Yushusha a visit. She seemed to have something related to the totem beasts to show to Mo Fan. Mo Fan pressed further for the reason, but Mu Ningxue insisted on not telling him. Mo Fan had no choice but to leave with regret. After Mo Fan left, Mu Ningxue shook her head self-mockingly and said, "I am the one that is being superstitious." Amid his great confusion, Mo Fan went to Lunar Fang Mountain to look for Yushusha, who was taking care of her cute little moths. Yushusha had reproduced a lot of moths in no time. The little creatures seemed to have an outstanding reproductive ability. Their numbers had recovered quickly, despite losing so many recently. "Hey, are you listening?" Yushusha glared at Mo Fan. "What were you saying?" Mo Fan replied. "Nothing, why do you look so lost?" Yushusha asked. "Oh, you are considered a woman too. Can I ask you something? Chill, relax, take your fangs away. I don't want you to be poisoned after drinking my filthy blood," Mo Fan quickly blurted out. He continued with an awkward smile, "I was going to ask what you women are thinking." Mo Fan told Yushusha what happened between him and Mu Ningxue. He was hoping Yushusha could explain Mu Ningxue's reaction to him. He felt like it was the right time to say it. "I think she likes you too, she should agree normally, but let me ask you a question first," Yushusha said. "What is it?" Mo Fan said. "Do you have another woman too?" Yushusha asked. "Yeah, just one." "Oh, she really likes you, then. Otherwise, you would have been torn into pieces by now, if I was her." Yushusha snapped. She had never seen anyone so shameless. "Is it really because of that?" "I thought she had slowly accepted it," Mo Fan murmured. "Are you a retard? Every human needs some kind of ambitions. My ambition is to have 2 wives. You can go die now, you're beyond redemption." "Aren't you looking for me?" "I must tell you, I will only have 2 wives. Even though your body is hot and your chest is huge, I believe our relationship should stop at physical interactions between us. I shouldn't go too far. Hey, I was just joking. Why are you showing your fangs again? Can't you just be a proper human? Stop showing your beastly side, it's weird," Mo Fan chided her shamelessly. Yushusha felt her lungs were about to explode. Mu Ningxue was such an honorable person. Even Yushusha was very impressed by her. Why would she fall for a retard like Mo Fan? The Moon Moth Phoenix is entering her reincarnation cycle soon. Her current power will dissipate. I heard Liu Yu mention that you are in need of the power of the totem beasts. If you can absorb it, be ready when the whole moon comes out tonight. Otherwise, you're going to miss out on the opportunity. Yushusha withheld her urge to curse on him, trying her best to speak calmly. "Tonight?" "Yes, tonight. You should be well prepared. I must warn you, the power of the totem beasts is very special. It's not something a person can absorb easily. You might end up with serious injuries," Yushusha warned him. Mo Fan was overjoyed. He initially thought he had achieved nothing by saving the Moon Moth Phoenix, but to his surprise, her power would dissipate whenever she entered the reincarnation cycle. Instead of giving her power back to nature, it was better to give it to little Loach. The little creature had been starving for a long time. Mo Fan's cultivation would improve significantly once he fed little Loach. He could not ask for better timing, as he was about to have a showdown with the Black Vatican. Chapter 1353. Absorbing the Totem Fairy Ligh. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. The sky was clear that night. A whole moon was hanging in the sky. Its brilliance shone down upon Lunar Fang Mountain and sprinkled on the blue moths that were dancing in the air. The mountain looked like it was glowing, a stunning sight from the distance. Mo Fan was sitting beside a giant cocoon. The moon moth phoenix had degenerated after the battle. Most totem beasts were imbued with the same spirit, and some would even say they were the same entity over thousands of years. When they approached the end of their lifespan, they would degenerate and return to their younger stage and grow slowly again. They would lose their memories, too. The moon moth phoenix was that kind. Her soul and flesh were severely injured. She had been enduring pain for many years. It felt like she had long waited for this moment. The moonlight descended. The giant cocoon of the moon moth phoenix began to emit the same light as the blue moths. Mo Fan recognized it as the power of the totem beasts that he was looking for without needing Yushish's explanation. This power would normally dissipate as the moon moth phoenix entered the reincarnation cycle. As a matter of fact, it was the moon moth phoenix's cultivation, built up over the years she had lived in the current cycle. Mo Fan had always wanted to verify if the power of the totem beasts was enough to upgrade Little Loach. It was a once-in-a-blue-moon opportunity. Mo Fan took off the Little Loach pendant and slowly placed it beside the giant cocoon. The fluorescent light began to scatter, yet Mo Fan's Little Loach pendant did not show any sign of reacting. However, after a minute or two, Little Loach seemed to grasp the traits of the power. The pendant began emitting a similar light. As soon as its light appeared, the totem power dissipating into the surroundings started gathering toward the Little Loach pendant at an increasing speed. It really works. Mo Fan was overjoyed. Mo Fan looked into the world inside the Little Loach pendant and discovered that the nether river containing countless soul remnants was crazily absorbing the totem power. Its width was increasing, too. The truth was, Little Loach pendant's nether river was already a huge river to begin with. The calm and clear river reflected the lights of souls as if they were tiny lanterns. The totem fairy light scattered across the nether river. The still surface of the river reflected its brilliance. The spacious nether river was slowly filled up by the light. It went from several dots of light to as dazzling as carnelian jewelry. A spectacular glowing diagram formed in the world inside the Little Loach pendant. Mo Fan had seen something like it before when he was killing a vast number of demon creatures, but the light of the soul remnants was nowhere as pure as the totem fairy light. Since the soul remnants contained the hatred, grudges, and unwillingness of the demon creatures, the nether river would have a foul atmosphere. It needed a long time for the water to clear them up before Little Loach could refine the soul essences that Mo Fan needed to strengthen his spells. The totem power was like several high-quality soul essences, without any negative emotions. When the Little Loach pendant was absorbing them, they soon accommodated themselves to the new environment. The expansion of the nether river showed that the Little Loach pendant had upgraded. Mo Fan had clearly felt his cultivation rate decreasing significantly after reaching the advanced level. The energy of the underground holy spring was no longer enough to enhance his current level of cultivation. He needed a new energy that would allow him to improve rapidly in the advanced level, especially considering the number of elements he had to look after. The surface of the water is glowing. It seems the totem power is indeed good enough to help the Little Loach pendant evolve. Mo Fan blurted out in excitement. Little Loach had always been picky. He had not eaten much food recently. It was not like Mo Fan had forgotten about him, but he was having trouble finding things that were suitable for Little Loach. The little creature only bothered to lift his eyebrows at extremely rare resources. Mo Fan had finally found something that suited Little Loach's tastes. For some reason, Mo Fan could tell that Little Loach was extremely fond of pure energy like this totem power. By the way, why weren't you reacting like this before, when I was with the black totem snake? Mo Fan suddenly recalled as he observed the Little Loach's transformation. Oh, the black totem snake was only going through ectasis, he wasn't entering another reincarnation cycle, so he did not give up his totem power. Mo Fan answered his own question. However, Mo Fan soon thought of another question. If the totem power of a totem beast would only dissipate when the totem beast was entering the next cycle, wouldn't that mean he would have to find the rest of the totem beasts and kill them for Little Loach to keep growing? After that wild thought, Mo Fan sat down on the ground and prepared himself for a breakthrough of his cultivation after Little Loach was done absorbing the power. Fire element, second tier advanced level. Lightning Element, First Tier Advanced Level. Shadow Element, First Tier Advanced Level. Summoning Element, First Tier Advanced Level. Space Element, First Tier Advanced Level. Mental Strength, the 5th stage. Mo Fan decisively focused on the Lightning Element. At the current stage, his Lightning Element had the highest chance of having a breakthrough. His Lightning Element had been stuck at the first tier for quite some time. Normally, a mage would focus on certain elements as their cultivation continued to increase. Even Mo Fan was unable to improve his Lightning Element for such a long time, let alone the mags that lacked resources. Mo Fan easily broke through the barrier of the Lightning Element. It was smoother than he had anticipated. The Lightning Element had long been in a saturated state, so it easily reached the second tier with a little push from the energy Little Loach had provided. Every tier of advancement would grant the mage a new branch of the respective spell at the new level. The mage's control and mental strength would improve significantly, too. The mental strength development was essential for Mo Fan's space element, and it also played an important role when resisting spells targeting his mind, so it was very important to keep improving his mental strength. The lightning element had a successful breakthrough, but it was clearly not enough. His other elements desperately needed some improvements too, be it the space element, the shadow element, or the summoning element. They were all extremely useful to Mo Fan, as any improvements to the elements would improve his overall strength too. So your cultivation isn't really that impressive at all, Osiris commented, after observing the whole process. Why? Do you want to try avenging your little moths now? Mo Fan raised his eyebrows at her. Humph. Osiris responded with a snort. She was in fact quite surprised. Mo Fan's cultivation was weaker than she thought, yet he was almost unbeatable among advanced mags. If he achieved the highest tier of the advanced level for all his elements, how terrifying would his strength be? Chapter 1354. Osiris and Khonsu. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. The northern boundary of the country. Are you asking us why we are so respectful toward young girls? It's because of a legend that everyone here believes, an old herdsman said as he moved along. Fresh air without a single trace of dust swept past. With just a deep breath, one felt like they were taking the unique fragrance of a vast and spacious land into their lungs. The area was surprisingly open. There were no trees, no mountains, and no buildings within sight. There was only a wide expanse of flat valley and spectacular geometric lines with a slight arc further away connected with the blue sky on the horizon. The vast land would occasionally be embroidered by a silver ribbon. It was clean and simple, yet it turned out to be a most stunning scene. A legend. I love legends. A local legend always reflects how stupid the local people are, a teenage boy wearing a pair of sunglasses replied indifferently. You can listen to the story first, before coming to a conclusion. In the early days, the valley was barren. There wasn't any grass, the water was dried up, and the land was constantly troubled by locusts. The locals were struggling to make a living. The livestock kept dying, there was no production of milk and meat, and barely any agriculture. The old herdsman casually flicked out his whip. A very cliché opening, the teenage boy snorted. To stop the people from leaving their hometown and living as nomads, it means without having our own land and source of water, a young girl called Chickage decided to climb the mountains. She knew the source of the rivers was the springs in the mountains. She went far away and climbed to a great height to find the source, and she discovered the source had frozen because of the cold. The temperatures are lower when the altitude increases, the old herdsman went on. So what did the girl do? The teenage boy asked. He seemed a little intrigued now. She did not have any power, but a sincere heart to help her people. She took off her clothes, revealing her body as she hugged the bone-piercing ice tightly. She tried to use her body temperature to melt the ice. The water from the ice she melted with her pure body entered the stream. The spring and the water veins contained the fragrance of her virginity. The spring came back to live again, returning life to this land. What we have here is Chickage's statue. It was her holding the ice, the spring that nurtures our lives. The old herdsman pointed ahead. In front of them stood a unique statue, a young woman painted white. Its shape was quite abstract. Most people would assume it to be a boulder that served as a landmark if they did not hear the story behind it. I see, no wonder half of the girls here are given the name Chickage, the teenage boy said with a smile. Exactly, every young woman is a blessing to us. Every family is proud to have a girl too, the old herdsman said with a sincere smile. The young man walked around the statue in circles. He looked at the map he was holding with a sinister smile. He turned around and looked at the glamorous woman in a short dress accompanying him and said, I believe it's a sign from the heavens. We should set our coordinates here, right where the status is. If you say so, the glamorous woman smiled. Old mister, have you heard of another legend that isn't from our country? I think it suits the story you just told pretty well, the teenage boy turned back to the old herdsman. Is that so? I'm rather curious about it, please tell me. The old herdsman sat down and started smoking. He was quite relaxed. It happened in Egypt, where women have always had a low status. They were slaves and toys to the men. You could even trade 2 healthy cows for a healthy woman. There was a girl called Khonsu. She was greatly tortured and humiliated, living a lowly life. One day, she stole a beautiful gold necklace from her master. She tried to sell it for money and run away, but the necklace was special. A demon spirit came out of it at night. You can think of it as a genie, it doesn't really matter, the demon spirit told her that it could fulfill a wish for her, but the girl would have to trade her soul for it. Khonsu immediately agreed to it in exchange for respect and love from the people. After that, she enjoyed 10 years of fame and the love of countless men. She ended up with a higher status and more wealth than the slave masters. But the demon spirit returned after 10 years, as it had promised. It had come back for her soul. Khonsu was a scheming and extremely greedy woman. She wanted more, she wanted to enjoy her fame for a longer time. She had been looking for ways to avoid the demon spirit even before it showed up, so she would not have to give up on her soul. The teenage boy was telling the story passionately. He paused briefly and glanced at the old herdsman. The old herdsman shook the cigarette butts off and exclaimed, she's indeed incomparable to our Chickage. She's filthy, greedy, and selfish, so, what did she do? Was she given the punishment that she deserved? Now here is the best part of the story. Khonsu had done her homework over the years. She learned that the demon spirit was actually Osiris, the lord of the underworld. He would trade with humans at times, and he would lock her soul up as one of his concubines. She would become his toy and be tortured forever. Khonsu knew she had enjoyed living her dream for 10 years, but the price she had to pay was to suffer an even worse fate than her life from before. She decided to fight until the end. She knew Osiris had a residence in the mundane world, and I bet you've heard it before. Osiris' residence in the mundane world is the pyramids. He had to rely on the power of the pyramids to roam around in this world. The old herdsman's eyes widened after hearing the keyword. He nodded and said, the pyramids, they are pretty famous. So what happened then? Khonsu utilized the reputation, wealth, and power she had accumulated over 10 years to collect something special. It was called the triangle dimensional mirror. She used it to refract the brilliance of the pyramids, so it would never reach the city and the place she lived in, the teenage boy said. She's a smart girl, but a pitiful girl too. She was only trying her best to stay alive, the old herdsman observed. However, she ended up infuriating Osiris. The lord of the underworld would not allow a petty human to trick him like that after failing to fulfill her end of the trade. Osiris can only visit the mundane world once every 10 years, yet because the image of the pyramids couldn't reach where Khonsu was, Osiris decided to vent his anger on humanity. Since the triangle dimensional mirror was only reflecting the light of the pyramids instead of absorbing them, the brilliance of the pyramids still ended up in other cities and areas. Therefore, Osiris and his undead would trample the cities and massacre the people there to vent their frustration toward the despicable humans. The old herdsman was lost in the story. For some reason, the story that the teenage boy was telling was different from his. Even though it sounded more ridiculous, and had a more bizarre setting, somehow he felt like it had actually happened in the past. Every 10 years, Khonsu brought a bloodbath to a city just to protect herself. Lots of lives were lost, the teenage boy said. He seemed unusually excited. Such a detestable woman, the old herdsman murmured. Yeah, she's the complete opposite compared to Chickage. However, that's not the end of the story, the teenage boy agreed. It's not the end yet? Did she finally pay for what she had done, the old herdsman asked. Yeah, she got her punishment. A boy who was the survivor of one of the cities that were destroyed became Khonsu's servant. The boy was smart and handsome, and extremely loyal to Khonsu, and he soon became her favorite. When Khonsu thought she had finally found her true love, the boy stole Khonsu's triangle-dimensional mirror. There was a thunderstorm that day. The boy tossed the triangle-dimensional mirror into the sky. Khonsu watched the lightning blasting the mirror into pieces and dust, the teenage boy said. Well done. It served her right. You can't just let innocent people die because Khonsu wasn't willing to fulfill her end of the deal, the old herdsman exclaimed. No, the man didn't earn the respect of the people, either. Osiris did end up taking Khonsu away, and she's still suffering even today, but the man was spurned and cursed by the people too. His corpse is still in front of the royal palace in Egypt, trampled by everyone walking past, the teenage boy corrected him. Why is that? The old herdsman was confused. Because even though the triangle-dimensional mirror had turned into dust, it still persisted in the air in Egypt. It's smaller than dust particles, and impossible to drive away. They are meant to exist forever, and once in a while, the seasonal winds will blow the particles of the triangle-dimensional mirror together to refract the light of the pyramids. The pyramids will show up near a city. Osiris' anger toward humans has never ceased, so he keeps sending the undead to attack the cities, the teenage boy grinned. Why do I feel like I've heard it before? The old herdsman was not completely uneducated. He had heard things about Egypt before. Of course, it's called the Mirage. Chapter 1355. Triangle-Dimensional Mirror. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The infamous disasters in Egypt, the mirages. It was not just a natural optical phenomenon caused by the refraction of light. In Egypt, a mirage was more like a sign that Osiris' army had descended upon the mundane world again, a sign of a bloodbath. The old herdsman was slightly knowledgeable. He had read about the major incidents across the world in some books. For some reason, the story felt unusually real, just like there was actually a Chickage who sacrificed her body to melt the ice. What do you think? Is Khonsu more deeply rooted in the hearts of the people, or your Chickage? The young man asked with a smile. Well, I still think our Chickage is more impressive, the old herdsman said. Ha, but your Chickage is only well known in such a small place here. Meanwhile, Khonsu has been the nickname for evil women in Egypt for centuries. The truth is, people are more likely to remember bad things that are wildly spread for a long time. By the way, have you heard about the strength of faith? The young man seemed quite interested in talking with the old herdsman. The old herdsman nodded. He was clearly not an ignorant old man. There are many deities in this world. Their power is stronger when the numbers of their believers are higher, and their believers are more sincere. As a result, in the past, lots of the deities were willing to do meaningful things for humans so they could acquire more power through their believers' faith. The respect, sincerity, and loyalty that the believers showed to the deities became the strength of faith and floated to the realm of the gods, making them stronger, the young man told him. Yes, we do believe in ideas like that, the old herdsman agreed. But do you know there's more to the strength of faith that isn't so wildly spread? The young man inquired. More to it, the old herdsman was confused. If respect, worship, and loyalty from humans give the deities the strength of faith, what about the detest, hatred, and disgust from humans toward the devils? Will they give the devils power, too? The young man said. The old herdsman was startled. He did not know the answer to that question. If the faith of humans could make deities stronger, wouldn't the hatred they accumulated make devils stronger, too? So, do you reckon there are more people like Chickage or Khonsu in this world? The young man inquired. The old herdsman was left speechless. The truth was, there were too many people like Khonsu. She was the depiction of human nature. If the deities are grouped into kind and wicked, and if we are to determine the strength of each side based on the strength of faith they receive, it's pretty obvious that the evil deities possess more power than the kind gods, the young man said. I can't find any reason to disagree with you, the old herdsman said. That goes without saying. How do you even disagree with the truth? The young man said proudly. I don't understand. Why would you know all this? It's not something someone of your age would know, right? The old herdsman asked in confusion. Why would I know this? The young man suddenly burst out laughing. He patted the old herdsman on the shoulder and said, Old man, it's because we are the worshippers of the evil deities. The world spurns our church and hates our disciples. The more they hate the evil gods we believe in, the stronger we are. The old herdsman looked at the young man in disbelief. He said after some time, Son, there might be a misunderstanding. It shouldn't be like that. Human leaders keep coming up with countless ideas of utopias and stories like Chickage to restrain the nature of humans, thus restraining the power of evil gods, but can humans really stop their hatred and anger? Can a person really not have any negative thoughts after being mistreated, being looked down at, and suffering torture? The young man went on. It's possible, son. There are still many kind and innocent people like Chickage. The old herdsman did not sound as confident. I guess so. Why don't we have a bet between us? The young man said. A bet? On what? The old herdsman was confused again. This is your hometown, right? We just went past your house and saw your daughter, your wife, and your mother, who's still healthy even though she's over 80 years old. She even gave me a straw ring, didn't she? The young man said. Yes, my mother is very fond of you. She says your purple eyes are beautiful, like those of a fairy, the old herdsman said. Your neighbors are very friendly, too. I met them. They are optimistic, even though they are poor. They are very hospitable too, right? The young man added. Yeah, they're good neighbors, the old herdsman said. Because of the legend of Chickage, the people here are kind, friendly, and passionate. They are respectful of young women, too. It's a tribe that deserves to be complimented, the young man said. Of course, our Chickage tribe is well regarded by the outside world too, the old herdsman smiled proudly. The young man turned to the glamorous woman behind her. He smiled when he noticed she was done with the preparations. Then why don't we use it as our stake? I don't quite understand, the old herdsman said. You win if you don't hate me or detest me. I will give up on my role as a red cardinal, and I give you my promise that I'll be a kind person like Chickage. The young man smiled. It was a warm smile, yet there were evil and hypocrisy underneath. Why would I do that? Your ideas might be strange, but you are a polite kid after all. The old herdsman was still confused. Being polite is part of my manners, but doing evil is my nature, the young man said. You are really a strange kid. The old herdsman shook his head helplessly. He realized he could not convince the young man. His thought process and knowledge were more advanced than an old herdsman like him. He turned to the glamorous woman and asked, Aren't you going to give your brother a piece of advice? He keeps having these troubling thoughts. You've misunderstood. He isn't my brother, he's my master, Our relationship is similar to Khonsu and her slave. I'm his slave, the glamorous woman smiled. What? The old herdsman was lost for words. He was about to say something when he saw the woman pointing her finger at the statue of Chickage. The white statue broke into dust scattering in the air and falling onto the grass. The old herdsman was immediately enraged. What do you think you are doing? The old herdsman shouted. I'm setting our landmark here, the woman replied, as if it was meant to be. Old man, you're already mad? I'm afraid you're going to lose the bet, the young man said. I'm not mad, we can always rebuild the statue. But you shouldn't be doing this, it's disrespectful to us. What are you holding? The old herdsman asked haltingly. The woman lifted a delicate, exquisite triangular device and asked, Are you referring to this? Yes, the old herdsman confirmed. It's something precious. the young man explained. It took Salon and I great efforts to steal an important component to complete it. Do you remember the triangle-dimensional mirror I mentioned? I do. Didn't you say it was shattered by a lightning strike? The old herdsman answered. Oh, that wasn't the real triangle-dimensional mirror. The triangle-dimensional mirror that Khonsu had was just a replica. It was only useful for refracting light. It's more suitable to call it the triangle void mirror. It somehow ended up in Egypt, and Khonsu managed to get her hands on it. This one here is the real triangle-dimensional mirror. You will soon witness its marvelous power, the young man said. The old herdsman was stunned. If the legend about Egypt was real, the triangle-dimensional mirror was capable of refracting the images of the pyramids. It was definitely not good news. Master Cold Prince, I'm ready, the woman smiled. Time to show the old man what we have, the young man said. The triangle-dimensional mirror was placed on the remains of Chickage statue. A few of the Cold Prince's subordinates infused a special energy into the device. The triangle-dimensional mirror suddenly emitted an icy light, like the cold brilliance of the moon. The light soared and left a boundary in the vast blue sky, as if it had become another dimension. The boundary across the sky was emitted by just one of the triangle-dimensional mirror's surfaces. Another horizontal line soon swept across the vast grassland into the horizon, the remnants of Chickage statue at its center. Another line perpendicular to the second line appeared and swept into the distance. It had split the land in four. If anyone was looking down from the sky, they would have seen the spectacular sight of the land being split into four. A line soaring into the sky. Two horizontal lines perpendicular to one another extending into the horizon. The three lines crossed paths at specific coordinates. A unique icy glow filled the area. It was supposed to be a clear day in the afternoon, with a bright sun, but the whole place suddenly turned gloomy and cold. Behold, the most beautiful moment is about to arrive. The young man's eyes were filled with passion. The old herdsman was in disbelief. He had never seen anything like it. What exactly is this? The old herdsman asked faintly. Chapter 1356. The Appearance of the Underworld Brilliance. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. It looked like a different space had been moved here. The scene was incompatible with the vast grassland and open sky. As the old herdsman was filled with astonishment, he suddenly saw a giant silhouette appearing at the spot where the lines crossed paths. The silhouette felt like an illusionary projection at the start. It was unreal. However, its outline gradually became clearer. The old herdsman realized he was looking at a structure the size of a hill. The stairs leading up to the narrow top were made of golden stones. Each golden stone was perfectly cut, with sharp edges. Each cut stone was far taller than a person. The entire building was made of tens of thousands of these golden stones. They were stacked together to form a magnificent structure with triangular surfaces. The old herdsman felt like he was dreaming. He never thought he would see such a golden structure at such close range. It had suddenly appeared on the grassland, as if it had just mysteriously traveled here through space. As it became more real, the old herdsman began to feel an enormous pressure from it. Why would it show up here? Why would a pyramid show up here? This is the real mirage, the old herdsman heard the young man say. The old herdsman fell to the ground, feeling like his soul was crumbling to pieces under the imperious aura of the pyramid that traveled across space. The pieces of his soul were drifting in a new wind that was filled with the aura of death. Can you feel it? The young man said, sounding like a devil now. This light that doesn't have any heat, it's even sending chills down my spine and making my hair stand on end. This is the light of the underworld, the young man proclaimed. The old herdsman saw it and felt it too. It was exactly what the young man had described. Even the sun had darkened under this light. The sky had turned grey and gloomy. The land was shrouded by a mist, and the temperature had dropped significantly too. The light of the underworld. The gloom that allows the dead to roam freely. The old herdsman finally realized everything that the young man had said was real. Ghastly shrieks came from across the place. The old herdsman broke out in a cold sweat. The kingdom of the dead exists in another dimension, and the gate that leads it to the mundane world isn't our land, but Osiris' residence, and the places its light can reach, the young man said. Every sentence that the young man said was like a heavy blow to the old herdsman. He could barely withhold the shock he was receiving. The grass had wilted. The plants had fallen and scattered about. If the grassland was a huge green painting, it was like someone was scribbling on it with black, grey, and dark colors, giving it a spooky, terrifying shade. The process did not last long, moving quicker than a scene suddenly shifted in a nightmare. It was unbelievable. The icy land cracked apart. One after another, ferocious-looking undead climbed out of the cracks. They were restless under the brilliance of the pyramid, and had a dangerous vibe. The sounds they produced spread into the distance. Their numbers continued to increase, soon as dense as a herd of livestock. When the wind blew from the town, the scent of the living roused them. Their eyes emitted a savage flicker. The undead were unaware of the presence of the old herdsman, the young man, and his subordinates. They let out starving cries and sprinted toward the town the old herdsman came from wildly. The army of undead was like Osiris soldiers. The old herdsman clearly felt Osiris' hatred and anger toward humanity in that particular moment. The old herdsman finally reacted after some time. He ran as quickly as possible when he saw the undead heading toward his home. However, the old herdsman could not mount his horse, which had already fainted. He used all his strength to keep running. He fell to the ground feebly, but he did not feel the pain. He rose to his feet numbly again. The old herdsman's speed was obviously no match for the undead. When he stood on the hill panting heavily and trying to catch his breath, he looked down at the town and saw how the beautiful, kind town had been replaced by hell. Bloodstains were everywhere. White bones were scattered across the ground. Cries of agony howled on the wind across the land. The people that he was close to and the strangers had all turned into corpses, all beyond recognition when the old herdsman reached the town. Most of them were no longer intact. The daughter that he was most proud of. His healthy, optimistic mother. His diligent wife. His poor yet friendly neighbors. The people of his tribe who believed there was still kindness in the world. Not a single one of them was alive. Why did they do this? The old herdsman turned around. He could not shed a single tear. Tears were meant to vent the sorrow in a person's heart, but even shedding tears would not make any difference when grief had reached its limit. All that was left was the confusion, doubt, anger, and hatred that had filled up the old man's chest. Why, the old herdsman was like an empty shell. The young man slowly approached and said with a calm voice, "Didn't I already say it? I'm having a bet with you." A bet? The old herdsman could not believe his ears. For a moment, the old herdsman believed the young man held a strong grudge against them. He had surely endured prolonged suffering and torture if he would go so far to get his revenge. Yet the people of the Chickage tribe had always been friendly to the others. Since when did they provoke this devil? "Yeah, so do you hate me now?" the young man asked. The old herdsman almost lost his mind when he heard the question. This bastard had killed all his family and people, and yet was asking him the question so calmly. What was his answer? It was obvious. He had the urge to eat the devil's flesh alive, to gnaw his bones, and drink his blood. "You've lost," the young man smiled. He could see the answer from the old herdsman's twisted expression. "You should be like Chickage. You should cast away your hatred and grudge, and continue to be friendly toward me. That way, I would give up on my role as a Red Cardinal, I would undo the sins I've inflicted on your tribe, but you couldn't do it. You hate me, you detest me, you're angry at me." The young man paused briefly. The gentle smile on his face gradually became icy and aloof, with a strong hint of disdain and loathing. "You lost, and as the price, I will be taking your insignificant strength of faith." Chapter 1357. The Truth Crawling Out from the Ground. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Mo Fan received a call from Qi Yang as soon as he got off the plane. Qi Yang asked Mo Fan, "Lingling, and Zhao Manyan to head north right away. Despite being confused, the three drove an off-road vehicle that the preventive committee had provided for them. They followed the highway to a spacious grassland. They were driving very quickly, and kept going forward recklessly even when there was no road available. Judging by Qi Yang's tone, something serious had happened. The trio met Qi Yang's preventive committee after they arrived in the valley behind a mountain. There were 10 members in the preventive committee. Qi Yang was the leader and the commander. As for the remaining 9 members, 2 were battle mages, and the rest were spies, watchers, and trackers. In terms of strength, they were not that impressive. Mo Fan might be able to take down the whole committee by himself. That being said, the preventive committee was established to collect solid evidence. Once they had enough evidence to prove a great conspiracy was happening, they would request the assistance of the Magic Association. What happened? Mo Fan asked. We received a report not long ago that the town here has gone missing, Qi Yang said. Shouldn't it be something the Magic Association is responsible for? Zhao Manyan grumbled. The government could not possibly ask them to do everything. They were currently following the trail of an extraditor of the Black Vatican. All their efforts would be in vain if the extraditor got away. It definitely has something to do with the Black Vatican, an ordinary-looking man of the preventive committee said. Let's check it out first, Ligh said. The group went to the town and discovered the buildings were still around. Even the tents scattered across the field were intact. It did not seem like anything serious had happened apart from the slight disorder. The town was in a mess, yet the valuables were still around. It clearly was not the work of bandits. It was rare to see a huge town being robbed in China. The town was deserted. Not a single person was around, but there were bloodstains everywhere. It was what the preventive committee was worried about the most. The bloodstains were a clear sign that something gruesome had happened here. A lot of people must have died, but I don't understand it. There wasn't a single corpse, not even a single part of their bodies, Qi Yang frowned. It was the preventive committee's first time encountering anything like it. The place was full of bloodstains that had dried up in the wind. They could all imagine the massacre, but why would the culprit bother cleaning up all the remains? It was hard work, and it had not been long since the town last contacted the outside world. It was impossible for the culprit to have enough time to clean up the mess. Ligh was closely inspecting the town. A member of the preventive committee came up to Qi Yang and was about to whisper into his ear. Qi Yang glared at him. The man quickly reacted and said aloud, "We found a mentally unstable old herdsman. He was sent to the nearest city to be treated. He seems to be a resident of this town. Can he talk properly?" Qi Yang asked. The man shook his head. "We'll pay him a visit after he recovers. Did any of you find anything?" Qi Yang asked his members. "I think it's the Beijiang, north of Xinjiang, desolate beasts. They have been living in the northern boundary of our country. This Biji grassland is very close to the northern boundary. It's likely that the whole town is wiped out by the demon creatures before they could call for help. As for the corpses, I bet the savage Beijiang desolate beasts ate them all up," a man with a rough face and thick lips said. "I agree with Daxi, Big Scorpion," a woman agreed. Everyone called her Fujie, Sister Fu. "There's another possibility. A super poison spell might have caused it. The poison was strong enough to liquefy the remains. I also discovered wilted plants in the grassland to the north. The plants were stained with destructive energy. It's a sign of the poison element." The member that first showed up with information, Chu Kang, spoke up. Qi Yang fell into deep thought after listening to the reports and speculations from his underlings. As a matter of fact, he believed everything they had said was too one-sided. Something did not feel right to him. He looked at Mo Fan and asked, "What do you think?" "None of them are right," Mo Fan said. "Why would you say so?" "It's obviously a super poison spell. You're so young, you might not have enough experience. It's what greedy creatures like the Beijiang desolated beasts do. They always ate up all the remains of their prey. There was a similar incident around 13 years ago. It also took the authorities a long time to figure out the truth, Daxi said. Don't just all talk at once, wait for your turn, Qi said. That won't be necessary. Is there something to eat? We haven't eaten since the flight, Mo Fan asked. The members of the preventive committee opened their eyes wide. They all looked at Mo Fan as if he was a monster. The man still had the appetite to eat after learning such a horrible tragedy had occurred. The whole place was covered in blood. It was extremely gory, yet he still noticed that he was starving. You over there, set the place up so we can sit on the ground. You will soon know what happened here, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan, Lingling, Zhao Manyan sat on the ground and ate some food. Meanwhile, the members of the preventive committee continued to search for clues, as they were not pleased with Mo Fan's response. Leader, are they really here to lead us? Why do I feel like they are just a bunch of kids with some background? Daxi asked Qi in a soft voice. I think so too, they don't even bother listening to us or searching for clues. They didn't even care about the investigation. What were they thinking? Fujie harumphed coldly. He is, Qi was about to introduce Mo Fan to them when he suddenly felt the ground loosening, like something was about to come out of the ground. Qi was confused. He took a close look at the ground, but did not notice anything. Mo Fan was done with his meal, and shouted, asking everyone to gather before him. The members of the preventive committee were displeased, as they were still busy with their investigations, yet they had no choice but to obey the order. After all, Mo Fan and his crew were in charge now. Do you know what's causing this? Chu Kang snapped. Mo Fan looked into the horizon. The sun was slowly setting in the west. Its remaining brilliance scattered across the land, while the darkness slowly invaded from the horizon in the opposite direction. Chu Kang went enraged when he saw Mo Fan enjoying the view of the sunset instead of answering his question. What the heck are you all doing here? Are you only here to go through the motions? You're done now, hurry back to your comfortable cities. Chu Kang. Qi snapped, his face dark. Chu Kang was a stubborn man. He kept glaring at Mo Fan and his crew. Take a look yourself, they should be out at any second. Mo Fan pointed at the bloody town and said helplessly. What are we supposed to look at? Are you telling me the culprit is going to show up on its own? Chu Kang yelled. Ghastly cries like wild beasts were suddenly coming from the town, piercing and eerie. The cries were coming from the ground, echoing in the ears of the members of the preventive committee. The soil covered by dried bloodstains began to loosen up. The firm ground cracked apart as rotten hands reached out from the gaps, followed by broken heads and savage gazes, and finally festered bodies covered in blood. Their bodies were quite disgusting to look at. Even though most of them still had arms, legs, and bodies, their body ratios were incompatible. It was as if they were made of the body parts of different people. Every corpse consisted of body parts of different people. Some had a man's head, but a woman's slender body. Some had bulky figures, but their arms and legs were those of children. Their appearance would be amusing if they were made of Play-Doh, but they were clearly living humans recently. The way their body parts were connected together was sending chills down the preventive committee's spines. My heavens, Fujie screamed. She was frozen with shock. Are these the people of the town? Daxi blurted out in disbelief. Undead! It's the undead! Qi said. Mo Fan did not seem surprised when he saw the undead crawling out of the ground. He said, if there's only blood, but no corpses, it's pretty obvious that the corpses have gone into the ground, and would only show up at night. You call yourself elites of the preventive committee? You don't even have the basic knowledge about the undead. Mo Fan was clearly very familiar with the undead after his encounter at the ancient capital. The moment he set foot into the town, he knew who the culprit was, but he did not understand. The undead had already gone back to their graves, to their underground palace after the calamity of the ancient capital. Why would they show up now? Why would the town be overrun by undead? Besides, the town was quite a distance away from the land of the undead. He had never heard of there being undead in Beijiang. A land that the sun was shining brightly upon was clearly not suitable for the undead. The members of the preventive committee were ashamed after being scolded by Mofan. Indeed, they had not expected the undead were behind it. It's getting more complicated. Let's hope the two aren't related. Ligh looked at the ghastly undead. She could imagine what the people of the town had gone through, seeing how twisted and messed up they were. Apart from sorrow and grief, she was brimming with the anger from the sense of helplessness. The rest of you will continue to follow the shepherd's trail. I'll let you know his whereabouts at all time. Send out your spies if necessary. I'll investigate the incident of this town myself. If the undead of the ancient capital is really behind it, Mofan stopped talking. The calamity of the ancient capital would always remain an incurable scar in Mofan's heart. Whenever the scar was touched, hidden under his calm expression was anger that was building like a volcano. Chapter 1358. Into the Dark Abyss Again. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Mofan left Ligh and Zhao Manyan at Beijiang. He paid a visit to the ancient capital alone. Mofan went to the Clock Tower Magic Association the very same night and found Han Ji. The old man was doing some research on incidents that had happened in the past. He was quite surprised to see Mofan. Speaking of which, Mofan had not gone to the ancient capital since the calamity. The city had been rebuilding since then, trying to recover its past glory. The people were very strong here. They chose to stay, but it still felt like something was missing. They needed a long time to forget about the past. Did something happen? Han Ji asked. I believe you guys are constantly calculating the location of the Dark Abyss, right? Mofan asked. Since Han Ji had learned that the Dark Abyss was the entrance to the ancient king's imperial tomb, he had allocated some of his men to keep an eye on the Dark Abyss. Han Ji did not want such events to happen again. We are, Han Ji nodded. Where is it now? Mofan asked sternly. Give me a second. Han Ji left briefly and came back with a thick book. He was accompanied by a scholar who seemed to be an expert of the space element. Han Ji carefully listened to what the scholar was telling him. The Dark Abyss will actually relocate when the sun sets tomorrow. It will relocate to here. Han Ji pointed to the map. Han Ji was the only person who had access to the coordinates of the Dark Abyss. He would not allow anyone to know the pattern of the Dark Abyss movements, but he did not hesitate to share the information with Mofan. I'm paying it a visit, Mofan said. Paying it a visit? You mean you're going to the Dark Abyss? What for? Han Ji asked quickly. There's something I must ask them in person. I'll be going. It's pretty close to Ganshi City. I can take a plane there, it won't take long, Mofan said. Mofan did not stay in the ancient capital for too long, taking a plane to Ganshi City. The next opening of the Dark Abyss would be around 200 kilometers from the city. When Mofan arrived at the desolated Yellowland the next day, the Dark Abyss was already there. The dark aura from it was like an ill omen that a demon king was about to appear. Anyone in their right mind would not dare to set foot in the Dark Abyss. There was no sign of undead around the Dark Abyss. It was unlikely to see undead in living human territories. Mofan's tiny figure slowly disappeared into the entrance of the pitch-black furnace of the Underworld as he entered the mysterious and terrifying world. Mofan stood on the edge of the Dark Abyss and took a deep breath. He looked down into the abyss and saw the faces filled with hatred, hunger, and rage that he had expected. The faces were blended into one as the Dark Abyss slowly spun around, like a vast ocean with endless pain. Mofan had jumped into the Dark Abyss once. He knew the little loach pendant's light would help him reach the bottom of the abyss safely. However, he really did not want to experience that fear a second time. Mofan closed his eyes. The dark aura was strong as usual. Mofan jumped into the abyss and disappeared into the sea of undead. After landing in the dark space, Mofan followed the path and ventured deeper. As usual, countless undead were wriggling like slow-moving clouds above him. Corpses were falling onto the ground like rain, but those that landed close to Mofan turned into puddles of bloody mud. Mofan continued forward, and reached the White Tomb. The imperial tomb that had existed for more than a few thousand years was exactly the same as before. It still gave Mo Fan a chill when he saw it. The watching evil eyes were still there. Mo Fan reached the corridor. There was no resistance. He successfully walked to the end. The eternal wicked lotus was no longer there. Mo Fan had no trouble entering the next hall, since the door was no longer there. Mo Fan simply picked one of the bridges among the 9 bridges of death and one bridge of life. The bridge did not lead him to the space of death. It led Mo Fan straight to the blood altar, to the blood throne. Mo Fan had not been to the blood altar last time, so this was his first time seeing it. The floor was black, and smooth enough that he could see his own reflection. His surroundings were as pitch black as the cold, void, eternal galaxy. The blood altar floated in the emptiness, spinning slowly. However, people standing on it were unaware of the spin. It was impossible to tell directions. A suit of black armor was seated on the blood throne. It was empty inside, yet it remained in a certain posture, as if there was a person in deep thought or slumbering like a statue inside it. However, it emitted an overwhelming presence. Chief Military Instructor, Mo Fan said, his emotion stirring when he saw the black armor. "You are not my descendant," Zhang Kong's voice replied, even though there was nothing inside the armor. However, the eyes inside the armor lit up. "I might not be a pure descendant of Bo City, but I'm your student," Mo Fan answered. The ancient king did not respond. Mo Fan knew that a person inside the black armor was not completely the savage and magnificent king of the undead. It still possessed the soul and memory of the chief military instructor that had sworn to protect Bo City to the death. He had gone to Tuanshan Mountain to save Qin Yub. That alone had proven that he was still the Zhang Kong he knew. Besides, the 9 bridges of death and 1 bridge of life did not lead Mo Fan to the space of death, indicating that the ancient king was being merciful to him. A town in Beijiang was wiped out by undead. Everyone in the town died and was turned into undead. Are your underlings responsible for that? Mo Fan asked. The person there before Mo Fan was the ruler of the kingdom of undead. Even Han Ji would not expect Mo Fan to go into the dark abyss to ask if he was responsible for it. The fate of a little town seemed insignificant when compared to some of the calamities that happened, but to Mo Fan, it was more serious than any of the calamities. If the undead at the ancient capital were responsible for it, it meant the current peace would be broken once again. The undead would no longer stay in their tombs, and would start to invade human territories again. It also meant that the ancient king had declared war against humans as the ruler of the undead, and intended to drag the living into the abyss of death. It was definitely something that Mo Fan did not want to see. He was afraid that the ancient king's response would be yes. It would mean Mo Fan would be declaring war against the ancient king, even though there was still a part of the person he respected the most in the entity before him. As a living human, Mo Fan would have to fight the ruler of the undead to death. "No," the ancient king replied. Mo Fan finally recovered his usual expression. He let out a relieved sigh. He was afraid of hearing the ancient king say yes, but he still had to ask. He would have no choice but to demonize. The truth was, even Mo Fan was not confident he would stand a chance against the ancient king, even with the power of the demon element. "She wants to see you, no matter what you've become," Mo Fan told him. Qin Yue had returned to her own life, but she was waiting alone for him. Mu Ningxue would visit her and talk to her occasionally, and she could easily tell that. The ancient king's face slowly appeared under the hollow helmet. It was Zhang Kong's face, but his skin was grey, and transparent enough to see the intertwining veins underneath. However, his face soon disappeared once more, leaving just a pair of cold eyes again. The eyes eventually disappeared too, leaving just the black armor in a sitting posture on the blood throne. There was no sign of life, yet its presence was as overwhelming as a mountain. Chief Military Instructor, Mo Fan said. His emotions were a little unstable. There was no response. The only sound echoing at the blood altar was Mo Fan's own voice. "Thank you for teaching me many things." Mo Fan took a step back. He saluted the black armor the same way he did when he was training at Snowy Peak Mountain. I told Zhang Xiaohou that everyone has someone that serves as a spiritual pillar in their heart. Even if we are facing the most difficult situation, we won't panic as long as that spiritual pillar is with us, as that person will support us even if the sky was to fall. Zhang Xiaohou told me that I'm a person like that to him. He asked me if I have anyone like that, but I said no. The black armor remained stationary. It was like Mo Fan was talking to himself. After everything fell silent, Mo Fan continued with a self-mocking laugh. I actually lied to him. Many times, I'm the one that is trembling in fear because of how useless I am. Chapter 1359. Stand by a tree stump and wait for a hare. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Mo Fan made his way back to Hohut and transited to Hanzhong. He received an update after leaving the Dark Abyss. The old herdsman that had witnessed the destruction of his town had woken up. Mo Fan made his way to the hospital, but he realized everyone in the room was silent. He glanced around and noticed Chu Kang and Fujie were not around. The other members of the preventive committee had gathered at the old herdsman's sickbed. The old herdsman's eyes were hollow, a sign that he had suffered a tremendous blow mentally. Mo Fan was wondering if the man had actually recovered from the shock. Mo Fan, you better hear what he has to say, Zhao Manyan said in a deep voice. Mo Fan went up to the old herdsman. He could see the old man's hands were trembling. Old man, did you really see the pyramid? Mo Fan asked sternly. Mo Fan had come immediately after hearing a brief description of the old man's statement on the phone. He believed it would be best to ask the old man in person. The old man raised his head and looked at Mo Fan with dull eyes. He nodded. Can you briefly describe what happened when you saw the pyramid? I've seen the pyramid in Egypt, so I would like to compare it with the one you saw, Mo Fan said. There's the deathly light, the realm of the pyramid, and lots of undead, black and grey, the triangle mirror. The old herdsman's words were barely intelligible. When people experienced extreme sorrow and fear, they would selectively forget the past if the scenes were too painful. The old herdsman was currently in a situation like that. He had witnessed something unusually terrifying. He was struggling to describe what he had seen in detail. He only remembered seeing the pyramid, the undead, and blood everywhere. The deathlight of the pyramid. Mo Fan, only a pyramid's realm would allow the undead to move about in broad daylight. I already asked the old man about it before you came. His description of the light is the same as the glow of the mirages we saw in Egypt. I don't think the old man made it all up, Zhao Manyan spoke up. The undead of the ancient capital are still in their tombs. They have nothing to do with the incident. Mo Fan looked out of the window. For some reason, he did not feel the usual warmth from the clear sky. It felt like something was making the sky hazy and was blocking it. Could it really be undead from Egypt? But why would Egypt's undead show up in the northern territory of our country? That's impossible. Qi Yang blurted out in disbelief. He had never heard of Egypt's undead showing up in other countries. Qi Yang had already reported the incident to the Magic Association, but the Bagway, North Country, Magic Association insisted it was just some misbehaving undead coming out from their graves and had killed everyone in the town. Mo Fan was about to ask more questions when a few people wearing the white-orange uniforms of the Enforcement Union came into the room. One of them was wearing a tall hat. It was rather artistic and strange. He Fakuan strutted up to them. I'm an enforcer of the Bagua Magic Association, he Fakuan. We have some questions to ask this survivor. He was clearly not asking for permission, but notifying them what he was here for. Old man, did you say you saw the pyramid? He Fakuan asked. He sounded suspicious of the old man. I already told you everything. The old herdsman was mentally unstable. He immediately lost control of his emotions when the man doubted him. Humph, what a ridiculous excuse you've come up with. I believe you're covering up for the culprit, am I right? He Fakuan took another step forward. How can you say something like that? Qi Yang snapped. I can say whatever I want. The Bagua Enforcement Union is in charge now. You can hold me responsible if anything happens. Your preventive committee can continue on with your work and stop interfering with ours, Hifekuan replied disdainfully. Hifekuan went forward without waiting for the other's response. He snapped imperiously, "What pyramid? I'm sure it was just the work of an evil undead mage. We'll be taking the old man with us." "What? He's our important clue. How can you take him just like that?" Qi Yang was furious. "Can you please use your brain, the enforcer?" Hifekuan snapped. He glanced at the preventive committee and Mo Fan's crew disdainfully and said, "The whole town is dead, but why is he alive? He doesn't know any magic. If he witnessed it all, how is he still alive?" Most ridiculously, he said that he saw a pyramid. "The pyramids are in Egypt. Since when does our country have a pyramid?" None of his words make any sense. He's either a lunatic that has lost his mind and kept thinking about ridiculous things, or he's an accomplice of the culprit, trying to mess with our investigation. The members of the preventive committee were left speechless. The truth was, they were willing to believe the old man in the beginning. After all, he did see the undead, and his description of what happened matched the details they noticed at the scenes. However, as soon as he mentioned the pyramid, everyone assumed the old man had yet to recover from his shock. "I'll find some valuable information from him. Isn't the preventive committee following the trail of the Black Vatican? If it really has something to do with the Black Vatican, I don't mind you being involved. If not, just mind your own business." Hifekuan snarled. Before anyone could speak, Hifekuan dragged the old herdsman away and left. The old herdsman suffered a mental breakdown again after being forced around and interrogated. He kept smashing the things around him and cursing. "See, I told you he's crazy," Hifekuan grinned coldly back at them. Mo Fan, Zhao Manyan, and Ligh were overwhelmed by anger. They had come all the way here to search for clues and find out the truth, yet this asshole had come out of nowhere and driven their important witness insane. How were they supposed to continue with the investigation? "Mo Fan, what do you think?" Zhao Manyan asked. "I don't know. What the old man said was indeed ridiculous. The pyramid, that's not possible. I was also thinking that an evil undead mage was behind it on my way here," Mo Fan admitted. "I'll show you the recording. See if you think the old man's description of the realm of the pyramid was on point." "I'm a little lightheaded now," Zhao Manyan said. Zhao Manyan played the recording for Mo Fan. It was the description that the old man had given about the realm of the pyramid when Mo Fan was not around. Mo Fan listened to the recording carefully and frowned. "I don't think anyone that hasn't seen the realm of the pyramids before could describe it in such detail," Zhao Manyan declared. "Likewise, it seems he did see the realm of the pyramid," Mo Fan nodded. "Doesn't that mean he actually saw a pyramid? Is there really a power that can move the pyramid to somewhere so far away in this world?" Mo Fan asked. "I'm afraid it's actually possible," Ligh said. The old man's description was on point. If they could find the reason why only he survived, it would mean he was telling them the truth. "It's useless making wild guesses here. They are the only clue we have," Mo Fan whispered. "Are you referring to the shepherd and Cheng Ying?" Zhao Manyan said. I really hope the old man was only imagining it, and mixed up the things he saw in a movie with what happened in real life," Mo Fan said. It was not like Mo Fan did not have any pity for the old herdsman, but even he was having a hard time imagining what would happen if a pyramid actually showed up in Beijiang. Normally, the Enforcement Union was responsible for incidents like this. It was obvious that Hifekuan was an absolute asshole and a piece of trash, but unfortunately, the preventive committee's first priority was to track down the Black Vatican and gain access to its higher-ups. The shepherd and Cheng Ying were still on the loose, living like normal people. They were even being extremely friendly to the strangers around them. No one would possibly think they had anything to do with the Black Vatican. Mo Fan did not make a move, either. The Black Vatican was being extremely cautious. The two were still waiting patiently, even after they assumed they had gotten away. Perhaps their higher-ups were afraid the two would bring them trouble if their identities had been compromised. "Say, is there a chance that the Cold Prince and the Chief Extraditor have given up on them?" Zhao Manyan was getting a little impatient. The Shepherd and Chengying were not moving after so long. Mo Fan's darkness corruption would not last forever. Once its effects were gone, the two would surely slip away. Everything they had done so far would be in vain. Their ranks aren't low. I don't think the Black Vatican is going to give up on them. They are probably trying to make sure everything is fine, Mo Fan said confidently. But what if they aren't crucial to the conspiracy they are busy with? Zhao Manyan said. It was a possibility. They had to consider every scenario, knowing the risks involved. We've tried our best, Mo Fan could only say. The only thing that Mo Fan could do was stay on the two's trail. They were an important clue that Langqing had traded her life for. He had to keep following them. Even if he was not able to find the authorities of the Black Vatican, Mo Fan would not have any regrets, since he had done everything he could. His targets were extremely patient. Mo Fan took his time, too. He continued to cultivate with the energy he had obtained from Little Lote's recent upgrade. His shadow element was about to have a breakthrough. He was using every second he had, hoping to increase his odds against the Black Vatican before the clash took place. Zhao Manyan was pretty bored, and kept walking back and forth. When he returned to Mo Fan, he felt like he was about to go insane when he saw Mo Fan calmly meditating. Mo Fan's eye suddenly sprang open as Zhao Manyan was about to leave. His eyes emitted a sharp glitter. A breakthrough? Zhao Manyan asked. And they are on the move. Mo Fan replied. Chapter 1360. Red Alert, Part 1. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Northguard Fortress. The city had existed for a long time. It used to be called Northguard Pass, but it was upgraded into a fortress, a special checkpoint along the boundary with a magic market. The market was inside the fortress. The fortress was surrounded by thick steel walls, with huge towers at the front and back. It was spectacular and magnificent, with a stern and imperious aura. Mo Fan and his crew were utterly confused. When the Shepherd and Chengying left the city, they came straight to the Northguard fortress, and headed north to the Yellow Valley. Since they were heading to somewhere remote and desolate, Zhao Manyan had no choice but to stay behind at the fortress. There was nothing but barren yellow land ahead. Zhao Manyan and Ligh waited inside the fortress. Only an expert of the shadow element like Mo Fan could afford to stay on the trail of their targets. If they went with him, the enemy would most likely notice their presence. The Black Vatican was known for how cautious they were. They had not lowered their guard even now. Ligh was still investigating the incident of the little town. She had found some information related to ancient Egypt. I doubt you will find anything at this rate. Why don't you just ask? Zhao Manyan said when he saw the topic that Ligh was researching. Ask who? Ligh nudged her huge glasses. General Fenner, she's in charge of a city in Egypt. I still have her number, hee. Zhao Manyan chuckled. Before the finals of the World College Tournament, Zhao Manyan was greatly impressed by the Lady General during the battle against the undead in Egypt. She gladly gave Zhao Manyan her number and told him to contact her if he needed anything. Zhao Manyan had been extremely busy lately. He had completely forgotten about her. Zhao Manyan dialed an international number. He could share their situation with her and ask for her thoughts. Is this General Fenner? Zhao Manyan asked. It's me. Why are you calling me again? I told you I'm not interested in Asian men, General Fenner replied coldly. Zhao Manyan was left speechless. Fine, he admitted that he did try to flirt with her. I really have some business to discuss with you this time. Zhao Manyan told General Fenner everything that the old herdsman had told him. Fenner fell silent for some time. She finally responded when Zhao Manyan asked if she knew anything. Theoretically, it's not impossible. Theory or not isn't really our concern. Mo Fan has already dove pretty deep into the Black Vatican, Zhao Manyan replied. Basically, there's an ancient legend about the mirages in Egypt. Even we can't tell if it's real or not, Fenner said. What legend? Zhao Manyan asked. It's about Osiris and Khonsu. It's a story similar to Pandora's box. I'll briefly explain it to you, Fenna said. The story about Osiris and Khonsu was not widely known in Egypt. The Egyptians assumed the mirages were just a natural phenomenon, a heavenly punishment. Only a few knew about Khonsu's story. Fenna was a general, so she had more or less heard about the ancient legend. However, it was impossible to verify if the legend was true. Triangle dimensional mirror? Zhao Manyan and Ligh exchanged glances with one another in astonishment. The old herdsman did mention something similar when he was murmuring to himself. However, everything that the old man said was too unbelievable. Apparently, the triangle dimensional mirror doesn't really exist. Some say it's placed inside the pyramid. I'm not really an expert when it comes to ancient artifacts. Give me some time, I'll try asking about the triangle dimensional mirror, Fenna said. Fenna was astounded to hear a mirage had shown up in China. It was definitely necessary for her to look into it. All right, please hurry. Zhao Manyan felt a great chill running down his spine after hearing the tale of the legend from Fenna. Ligh shared the same feeling. The legend about Osiris and Khonsu matched some of the things that the old man had tried to tell them. They now had a stronger feeling that the old herdsman was actually telling the truth. Fenna needed some time to investigate the ancient legend. However, Zhao Manyan had a strong feeling that the legend was real. He was feeling extremely uneasy being on standby. Why don't we go buy some equipment that's useful against the undead? There's a huge magic market here, I bet we can find everything we need, Zhao Manyan said. Sure, Ligh nodded. Waiting blindly was not going to do them any good. It was better to take some precautions. Perhaps they were really up against Egypt's undead. They both felt that the old man had spoken the truth. Hopefully, Mo Fan was able to collect some important information. They had a feeling that something serious was about to happen. The two went to the magic city. Zhao Manyan focused on buying antidotes, since most undead had strong poison. A whole arm would fester if one did not treat a tiny scratch inflicted by an undead nail. In addition to that, if they could buy 1 or 2 pieces of ice element equipment, it would be extremely useful against the undead. Zhao Manyan had quite a lot of money with him. It was better to be prepared than not. Speaking of which, isn't this Northguard garrison a part of the Great Wall? Zhao Manyan glanced around the fortress as he recalled something. The magic city was surrounded by the tall walls of the fortress. If they kept heading north, there was indeed an ancient long wall. Its aged bricks were aligned with the yellow land and the hills. The wall continued to the east and the west, forming a magnificent barrier protecting the central plains. The wall was built to defend ourselves against the Beijiang desolate beasts, Ligh said. Aren't Beijiang desolate beasts massive and strong? Can the walls really fend them off? Zhao Manyan glanced into the distance. The wall was huge compared to the size of a human. It was extremely difficult for humans to climb over it, so it could easily fend off an invading army. The problem was, the wall was only useful against ordinary people. A mage would have no problems crossing it, let alone demon creatures who could jump 20 meters into the air. The demon creatures could easily trample the rock wall to the ground. He wondered why the wall was still standing today. You're clearly an uncivilized man, a tanned woman harumphed coldly when Zhao Manyan expressed his doubts. Zhao Manyan was standing on the wall surrounding the fortress. There were a lot of battle mages around him. The person that scoffed at Zhao Manyan was a female soldier. She had a slim waist and an extremely huge bust. Her handsome stance was perfect for someone like Zhao Manyan, who had a uniform fetish. Zhao Manyan never cared what a beautiful lady said, even if she was despising him. He would always approach a woman with a shameless smile. Can you please explain to me what's special about the wall, then? Zhao Manyan inquired. Northguard garrison has been attacked countless times during the last 1,000 years. The enemy's numbers were always higher than the number of defenders on the walls, but they never invaded the fortress successfully. It's all because of the Great Wall. The woman obviously had great faith and respect for the ancient wall. She would not allow anyone to disrespect it. Is that so? But I feel like the spells of a bunch of earth mags aren't necessarily weaker than the wall, right? Zhao Manyan pressed. Imbecile. The female soldier despised Zhao Manyan even more. Hey, don't go yet, you haven't told me the reason. I have no intention to speak to the likes of you. The female soldier left, followed by a patrol of battle mages. They were all glaring at Zhao Manyan with great hostility. Zhao Manyan was utterly confused. He did not believe he had said anything wrong. The Great Wall was just a tourist attraction now. It would not provide them with any practical value if a battle was to break out. Zhao Manyan's phone started ringing as he was cursing the proud lady soldier under his breath. Zhao Manyan thought it was Fenna, but he heard Mo Fan's voice yelling into his ear when he picked up. Ask the Northern Pass to go on red alert right now. Chapter 1361. Red Alert, Part 2. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Zhao Manyan was stunned when he heard Mo Fan's words. Mo Fan definitely did not sound like he was joking. Before Zhao Manyan could ask why, Mo Fan had already hung up. He was likely very close to the Black Vatican, and any form of communication would alert them. Mo Fan did not dare be on the call for too long. Hey, don't run away. Zhao Manyan blurted out, running after the female soldier. The female soldier turned around, her face still scornful, glaring at Zhao Manyan. She did not seem to be in a good mood. We are currently leading the preventive committee. My partner has found out something serious. He's asking the Northguard fortress to be on full alert. The female soldier clearly had a high rank, Zhao Manyan could tell from her insignia. He had no clue where to look for the general who was in charge of the fortress, nor did he know anyone that had the right to see the general. He could only ask the person with the highest rank around. What do you think this place is? The female soldier snapped angrily. She had no intent of wasting her time talking to a rascal who was disrespectful to the Great Wall. I'm not kidding. Hurry up, tell your general to place the fortress on red alert. Zhao Manyan said sternly. He quickly showed them his identification as he was speaking. It might just be temporary, but it still proved how serious he was. The other soldiers beside the woman burst out laughing. A tall and handsome soldier said, We've seen people trying to flirt with our boss with different excuses, but I have to say, it's my first time seeing an excuse like yours. Do you know reporting false military intelligence is a serious offense? Take your words back, and we'll pretend we didn't hear it. Damn it, are you blind? I told you I'm from the preventive committee. Zhao Manyan was furious. Was the title of the preventive committee a mere decoration? Why were the soldiers acting like they had never heard of it? What was the point of having the title if it did not give him any power? What's your name? The female soldier asked. Zhao Manyan was about to use his alias, but he realized how unconvincing it would be. He decisively showed her his national team badge and said, I'm Zhao Manyan, a representative of the national team during the World College Tournament. I'm currently the vice leader of the preventive committee. I'm not kidding, my partner Mo Fan wouldn't joke around with his life at stake. Now, hurry up, tell the commander to put the fortress on red alert. Zhao Manyan's voice was extremely loud. He was basically yelling at the soldiers now. He trusted Mo Fan. It was unusual for Mo Fan to warn him without saying an extra word and showing any emotions. The woman looked at Zhao Manyan before looking north. Her subordinates were about to say something, but she raised her hand and stopped them from talking. A moment later, the female soldier said, Red alert. I'm asking you to tell your commander to place the fortress in red alert. Why the hell are you calling a red alert here for? Zhao Manyan was infuriated. He had the urge to beat the proud woman up. The female soldier looked at Zhao Manyan and said in an imperious voice, I'm the chief commander here. Red alert meant that every battle mage, officer, and soldier that was on duty, off duty, or on standby, apart from those that were responsible for important tasks or jobs around the fortress, had to prepare for a battle right away. The Northguard fortress was a typical defensive city with a magic market. There were not many ordinary civilians here. Most of the people were businessmen, hunters, soldiers, mags on adventures, or members of a magic association. Since it was common for the Beijiang savage beasts to attack the fortress, there were constant battles happening here. It was rare to see the fortress being put on red alert just for a drill. Whenever the alarm was sounded, it meant a battle was about to break out. If anyone dared neglect their duty, they would be punished according to military law. Up on the tower, Commander Bin Wei had changed into a battle robe. Her temperament changed significantly when she donned her full battle uniform. When Zhao Manyan saw her again, he realized he had stumbled into someone on par with General Fenner in Egypt. Most distractingly, the woman was young, and her skin was so smooth and fair that people would assume she was just a pretty face in the army. If it ends up being a false alarm, I'll hang your head on the wall. Bin Wei glanced at Zhao Manyan. Her first impression of him was that he was frivolous and ignorant. However, Bin Wei had to treat his being on the preventive committee and the national team seriously. If something terrible ended up happening, even though she was biased against him, she would be neglecting her duty as the person in charge of the fortress. She was not familiar with the preventive committee, but her superiors had told them to treat every piece of information provided by the preventive committee seriously, and act accordingly. General, are we overreacting here? Even if he's from the preventive committee, isn't it enough to just add an extra layer of defense, instead of placing the entire fortress on red alert? If it turns out to be a false alarm, it's going to seriously damage your reputation. The captains will pick on you because of your misjudgment, the tall and handsome aide-de-camp murmured to her. That's right, many people are interested in your role. Maybe your opposition purposely sent that kid here so you would make a mistake, giving them a reason to replace you. I agree that it's more appropriate to add an extra layer of defense, or perhaps two. They won't say we are neglecting our duty that way. Most importantly, if anything happens, you won't be blamed, either, another advisor agreed. There isn't a single sound. How is there still no movement if the threat is huge enough for the city to be placed on red alert? What is that woman whose brains have grown on her chest thinking? Is she playing with us, like we are her lackeys? A captain grumbled on the wall. I knew it was stupid to place her in charge of the fortress. We've been on patrol the whole night. We finally had a chance to get some rest, but she just had to wake us up. I can't believe it, we have to think of some way to get rid of her. They always mentioned what she did to get to her current rank. I didn't believe it before, but I'm a little convinced now. The guard towers, walls, watchtowers, and city were filled with complaints. A worthy commander would make the right call according to the information gathered, the situation, and the enemy's numbers. Red alert was the highest security level in the military. It was similar to the blood alert of a city. Even though most people in the fortress were mags, it was still a very serious thing to declare. The allocation of manpower, the activation of the defensive barriers and equipment, the expense of resources, the costs were huge, even if it was only a drill. Feedback was soon relayed back to Commander Bin Wei. However, she was still staring into the distance to the north. Her subordinates were already discussing how to minimize the loss. It was obviously a ridiculous order. I still don't understand why you are doing this, the aide-de-camp with a deep voice beside Bin Wei asked. This place is called the Northguard Fortress. Our eyes are always fixed on the north, but do we actually care more about the north, or what's behind us? Bin Wei asked. But the aide-de-camp was lost for words. You are worried about the enemy and your rank, but I'm concerned about the safety of Yulin City, Anqing City, Feihuang City, and Ningqiang County, people that have no fighting capacity beyond this line of defense. Perhaps that is the reason why it's necessary to have female generals in the army. The men always place their attention on killing the enemy and making contributions, but they neglect their actual duty. You keep saying how ridiculous it is. What if there was no enemy, but what if the fortress is really in danger? I can't afford to risk so many lives for it. It's not just this time, but I'll do the same thing in similar situations in the future, too. They can scold me and replace me all they want, but as long as I'm the commander, I will not allow any threat to befall the central plain behind this Northguard fortress. Bin Wei declared. Zhao Manyan was touched by her words. His view of his commander changed thoroughly. The fortress was in red alert status. The walls were crowded with mags. The wind mags and light mags were relaying orders. The captains, squad leaders, and defending troops were staring to the north with full focus. Even the Great Wall, standing there like a ridge, felt more imperious than usual. Silence. Both the vast yellow land and the bustling fortress were dead silent. Despite the grudge and biased opinions, the soldiers could only complain and murmur in their hearts. No one dared to doubt the commander's decision when the fortress was on red alert. Zhao Manyan was extremely nervous, too. He could not help but wonder what the danger that Mo Fan was warning them about was. On the other hand, the icy atmosphere lingering in the fortress when it was placed in red alert was more intense than the atmosphere when a city was under attack. It showed that the fortress was used to constant fighting. General, the aide-de-camp had run out of patience. Stop talking. Bin Wei was staring at the land beyond the Great Wall. She was like a leopardess about to pounce on her prey, her hair standing on end. She had noticed something. She was extremely focused, her aura sharp and stern. Her subordinate soon felt it too. Something was coming. Something with an overwhelming presence. Chapter 1362. The Yoked. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The wind swept past, yellow sand drifted in the air. The dust limited the vision of the soldiers. In the distant sandstorm, a human figure slowly appeared on the yellow land. It was approaching the fortress one step at a time. Clank! Clank! The sound of metal hitting the ground came to them. It was oddly piercing. The soldiers had never seen anything like it. They continued to stare intently. "Are those chains on its back?" a soldier on the watchtower blurted out in astonishment. It looked like a homeless refugee in ragged clothes, covered in filthy stains. It had a bulky build, its skin was like a dead tree, wilted and lifeless. It was leashed by chains as thick as an adult human's wrist, wrapped around it twice. The creature was obviously hauling a great weight. Every step it took would leave a deep footprint on the yellow sand. Its body was covered in bulging veins. The soldiers of Northguard fortress were dumbfounded. What the hell was that? It looked like a human, and despite its muscular build, it seemed to be bent over by fatigue. The great effort it was putting in just to move forward, and the hatred and grudge it was bearing. Was it really so much of a threat that the fortress had to be placed on red alert? A similar figure walked out from the sandstorm as the soldiers were all confused. The second figure was following the same line as the first creature, also hauling a chain. Other figures were visible when the dust was blown away by the wind. As the sandstorm in the distance slowly faded away, more bulky figures bound in chains showed up. They moved forward at the same time, and every time they took a huge step forward, they would let out a deep groan, as if they were using all their strength. The creatures kept repeating the same actions, moving forward with great effort, slowly drawing closer to the Northguard fortress. To everyone's astonishment, the numbers of these bulky figures with ragged clothes and skin like a tree was a lot higher than they had imagined. Most importantly, they were all yoked to chains. The chains were stiff and straight, they were all dragging something behind them. The spectacular sight of thousands of these bulky creatures dragging something so heavy behind them was terrifying. They finally saw something being dragged out of the faint yellow line on the horizon. It had a bloated, ugly face, its mouth was as wide as its face, and its unusually large eyes were poking out. It did not have eye sockets. It was shockingly massive, like a mountain of flesh filled with lumps, and the lumps had holes, too. The chains were tied to the lumps, allowing the muscular creatures to drag it along the ground. The mountain of flesh was reluctant to move, and was in great pain whenever the chains pulled it. It was forced to step forward, or more appropriately, skid forward. A few thousand muscular creatures dragging an enormous monster frog thing forward with chains. How striking was the sight! The soldiers defending the Northguard fortress were stunned. They had never seen anything like this, nor had they faced an enemy with such a formation. What were the creatures that were dragging the chains, and what exactly was the eerie-looking monster frog? The muscular creatures moved forward like enslaved haulers on a riverbank. Some of the creatures eventually fell to the ground, overwhelmed by fatigue. As the giant demon frog eventually caught up to the creatures that had fallen to the ground, it stuck its tongue out and ate them straight away. It explained why the muscular creatures were brimming with fear, and why they were trying so hard to keep moving forward despite being overwhelmed by fatigue. Eternal labor, eternal pain, it's the Underworld Monarch frog. Lingling's eyes flickered with astonishment upon seeing it. Lingling had read about it before. It was an ancient recording about the early era of slaves in the West. Slave masters had set up a terrifying curse to force their slaves to keep working. Anyone that signed the contract sold themselves into slavery. They would turn into one of the yoked when they died if they slacked even the slightest as a slave. These slaves had to drag the heavy frog around while searching for a residence for it. Their souls were bound by the chains, and they were bowed down by fatigue for eternity. If they stopped, they would be eaten by the frog. The underworld frog would slowly digest them, from their skin to their flesh, then to their bones. In addition, they would remain conscious during the digestive process. The tortured souls would not vanish. The underworld frog would spit the slaves out again after the torture, forcing them to keep hauling. Lingling always thought the curse was amusing. She assumed it was just a lie to trick the slaves and force them to work as hard as they could. To her surprise, the curse was real in Egypt's underworld. The underworld monarch and the yoked were real, too. Compared to the abstract drawings in the ancient records, the sight of the enslaved haulers in ragged clothes being forced to march forward in great pain by the greedy, slothful underworld monarch before her was suffocating. What the hell is that thing? The people of the Northguard fortress were about to lose their minds. The pain that the yoked were displaying was so real. It felt like they were being tortured themselves. Do you know what they are? Commander Bin Wei asked Lingling. She was shocked, too. She had been living here for many years, yet she had never seen such spooky monsters. These were no living creatures of their world, they were a bunch of demons from hell. These slave haulers seem very tired. Does that mean we just need to kill that giant frog? The aide-de-camp speculated. To his surprise, Lingling shook her head and said, the yoked are under endless torture. The only relief for them is when they find a city full of living humans. Every human that the underworld monarch frog kills makes their chains lighter. Can you imagine how mad and passionate these endlessly tortured demons are about finding some relief from their pain? The aide-de-camp gaped in disbelief. What kind of war was this going to be? Why was it different from the beasts they normally faced? Did they really stand a chance against these terrifying existences of the underworld? Chapter 1363. Living vs. Underworld Creatures. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Manyan finally understood why Mo Fan sounded so serious on his call. They felt an enormous pressure after seeing the great pain the undead chain gang was displaying, let alone the sight of the cruel underworld monarch frog's heavy, fleshy body, and its rough skin tied to the chains. The underworld monarch frog let out an unpleasant cry. The lumps on its body began to expand suddenly. Its chains broke loose as strange curses of the underworld surfaced on its skin, and then flew off towards the yoked. The curses imprinted on the yoked immediately glowed with a bloody red light. They were under great pain just a moment ago, but they had now been released. Their hollow pupils emitted an intimidating light as they stared at the Northguard fortress. Where did they come from? The spooked aide-de-camp blurted out. No one on the walls was complaining about the commander's decision now. They had never seen such terrifying creatures. They could not even tell if their magic would be effective against these underworld existences. They had yet to receive an order. Even their superiors were clueless about what they were supposed to do. Sentries, stay alert, attack, a woman's icy voice echoed throughout the Northguard fortress. The sentry towers were set up in different positions, forming an octagon. Each sentry tower was stationed by 50 destructive mags. When they all cast the same spell, it would activate the octagon sentry formation. Wind octagon formation. Commander Bin Wei ordered. A green light bearing the sharpness of wind rose from the 8th century towers. The air of the entire yellow land suddenly felt thinner. Wind patterns appeared one after another above the sentry towers, forming a spectacular, massive octahedral pattern. "It's a layering formation," Zhao Manyan blurted out in surprise when he saw the giant wind pattern. A layering formation was extremely powerful and effective in a battle. Super and advanced mags were extremely low in number compared to the rest of the army. However, most basic and intermediate mags struggled to inflict any damage on demon creatures, who usually had sturdy skins and high defenses, even if they were all attacking at the same time. However, a layer formation was able to absorb the energy and star patterns within the formation and combine them into a single powerful spell. "Sallow Heaven Tornado," a captain yelled in the octagon sentry formation. The massive wind formation gradually dissipated, replaced by a wind dragon soaring into the sky. It went from covering a circle 100 meters across to being almost 1,000 meters long. It had grown from a young little dragon to a heavenly dragon. The strong wind swept out fiercely. The layering formation had turned the wind disk into a spell more than 100 times larger than an intermediate spell. Its strength was comparable to a super spell, too. Zhao Manyan felt a little relieved when he saw the giant tornado heading toward the Yoked charging at the fortress. The defenses of the Northguard fortress were a lot stronger than he had imagined. They had cast a powerful wind spell with a layering formation right away. The Yoked charged forward fearlessly, even when they were facing the enormous wind spell. Perhaps they were afraid of being eaten by the Underworld Monarch frog if they backed off. They would rather charge into battle instead of being digested slowly in the Underworld Monarch frog's guts. Killing a living human would ease their suffering a little. The Yoked had long desired to see a living city. They wanted every human in the city to die at their hands, just so they could free themselves from the eternal torture. The Yoked were still bound with chains. When the giant tornado swept at them, they whipped their chains into the ground. The Yoked had great teamwork and a close relationship among themselves. They fixed their chains to the ground and held one another to withstand the strong wind. The massive wind disk was effective at blowing enemies into the air. The enemies would lose their sense of direction and feel dizzy from the rapid spinning. Their bones would break into pieces when they slammed back to the ground. However, the Yoked did not lose their intelligence. They were supporting one another and holding on tight, forming a sturdy wall of bodies chained to the ground. The super spell strength wind spell howled down on them as it made contact with their wall. Yellow sand was blown into the air. The ground seemed to heave a few meters. However, the relieved look that Zhao Manyan had just a while ago was gone now. Not a single one of them was blown into the air. The powerful wind spell did not even hurt any of the Yoked, who were supposed to be worn out by fatigue. Zhao Manyan took a deep breath. He saw the yellow sand dispersing, revealing the bulky and fearless Yoked holding their ground firmly. The octagon sentry formation was a powerful layering formation, but these Yoked, chained together and enslaved by the Underworld Monarch frog, were like a well-trained army. Even a super spell was unable to destroy the wall they had formed. It didn't work. The aide-de-camp, Guan Pingfang, was stunned. As a mage specialized in magic formations, he was well aware of how powerful the octagon sentry formation was. He never expected the octagon sentry formation that he was so proud of to be defeated so easily. Commander Bin Wei was not very surprised. She had the highest cultivation among the soldiers. She could easily tell that these underworld slaves were stronger than ordinary demon creatures, judging from their auras alone. She already knew the battle was not going to be easy. Bin Wei looked at Ligh and asked, "Do you know any way to deal with them?" "Theoretically, once we kill the Underworld Monarch frog, its slaves will turn into empty shells, but judging from the situation, I doubt we can get close to the Underworld Monarch frog without killing all the Yoked," Ligh replied. Ligh had only read the ancient record briefly. She had no clue what the weaknesses of these underworld creatures were. "Then let's kill them all. I don't believe these filthy undead stand a chance against our Northguard fortress." Captain Changyi swore angrily. They would counter soldiers with arms, and water with an earth weir. It was just a bunch of undead, it was not like they had never fought them before. "General, allow my vanguards to crush them. Chang Yi volunteered. Be patient, we'll see what they are capable of first, Bin Wei replied shortly. These undead are no ordinary undead. It's unwise to fight them at a close distance. Their soul chains are deadly, and might result in great losses to us. Ling interjected. Chapter 1364. The Defeat of the Vanguard. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Chang Yi, send out the summoner troop, Bin Wei ordered the captain. Acknowledged. A general's order was absolute in the army. Chang Yi immediately relayed the order to the summoners on standby in the fortress. The number of summoners was not particularly high, but their strength and their summoned beasts had made them the elites of the Northguard fortress, especially with the experience they had gained from their battles against the Beijiang desolate beasts over the years. Their summoned beasts were fiercer and stronger than those at most other places. A lunar-white glow shone upon the fortress, forming a brilliant rift. Its light flickered continuously as summoned beasts arrived from the other plane. The previously deserted entrance was soon crowded with huge muscular summoned beasts. The summoned beasts formed the Vanguard troop, with the summoners sitting on top of them. These summoners were capable of close combat. Their magic and the teamwork between them and their summoned beasts allowed them to move about unrestrained on the battlefield. They were able to press forward or retreat as they wished. The leader of the summoner troop was a short man with energetic eyes. The man glanced at the approaching Yoked. He was expressionless and fearless. Charge! Their leader Xiaohou led the way. He was riding an imperious wolf covered by fiery runes. The beast left a scorched trail behind it as it sprinted forward. The flame wolf's speed was the highest among the summoned beasts. The rest of the beasts had to use all their might to keep up with it. That flame wolf's level is pretty high. Zhao Manyan murmured, staring at the wolf. The Northguard fortress had a lot of concealed talents. Even the leader of the summoner troop had a commander-level summoned beast. The flame wolf was no weaker than Mo Fan's Flying Creek Snow Wolf, if the power of his icy lineage was not active. Zhonghou's flame wolf engaged a Yoked. The undead seemed to be struggling to move under the weight of the chains around it, but when the flame wolf crashed into it, the undead creature was able to hold the flame wolf's claws back with only its arms, despite the momentum the wolf had accumulated. The Yoked was knocked flying. It had some injuries, yet it was able to rise to its feet instantly. It did not suffer any serious injuries. Xiaohou was dumbfounded. He was well aware of his flame wolf's strength. It had never needed to bother with a second attack against most warrior-level creatures, yet it had failed to kill the Yoked, despite using all its power. The Yoked cried out simultaneously, sounding like soul-shaking drum rolls. A few dozen of the Yoked leading the way suddenly picked up their pace and whipped their chains at the flame wolf. The chains had a lot of jagged edges. They were quite deadly when they were swung around fiercely. The flame wolf's defense was not outstanding, and it had no choice but to dodge the chains. The Yoked continued to press forward. Over 100 of them were attacking the flame wolf at once, leaving injuries on it. The chains almost knocked the summoned beast to the ground a few times. Leader, we are here to help. The other summoners finally arrived. Their summoned beasts lunged at the Yoked. There were around 200 of them at different levels. Their average strength was well above normal warrior-level creatures. Most of the soldiers that were stationed in the Northguard fortress were elites. They just needed to make some contributions here to be allocated to other cities and become officers. The 200 summoned beasts were like a fierce tide as they charged forward. The Yoked further behind began to make their moves as well. They began to snap their chains ahead. The tips of the chains were extremely sharp, whipping forward in parallel, followed by a howling wind. The summoned beasts quickly scattered to dodge the chains. To their surprise, the chains they dodged ended up intertwining with one another behind them. Clank! The chains crashed into one another hard. They soon combined into an enormous net weaving through the beasts. The Yoked roared again. Their souls seemed to have connected with one another after their prolonged labor. They pulled the chains back simultaneously, like a group of fishermen pulling in a net by the river. The Yoked were oddly strong. The summoned beasts were tripped, knocked to the ground, or dragged away by the chains. The Vanguard troop was in total disorder before it even reached the enemy. "Save me! Save me!" One of the summoned beasts that looked like a rhinoceros was tied by the chains. Their sharp tips had stabbed into its body, dragging both it and the summoner riding it toward the Yoked. The rest of the summoners were in a pinch, too. Before they had the chance to lend a hand, the summoner was already screaming at the top of his lungs before both him and his summoned beast were beaten to death. The skin of a Yoked was dry and rigid, but as sturdy as metal. As they stomped the mage, his flesh and blood splattered across the ground. The brute rhinoceros beast had extremely thick skin and flesh, but it looked so fragile under the Yoked's bloody stomps. The Yoked grew even more excited and deranged when fresh blood splattered under their feet. It was completely different than the worn-out, pitiful, and sorrowful appearance they initially had. Perhaps it was because they were finally able to vent the grudges that had long stacked up in their hearts. The summoned beasts were taken out in bulk. Their blood and liquid scattered while their flesh and bones were laid across the ground. The soldiers on the walls of the fortress could not believe their eyes. These slavish Yoked were beyond terrifying. The Vanguard troop was struggling to kill even one of them. "Retreat!" Bin Wei decisively commanded after seeing the situation. "If they withdraw, there won't be anyone guarding the entrance." Chang Yi said. "Enough with the meaningless sacrifices, retreat!" Bin Wei said. "Yes, yes, m." Chang Yi did not dare to say anything else. He immediately ordered the summoner troop to retreat. The Vanguard troop was meant to boost their morale, so the Northguard fortress had invested a lot in the summoner troop. Who could have expected their first wave of attack to be crushed so thoroughly? Didn't that mean their Northguard fortress didn't stand a chance at all? How were they supposed to fight this battle? There were more than 2,000 Yoked. If killing one of them was already so difficult, could they really defend the Northguard fortress? Chapter 1365. The Quiet Great Wall. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. How are those things so strong? Chang Yi was astounded, staring at the dead summoned beasts. In the past, the warrior-level Beijiang desolate beasts had not stood a chance against their summoner troop. Didn't that mean each of the Yoked was stronger than a warrior-level creature? If that was the case, how could they possibly defend the Northguard fortress? "They are coming," the aide-de-camp said with a grim look. He was clueless about how they should continue the battle. They had no clue what their enemy was capable of, apart from their formidable strength. "Fire squads, the fire pool," Commander Bin Wei said. The order quickly spread among the soldiers. The fire mags of the Northguard fortress quickly went forward and drew star patterns. One fiery fist after another poured down from the walls of the fortress like small meteorites, slamming heavily onto the yellow land. The fiery fists concentrated on a specific area where the density of the Yoked was higher. The flames blasted and burned the Yoked that were leading the way. The pits that the fiery fists produced soon combined into a huge scorching pool of flames. The flames intertwined and burned vigorously within the huge pool. The Yoked were stuck in the pool. Their chains were blazing red from the heat. Their skin was like wilted trees, and began to crack open. However, the Yoked continued forward like they did not feel any pain from the flames that were burning over them. Many of the Yoked were engulfed in flames, but they did not seem to be bothered at all. Their eyes retained a terrifying glow, staring at the Northguard fortress. The flames actually made the Yoked look more ghastly, like demons crawling out of the furnace of hell. The watchers trembled in fear upon witnessing the sight. They had been through countless battles, yet they never felt so helpless facing an enemy. It doesn't work at all. Why aren't the flames working? What kind of monsters are they? The Yoked resumed their marching. The pressure on the soldiers intensified as the demon frog with the demeanor of a greedy tyrant approached. The soldiers began to shuffle uneasily. "Fire at will," Commander Bin Wei ordered. Almost every mage cast their spells, mostly elemental magic. There were rolling rocks and sand along the ground, burning fists flying across the sky, tornadoes, lightning, and fierce tides and icy chains that appeared out of nowhere lunged at the creatures murderously. The clanking of the chains kept coming. The creatures were still moving forward, like they did not know what pain was. Even when their legs were broken, they would continue to crawl forward with their hands, like a bunch of fanatical death-sworn soldiers. The mags were clueless about what to do against these creatures. The Beijiang desolate beasts would end up as pieces of meat and pools of blood scattered across the ground, or flee for their lives. Meanwhile, these underworld creatures were still pushing forward. They would soon reach the fortress. It's no use, we even tried using advanced spells against them, but we still couldn't take them out. Chang Yi began to panic. 2,000 creatures that are stronger than warrior-level creatures, and a ruler-level demon frog. I don't think we stand a chance against them unless we have several super mags with us, the aide-de-camp exclaimed. The battle mages had immediately cast their spells at the enemy after receiving the order. It was supposed to deal the highest damage to the enemy. After all, the Northguard fortress had a lot of intermediate mags. The endless blasts were expected to kill a lot of warrior-level creatures. But the number of deaths among the Yoked was extremely low. Some did fall to their deaths, yet the overall size of their army still looked the same. One could easily tell which side had the upper hand in the battle. The doubts and disdain that the soldiers had when they first received the order to enter Red Alert state were replaced by panic and fear. Some of them even made mistakes when casting their spells under the enormous pressure. Tell the cities to the south of Northguard Fortress to start the first-level evacuation. Bin Wei said to the aide-de-camp. The first-level evacuation? The aide-de-camp was stunned. Was the order really necessary? Wouldn't they only evacuate all the cities during a great calamity? Do as I say. Bin Wei repeated sternly. The aide-de-camp was shocked. He glanced at the Yoked that seemed to be unharmed. She was right, if their Northguard fortress, known to have the strongest defense in the north, was struggling to eliminate these underworld creatures, how could the rest of the cities stand a chance against them? Once these creatures broke through Northguard fortress, many cities would be destroyed, resulting in insane casualties. The fact that the evacuation order was given when the battle had only started indicated that the attack the fortress was facing was no ordinary invasion. It was likely to be an unstoppable disaster. But even if we give the cities the order to evacuate, they still need time to evacuate the people. Chang Yi said. Chang Yi did not think the evacuation order was inappropriate. The Yoked were a lot stronger than they had imagined. Even an army 10 times the size might struggle against the army of undead. It was very likely that Northguard Fortress would fall this time. If these foreign creatures of the underworld think they can overrun Northguard Fortress easily, they have made a huge mistake. Bin Wei snapped coldly. Her face showed no signs of defeat. The truth was, most of the soldiers had lost their confidence after seeing how tenacious the creatures were, but Commander Bin Wei never did. She had asked the cities behind the fortress to evacuate because she had a feeling the invasion of these underworld creatures was not as simple as it seemed. She could not afford to endanger the cities and the civilians, but it did not mean she was left with no choice. It was impossible for the Yoked to be so strong that their defense was comparable to half a commander-level creature. If they were truly as strong as commander-level creatures, how were they only slaves? There must be some special power that granted these Yoked such abnormal tenacity. I won't let you come any closer to my Northguard fortress. Bin Wei grabbed her military coat and flung it aside. She rose into the air, her graceful figure springing into the sky above the fortress. An enormous devil lily blossomed in front of the fortress and grew to a height that was taller than the fortress in just a few seconds. Bin Wei landed on the enormous lily. She briefly glanced at the Yoked before fixing her gaze on the ancient wall in front of the fortress. The ancient wall was lying like the backbone of a mountain range. It was a magnificent mountain that suddenly erupted along the horizon, further extending a few kilometers into the distance. It was utterly spectacular. As a matter of fact, the Yoked were able to climb over the ancient wall easily. It was just like Zhao Manyan mentioned, it was a mere decoration. But was the Great Wall really just a decoration? Entrance ceiling formation. Bin Wei's eyes gradually turned grey, the same color as the ancient wall. Meanwhile, the ancient wall began to rise rapidly. The ancient wall suddenly rose 30 meters high within seconds, and continued to rise higher still. Chapter 1366. Behind the Underworld Monarch Frog. Translated by Zephyzid. Edited by Orion. This, Zhao Manyan gasped in disbelief. He did not expect the ancient ruins lying across the Yellow Land were actually consisted of such a magnificent earth magic. The ancient wall swiftly emerged from the ground. It went from a short barrier to an enormous rocky dam. Its height had surpassed the buildings in the fortress, as if it was rising straight into the sky. The people in the Northguard fortress stared at the imperious wall in disbelief. They had been here for quite some time, yet they never knew the ancient wall was actually a line of defense like a heavenly dam. Even the Yoked were helpless against the sturdy and magnificent ancient wall. The wall was surprisingly solid. Even though the Yoked were flinging their chains at the wall, they did not leave a single scratch on it. The Yoked combined their strength and tried to raise the wall to the ground, yet it remained solid, and did not even budge. "Come with me!" Commander Bin Wei yelled. Several demon lilies grew toward the ancient wall continuously. Its petals formed a bridge to the top of the magnificent wall. The soldiers were dazed. It took some time for Captain Yi and the aide-de-camp to finally gather their wits. They quickly led the soldiers and made their way toward the marvelous ancient wall across the Bridge of Lilies. "It's my first time witnessing the true appearance of the Great Wall." Ling lifted her gaze and stared at the enormous wall. She was also struggling to stay calm. She had long heard rumors about a special group of people in their country that had inherited the power to control the Great Wall. In the past, when humans stopped relying on the protection of totem beasts, the Great Wall was the most important line of defense protecting the central plain. Their ancestors used to face hordes or even kingdoms of demon creatures, so many people were confused about why they relied on such an ordinary-looking wall protecting the country during ancient times. The territory of their country had expanded further north. Inner Mongolia was now part of their country. The Great Wall ended up as a line of defense within their country, and was no longer the northernmost defense of their country. On top of that, as time passed, the number of people that knew how to control the ancient defensive formation gradually decreased. It explained why Bin Wei was so angry at Zhao Manyan's comment at the beginning. It turned out that she was one of the successors who had inherited the power to control the Great Wall. A person like her was indeed the best candidate to be the commander of the Northguard fortress. Who would have expected that our Northguard fortress had such a powerful ancient wall as our defense? Ha ha ha. Yi burst out laughing. The pressure and fear he felt from the undead had dissipated. Many people were unaware of why the Northguard fortress existed in the first place, until they witnessed the true appearance of the ancient wall today. The soldiers regained their confidence after seeing the spectacular defense, like a natural wall of mountains. Many mags had arrived above the ancient wall. When they glanced down from the wall, the Yoked were like a bunch of insects trying to climb up a steel barrel. They were unable to take a step further. "Seal the gate!" Commander Bin Wei yelled. Her black pupils turned grey once again. The entire Northguard Pass was only a few kilometers across, but the enormous dam that had emerged only covered a distance of 2 kilometers of that. The remaining ancient wall began to rise slowly on both sides under Bin Wei's control, trapping the Yoked in an enclosed area. The Yoked leading the army of undead numbered around 800. They had no idea that they were being trapped by the sturdy walls, like an enemy troop being lured into an empty city. All three sides were huge and impassable walls. Their retreat was blocked off by Bin Wei's earth spell, separating them from the army of undead and the Underworld Monarch Frog. The gravity inside the confined area will increase, they won't be able to climb up the wall. The ancient wall won't last for long. Use everything you have to eliminate them. Commander Bin Wei stood on a demon lily as she gave the order. After seeing how Bin Wei had controlled the ancient wall and trapped the enemy, the soldiers' impression of their commander changed completely. It was easily the strongest earth magic in their country's history, and not only had they witnessed it today, they were also fighting the enemy on the ancient wall. How could they not be excited about it? It was necessary to provide mags a safe environment to channel their spells. They did not have to worry about any threat while standing on the magnificent ancient wall. All they needed to do was blast the enemy with their spells and eliminate the undead that dared to invade their Northguard fortress. The Yoked that were trapped between the walls rammed into them recklessly, like headless flies. The curses on their bodies faded away, as if they had lost the connection between them and the Underworld Monarch Frog. When an advanced fire spell poured down at the Yoked, the fierce flames burned several of them to death. The captain that cast the spell yelled excitedly, "Attack those whose curses are starting to fade away, their defense is weaker." The other captains immediately ordered their troops to focus on the Yoked whose curses had faded away. Those Yoked's defenses were not as impressive as before. After a few waves of attacks, the undead were blasted to pieces by the intertwining lightning, fire, and wind. What's going on? The aide-de-camp was confused when he noticed the drop in the Yoked's defense. I understand now. Those curses must have enhanced these undead's defenses. Did you notice how similar the glowing curses are to the curses on the Underworld Monarch Frog? These Yoked are enslaved by the Underworld Monarch Frog, so the curses must be something the Underworld Monarch Frog granted them to boost their defense. Once they lost their connection to the Underworld Monarch Frog, they are just a bunch of ordinary undead. Zhao Manyan exclaimed. The Underworld curses were similar to the Bashar seal that he had obtained from the wooden clapper. The Bashar seal was able to strengthen his defensive spells, endowing him with an outstanding defense. Previously, the defenses and magic immunity of the Yoked were comparable to a commander-level creature. The question was, were these low-level undead really that strong? There had to be a reason behind it. I assume we can treat the Underworld Monarch Frog as the heart of a formation, and the Yoked are its lattice points. If the lattice points aren't connected to the heart of the formation to maintain it, the Yoked that aren't within the formation will lose the effects of the curses. When the Yoked were trapped by the walls, and their movement was restricted by the increased gravity, they were no longer able to stay in formation with the rest of the army. I was wondering why they were advancing so slowly, when their speed wasn't particularly slow. It seems it was because they were trying to stay inside the formation, Ligh agreed after thinking. If the Yoked were so strong that they were not even afraid of super spells, the undead would have overrun Egypt long ago. Ligh had been observing the undead since the battle began. Luckily, Commander Bin Wei had inherited the power of controlling the ancient wall. Otherwise, it would have been difficult to notice the undead's weakness when they were advancing in such an orderly manner. So does that mean we should be able to eliminate them quickly, if we keep repeating the same tactic? Should we withdraw the evacuation order too? The aide-de-camp asked. Commander Bin Wei shook her head and said, "Look at the Underworld Monarch Frog." The soldiers were confused. The Underworld Monarch Frog was not really contributing, it was just ordering the Yoked to charge at the enemy. However, the Underworld Monarch Frog was moving very slowly. It had to rely on the Yoked to drag its extremely heavy body forward. If the Yoked stopped advancing, it would remain in the same spot. In some ways, the Underworld Monarch Frog was not necessarily the greatest threat to them, if it relied on the Yoked to move around. I don't think the Underworld Monarch Frog is a threat to us. It might have the presence of a ruler-level creature, but the danger is mainly from the savage and brutal Yoked. I bet the Underworld Monarch Frog is just a mere display, an advisor said. Chang Yi, engage the enemy, use all you have to eliminate them. Commander Bin Wei placed Chang Yi in charge. She turned to the rest of the commanding authority and said, "You haven't seen everything yet. Follow me." Bin Wei waved her hand without using any magic. A demon flower blossomed under their feet. Several vines rose rapidly, lifting the demon lily into the sky. Zhao Manyan, Ligh, the aide-de-camp, and the advisors rose higher into the sky. The height of the ancient wall was around 50 meters. If they continued to rise, they would soon reach a height of 100 meters. Yellow dust lingered in the air. However, as the demon lily continued to rise, the dust gradually cleared up. The magnificent wall slowly faded into the distance below them, although its outline still served as a great contrast to the tiny undead. The giant Underworld Monarch Frog was a lot smaller, too. The group could finally see the land behind it. "Did you see it now?" Bin Wei said. Is that a chain?" Zhao Manyan blurted out in shock. There was a chain coming out of the Underworld Monarch frog's body. It dangled above the vast yellow land, went past the hills, crossed a long ravine and spacious field shrouded by dust. It continued to extend into the distance, beyond their range of vision. They had no idea what the other end of the chain was connected to. Everyone was already terrified when they saw the yoke being chained to the Underworld Monarch frog. To the advisors and the aide-de-camp's surprise, the Underworld Monarch frog was not the end of it. The Underworld Monarch frog was dragging something too. The chain had gone beyond the horizon. It felt like there was something bigger and unknown slowly being dragged forth by the Yoked and the Underworld Monarch frog, into the mundane world. Zhao Manyan felt like his brain was about to explode. What exactly was the thing behind the Underworld Monarch frog? What kind of existence would a ruler-level creature be hauling like a slave? Chapter 1367. Adding Hail to Snow. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. We can't let them continue to push forward. Heavens know what kind of devil the Underworld Monarch frog and the Yoked are going to drag out of the Underworld. I'm afraid it's something we wouldn't stand a chance against, Bin Wei said sternly. Something we wouldn't stand a chance against, the aide-de-camp murmured. Similarly, the rest of the advisors had grim looks on their faces. The ancient wall had finally given them a glimpse of hope in the battle. Little did they know there was something even scarier behind the Underworld Monarch frog. It was easily the strongest enemy they had ever faced over the years they were stationed at the Northguard fortress. We need backup, Advisor Guangming spoke up quickly. I've already requested backup, but we received some bad news from the east while we were fighting the Yoked, Bin Wei interjected. The news had arrived just before the battle. Bin Wei was the general in charge of the fortress. Only people of her rank would receive the news. Some bad news? Could it be worse than these undead we are up against? These are creatures from the Underworld. Putting aside where they have come from, a single ruler-level creature is enough reason for us to be on red alert. What exactly are those magic associations, magic clans, and the government doing? Are they really waiting for us soldiers to be wiped out here so they can give us a heroic badge in honor of our sacrifices? The aide-de-camp exclaimed. This invasion of underworld creatures was unprecedented. Shouldn't the people of the Magic Association prioritize investigating the truth behind it? If something like this was not their priority, what exactly were they busy with at the moment? I have no idea what happened exactly, but they didn't send me any information. It was an order to deploy our troops, Bin Wei said gravely. What? The advisors exclaimed simultaneously. Deploy our troops? They were told to send their troops east? Were they serious now? They were up against unknown creatures of the underworld. They were in dire need of immediate backup, but not only were their superiors reluctant to send them backup, but they were ordering them to deploy their troop elsewhere instead? Were they seriously trying to get them wiped out? Are they asking us to abandon a dozen cities and the hundreds of towns behind us? Are they out of their minds? The aide-de-camp yelled. He could barely control his anger. The demon Lily descended back to the walls. The presence of magic lingered in their surroundings. Words could not describe the expressions of the aide-de-camp and the advisors. Speaking of making things worse when they were already in a bind. No one spoke for a long time. The only relief was Captain Chang Yi's outstanding performance. Under his leadership, the battle mages had eliminated the yoke trapped by the walls. He also led the summoner troop and redeemed the morale they had lost after their humiliating defeat at the start of the battle. Chang Yi might seem like a rough bloke, but he was meticulous when it came to fighting a battle. He did not send his men to pursue the yoked outside the walls. He had noticed certain patterns to the yoked by now. Even advanced spells had a hard time killing the yoked whose defenses were enhanced by the glowing curses. He could not afford to rush the pace of the battle. The ancient wall was still around. It was unwise to be over-hasty when they had just regained their ground in the battle. It was important to observe the enemy and act accordingly. Chang Yi, well done. Advisor Guangming complimented. Humph, these things only look scary and are abusing some misleading tricks. If we knew their weaknesses, we would definitely crush them all and force them to piss off back to the Underworld. We'll teach them how inviolable the sacred land of our country is. Chang Yi answered. His men seemed to be in high spirits, too. Their gazes at Commander Bin Wei were full of respect. She was clearly worthy to be their commander. The sturdy walls had taught the creatures of the Underworld how to stay dead. The walls had also allowed them to vent their grudge and frustrations too. They no longer felt as helpless as before. Chang Yi, Commander Bin Wei said expressionlessly. Yes. Chang Yi saluted. He could feel his blood boiling. He could not wait to receive his next order from the commander. They were battling against creatures of the Underworld, and it even involved a ruler-level creature. Chang Yi believed he could boast about it for the rest of his life if they managed to survive. You will lead the 4th Troop of the Northguard fortress and head east, Commander Bin Wei informed him. Everyone was stunned when they heard the order. Their faces filled with astonishment. Commander, did I hear it wrong? Chang Yi replied softly, his expression weird. Lead the 4th Troop of the Northguard fortress and head east. Off you go, now. Bin Wei repeated. Chang Yi's vice-captains were immediately enraged. The one with the hottest temper among them pointed at Bin Wei and snapped furiously, Are you out of your mind? We are still in a bad spot here, yet you are thinking of deploying us elsewhere? Are you worried that we'll take all your glory? Our summoner troop has sacrificed so much. Some of our men even went down the walls to intercept the Yoked that tried to retreat to the Underworld Monarch Frog. We still don't know if they are alive or not. What exactly did our 4th Troop do that triggered you? Why must you trample our dignity like this? Chang remained silent. He looked at Bin Wei, who remained expressionless while his vice-captains continued to complain. The soldiers were on the verge of losing their minds after hearing her decision. They had finally regained their morale from the Yoked, but now they were being deployed elsewhere. Did she not realize they were still in the middle of a battle? Commander, are you sure about that? Chang Yi asked. You heard the order, Bin Wei replied. All right, I'll follow your order. My hometown, Yulin City, is behind the Northguard fortress. The city was told to evacuate, but they still need 3 days to fully evacuate the city. I can leave the fortress and head east, but if anything happens to Yulin City, I won't forgive you, even if you are my general. Chang Yi said with a reddened face. The vice-captains were surprised by Chang Yi's decision. They all looked like they were about to go crazy. Chang Yi yelled, signaling everyone to be quiet. An order is an order. 4th Troop, heed my call. Prepare to head east immediately. Chang Yi took off his blood-soaked coat. He turned and headed down the walls. Don't you worry. The only way these creatures will bring any harm to your city is over my dead body, Bin Wei murmured, taking a deep breath and staring after Chang Yi as he left. Chang Yi followed the bridge of vines and led the 4th Troop back to the Northguard fortress. He slammed his fist on the wall as he reached the fortress. The wall shook at the blow. Asshole, you've never treated her as your captain for so many years. Why are you following her order now? If something was to happen to you, Lin, asshole. Chang Yi cursed furiously, slamming his fists on the wall. The vice-captains' hearts ached seeing their captain in such pain. As they thought, the woman was holding a grudge against them for being disrespectful to her. She was envious of the 4th Troop's strength and bravery. She was planning to establish her own influence in the Northguard fortress instead. 3 days. I don't care what's behind the Underworld Monarch Frog, I will not let them cross for the next 3 days. Bin Wei clenched her fists. She did not turn around and look at Chang Yi and his men. What exactly had happened? Bin Wei had no idea, but her superiors had ordered her to deploy troops to the east, even after knowing they were under attack by unknown creatures of the Underworld. It meant that something serious was about to happen. The Northguard fortress was facing the most difficult time in its history. If it wasn't for the Great Wall, the soldiers of the Northguard fortress would not have stood a chance against the Yoked. Not only did they fail to receive any backup, they even had to send their strongest troops away. How could Bin Wei not be disheartened by it? However, no matter how disheartened she was or how grim the situation seemed, she had to guard the fortress. There were many cities behind them. The cities were not huge, and their defenses were not strong. The Northguard fortress was the only protection they had. They could not afford to let any of the demon creatures pass. "Where is your friend?" Bin Wei asked Zhao Manyan after calming down.
Are you referring to Mo Fan?
Zhao Manyan asked. Bin Wei nodded. Mo Fan had learned the underworld creatures would show up earlier than their sentries had, meaning that he must have some important information. Bin Wei desperately wanted to know how many underworld creatures they were facing, and where had they come from. "We don't know, either," Ligh shook her head. It had been some time since Mo Fan last contacted them. Ligh had no idea where Mo Fan was, nor if he was able to discover the Black Vatican. "But I believe he's trying his very best to stop them," Ligh added. Ligh was too familiar with Mo Fan. He would never back off. The unyielding spirit in his bones was hotter than flames. It might seem like the worst was already happening. The danger was hitting them in the face, but he must have done all he could to make the situation even worse. I believe in him. I'll do my best to stop the Underworld Monarch Frog too," Bin Wei nodded. "Commander, I have a question," Ligh asked. "What is it?" Bin Wei looked at the Underworld Monarch Frog that had come to a halt. It seemed like the Underworld Monarch Frog was intimidated by the sturdy walls after its loss. It did not launch another attack recklessly. It had given the soldiers of the Northguard fortress some time to catch their breath. The Great Wall doesn't only exist here in the Northguard Pass, right? There's a part of it at the ancient capital, and I believe the ancient capital has someone like you who has inherited the power to control it. Why didn't they use it as a defense during the calamity of the undead? Even though it wasn't enough to stop the invasion completely, wouldn't it still have bought some time for more people to evacuate to the inner city? Ligh asked. Bin Wei smiled wryly. She seemed reluctant to answer the question. After some time, she said, "Who do you think the person that built the Great Wall was?" Ligh was stunned. Her face was filled with astonishment after she realized something. A brief statement taught in history class at school echoed in her mind. The ancient king, the greatest mage in history, the inventor of the undead element, whose earth element had reached great heights, too. Chapter 1368. The Lone Survivor Under the Condor. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. The Hall of the Goddess of the Parthenon Temple. The mountain was drenched from the rain. The green plants were blown into pieces by the strong wind. They drifted aimlessly in the wind. They did not know when they would land on the soil again. The clouds were hanging low in the sky. The citadel of Athens had lost its brilliance, too. The usually colorful towers, buildings, and churches had turned gray. The peak of the mountain of the goddess almost touched the clouds. Tata stood in a pavilion with white curtains. The curtains were swinging wildly, like a woman's dress. She was staring at the candidate that had come from the east helplessly, as she had no idea how she could comfort her. Tata had been with the Sainters for some time. The doubts, disdain, and difficulties she had gone through personally never left her so depressed. There was only one thing that would turn her into an ordinary girl who could not help but worry, panic, and have bad thoughts. Now that I've met him, I know he isn't someone that will easily place his life in fate's hands. I told you he would live a long life, didn't I? You don't have to worry so much about him, Tata finally said in a slightly superstitious manner. In the past, he always joked with me about a different world. He told me there are no demon creatures in that world. Everything that we are devoting our time to now is just superstitious beliefs in that world. People in that world use knowledge to change their lives instead. Who exactly invented magic, invented destruction, and the power to casually decide a person's life and death? Xinxia asked. For some reason, Xinxia had started to yearn for the world that Mo Fan told her about, but she would feel depressed when she realized it was just something that Mo Fan came up with to cheer her up. No matter how realistic he sounded, no matter how he described the world as if he had actually been to it before, everything he was doing now was against what he believed in. He kept roaming between the boundaries of life and death. He kept resisting, from poverty and his humble status in the past to the cruel, merciless devils of the Black Vatican now. He always argued he treated his life very preciously. If he knew he could not win, he would definitely run away just to stay alive. But what was he doing now? In the past, when she was not around, she would automatically ignore what he had been through whenever she saw him returning safely in one piece. For example, during the calamity of Bow City, when she was hiding in the freezer, she only saw him coming to save her life, but she did not see how he had snuck past the demon creatures along the way, the dangerous situations he was in, and the number of demon creatures chasing after him. But now, ever since Xianxia had shared her heart with Little Flame Bell, she could clearly sense his presence, whether it was strong or weak. She could even capture some of his emotions, be it anger, joy, or discontent. Currently, Mo Fan's presence was extremely weak. It was worse than his condition after the fight with Bai Jiang. Even Little Flame Bell had reached her limit. He was not dead, but Xianxia could tell with Little Flame Bell's help that he was lying in a pile of corpses. He was so worn out that he could not even move his body. If someone from the Black Vatican showed up, he would die for sure. How could she not be worried? Unfortunately, she had no idea where he was. Tata believed it was meaningless for her to constantly worry about Mo Fan. She tried using other things to divert her attention. She said, "Our people have found out that Azisha's resurrection has nothing to do with the Parthenon Temple spell of resurrection. I noticed a strange scent from her before. If I'm not mistaken, her resurrection must have something to do with the Pharaoh Spring. Didn't Egypt's national team perform brilliantly during the World College tournament? They must have relied on the Pharaoh Spring to keep summoning their undead. It's likely that Azisha was using Egypt's evil magic." Dust was continuously being swept into the air. Alurs would end up as barren land with jagged edges after being exposed to strong winds for a certain period. As time passed, they would turn into rocks, deserts, or badlands. The dust was being blown away by the wind. The land looked like irregular boulders spread across a vast land from afar. The boulders were smeared with blood that even the wind had failed to erase. It slowly dissolved into the harsh yellow soil. Over 100 corpses were scattered across the place. Most of them were blown to pieces, only a few were barely intact. The area was full of holes, including ravines that were still burning, and pits scorched by lightning. There was also a kilometer of ice that had not fully melted yet. A pack of condors was circling in the dim sky. They were low-level creatures, absolutely terrified by the destruction that had occurred in the area, but they eventually returned after everything returned to calm. Their need for food was stronger than their fear of destruction. They circled in the air for some time to confirm there was no movement in the area, and slowly descended to the ground. A rather bold grey condor landed on the ground and pecked the corpse of a man in a black outfit hungrily. The man's chest already had a hole in it, and the condor immediately tasted the freshness of his flesh. The condor was so satisfied that it started beating its wings. The rest of the condors landed on the ground and began to enjoy the feast after seeing their companion was perfectly fine. Suddenly, a condor cried and flew back up into the sky in fear. It had noticed that one of the bodies was still alive. However, a few other condors noticed that the guy was no different than a corpse. They boldly went up to him. A condor pecked at the man's face and left a bloody wound on it. The other condors quickly came over, trying to peck the man to death. The man's face was soon damaged beyond recognition. The man simply laid still while the condors were pecking at his face. He was able to move his hand, yet he did not drive the condors away. He surprisingly grabbed a grey-blue outfit from one of the corpses nearby and slowly put it on. He used his finger to guide the dark energy and swipe his nail across his chest. His chest began to bleed, attracting a few other condors over. They started pecking at his chest fiercely, leaving him bloody. The condors were not fond of corpses. They preferred eating living things that were about to die, as the flesh was fresher. A condor acting as a sentry screeched suddenly. The condors that were enjoying their food quickly flew into the sky and fled for their lives. Not long after, a man and a woman in grey-blue outfits showed up. They glanced at the corpses lying across the place. The man harumphed coldly. We didn't expect the enforcement union to be watching us so closely. Luckily, the chief extraditor was being extremely cautious. He didn't receive the shepherd and blue deacon eagle eye right away. Otherwise, things would have been a lot worse. The cold prince will surely feel it to be a waste now that they are both dead, the woman said. The shepherd was one of the best extraditors we had. It's quite a surprise that he was killed. It seems like the enforcement union sent out an expert this time, the man said. Yeah, they even killed so many of our people, the woman agreed. Let's go, I believe we've already thrown them off, the man said. What should we do with the corpses, the woman asked. Don't worry about them. The Condors will clean them up for us. Besides, we have something important to do, don't we, the man said. Yeah, it's a mission that Yuna's assigned to us personally, the woman said. I wonder when the Cold Prince will assign us a mission himself. It would mean we have successfully made a name for ourselves, ha ha ha, the man sighed. The two were having a pleasant conversation while facing the corpses. They clearly had no mercy for their fallen comrades. A moan came from the corpses as they were about to leave. The woman had better hearing, and quickly turned around. She hurried over to the man, whose face was chewed up beyond recognition after being pecked at by the Condors. There's one alive still, the woman said. Oh. The man came over too. They did not lend the man a hand right away, but inspected him thoroughly first. He's a blue deacon too, the woman observed. She proceeded to undo his shirt to reveal his chest. To her surprise, the man's chest was covered in bloody holes left by the Condors. The Condors had almost stabbed through his heart. However, she could vaguely see a seal among the wounds. The Condors have messed up his seal. He must be one of us, but I can't figure out his code name, the woman said confidently. Are you sure? The man asked. I am, the woman nodded. Ask him for his code name, the man said. Can he really answer us in such condition? The woman had to ask. It depends on him now. If he can't say his code name, we have no choice but to kill him. The chief extraditor doesn't want anyone left alive, the man stated heartlessly. The woman went closer. The man's face was heavily ruined. Blood was pouring out of his eyes, mouth, and face. However, the blue deacons would not recognize one another unless they were on the same mission. Therefore, it did not really matter if the man's face was beyond recognition. The man began to panic when he heard he would die if he did not give them his code name. He tried his very best to open his mouth and say something. North dear, the man finally used all his might to say his code name. Ah, it's North dear. Master Cold Prince mentioned him before. He's a reliable and intelligent new recruit. He was promoted to a blue deacon in just a few years. The woman seemed to have heard of the code name before. It's him, even though I've never met him. How miserable, those petty Condors almost ate him alive, he, the man said mockingly, instead of showing any pity. Should we save him? The woman did not truly care. Sure, we just happen to need some help. We can't just leave our comrade to die here, the man said ironically. One could easily tell from his expression that he was not really willing to save the man. However, knowing how difficult their mission was, he believed having an extra blue deacon would significantly increase the odds of them completing the mission, so he decided to save the man. He did not want to mess up the first mission that Yuna's personally assigned them, since Yuna's was the closest person to the Cold Prince. Chapter 1369. Blue Deacon Moth. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Moth thought he was lying on his own bed when he woke up. He had not fallen fully unconscious since he started cultivating magic. Normally, he would retain consciousness while he was meditating or resting, to make sure he did not get hit by a meteorite, ambushed by dark magic, or have his throat slit by the Black Vatican. Surprisingly, the place he had the best sleep at was not at home, but a bed that the people of the Black Vatican had arranged for him. You're awake? A woman asked gently. Moth opened his eyes and immediately felt great pain. His eyes still had the injuries left by the pecks of the Condors that almost ate them. The wounds were clearly still recovering, as he was unable to fully open his eyes. He could only squint, and in the little gap, see a beautiful and mature woman who was most likely less than 30. Her faint smile was friendly and warm. Mo Fan immediately recognized the woman as the female Blue Deacon when he heard her voice. He did not expect the woman to look so harmless. He wondered how many innocent people had died to this woman and her kind, innocent face to get her promoted to a Blue Deacon. "Thanks, you saved my life," Mo Fan rasped. "Don't worry about it, we are in this together. My partner has already left. I'm on standby here. There's nothing much to do for now, why don't we take a walk around? It might help with your recovery," the Blue Deacon said. Mo Fan rose to his feet. He still could not open his eyes. He touched his face and found it was full of scars. They did not wrap his face in bandages. He must be very ugly now. "Your face was destroyed by the Condor's poisonous saliva. Normal healing spells won't repair your face. After we are done here, you can switch to a different identity and visit the Parthenon Temple. You can regain your face there. That being said, you have to be extremely careful. Another candidate is now in charge of the Parthenon Temple. She hates us to the guts," the woman told him patiently. "It's good to know that my face can be recovered. Speaking of which, I didn't have a chance to report back to the chief extraditor," Mo Fan blurted out. "The chief extraditor has asked us to clean the mess up. Anyone left alive will be allocated to us. You're quite lucky that you're still alive. By the way, who exactly was the person from the enforcement union that you stumbled into? So many Blue Deacons and black clergy were killed." The shepherd was an expert among the extraditors, the female Blue Deacon asked. "We didn't stumble into someone from the enforcement union. It was a young man. He seemed to have been following the shepherd for some time. He attacked us when the shepherd was summoning the second and third Underworld Monarch frogs. He was very strong. I thought I was dead for sure," Mo Fan said. "You're really lucky. The lightning bolt that went through your body didn't hit any of your organs. I bet the guy assumed you were dead. If we arrived just a bit late, you would have ended up being eaten by the Condors too. I bet it felt terrible back then," the woman said. Mo Fan chuckled and said, "I couldn't really feel anything. I only knew there were lots of things on me. I'm surprised you can still laugh after all that." The woman was amused too. "How cheerful was he? What's your name?" Mo Fan asked. "Blue Bat," the woman said. "Oh, I wasn't asking for your code name," Mo Fan said. The woman was startled. She slightly moved her gaze away when she saw the man staring at her. She said softly, "That's very sudden of you. You know that we aren't allowed to ask each other's names." "I'm North dear, my true name is Fanmo," Mo Fan said. "I'm Blue Bat, my true name," the woman could see the sincere look in the man's half-open eyes. She hesitated for a moment and said, "Just call me Blue Bat." "How many have you killed?" Mo Fan added. The woman was stunned. She was struggling to keep up with Mo Fan's thoughts. She said after some time, "One." "One? How did you become a Blue Deacon?" Mo Fan was surprised. The woman did not sound like she was lying. Many lives were cheap, 1,000 lives might even be less valuable than one. "The person I killed was the general in charge of an important shoreline fortress at the Mediterranean Sea," Blue Bat said. "The Red Sea ceremony?" Mo Fan asked. He knew that the Black Vatican referred to their gory achievements as ceremonies. Blue Bat nodded. "I didn't take part in it." "How did you do it?" Mo Fan asked. "The general was my husband," Blue Bat stated. Mo Fan was slightly surprised. He glanced at the beautiful mature woman and grinned after some time. "So, does that mean you're single now?" Blue Bat opened her mouth and stared at Mo Fan like he was a weirdo. She eventually giggled, displaying the charm of a mature-looking yet inexperienced woman. "Let's go for a walk." "Didn't you say I should be walking more?" Mo Fan said. "All right," Blue Bat helped Mo Fan up. As they headed toward the exit, she suddenly stared at Mo Fan sternly as a thought crossed her mind. Mo Fan's heart shuddered. He immediately had a bad feeling. Since he was a fake, he had been asking the woman a lot of questions preemptively to prevent the woman from asking him some tricky questions. "How many have you killed?" Blue Bat asked. Mo Fan did not show it, even though he was relieved on the inside. He grinned again, "So many that I can no longer keep count of them. Most of them were my associates. It's the quickest way to climb the ranks." "Oh, then we are one of a kind," Blue Bat said. Mo Fan understood what she was referring to. He kept smiling. The woman was not suspicious of his identity at all. As he thought, after losing his handsome and righteous face, he looked more like an unforgivable crook. "Where are we?" Mo Fan asked. Mo Fan found himself in an ordinary-looking village when he came outside. Many villages in the north were located in rather remote places because of the fortress. The main threat to the villages were the Beijiang desolate beasts. Since the fortress kept the Beijiang desolate beasts outside the Great Wall, these villagers remained outside the safe zone to make a living. They mainly focused on planting fruits, herbs, and plants that would only grow in certain soils. There were lots of villages, towns, and small cities warded by the Northguard fortress. The people were swiftly evacuated to the south as soon as they received the evacuation order. Feihuang City was located further south. It was the defensive center point of the military, magic, and economy in the north. It also had underground bunkers that could hold the residents of the cities protected by the Northguard fortress. If the Northguard fortress was overrun, the underground bunkers were the safest option for the people in the North Valley. "Lian Village," Blue Bat said. "Are you here to open the Underworld gate to summon the Underworld Monarch Frog?" Mo Fan asked. "It's none of your concern," Blue Bat replied. "Oh, I will take that as a yes," Mo Fan said. "Didn't the chief extraditor teach you not to ask about your associates' jobs?" Blue Bat snapped. "It doesn't really matter. I'll get rid of the rule when I become the chief extraditor in the future. We are all working for the church. We should be united and helping one another out. If we keep splitting up into smaller groups, it's easier for the enemy to take us out one at a time. It's also very difficult to find out if anyone from the enforcement union or those that are against us has infiltrated the church. Let's hope they haven't gotten access to our superiors," Mo Fan said indifferently. "You're pretty bold, aren't you? You would lose your head if the chief extraditor heard what you just said. Why do I feel like you're more like a spy instead? You aren't following the rules, and you keep talking nonsense too." Blue Bat said. "I'm only being honest. I do hope the church can grow and become stronger, but our system is a little too conservative," Mo Fan replied, as if he had great insight into the big picture. Blue Bat was left speechless by Mo Fan's words. She continued bringing Mo Fan around and seeing if the people in the village had been evacuated. After some time, Blue Bat discovered that some of the villages were only being evacuated tonight. Many older folks were unwilling to leave, as they did not want to give up their land. To them, giving up on the crops that they had invested so much in to make a living was no different than taking their lives. Fortunately, the officials had forcibly dragged those old folks away. However, it also meant it would take them more time to evacuate the villages. Mo Fan did some observing, too. By the looks of it, he was afraid it would take 5 days before the people behind the Northguard fortress were evacuated to Feihuang City. Mo Fan began to panic. The Northguard fortress was clearly short on numbers. If a second Underworld Monarch Frog showed up, it would surely trample the fortress to the ground. The Yoked would reap human lives across the land like crops. "Ah, there's a kid here," Blue Bat saw a kid around the age of 7 sleeping in a pile of straw in the village. The kid was most likely an orphan. No one had noticed he was not with the people that were being evacuated. "Since he's going to die eventually, I'll send him on his way instead to save him the pain," Mo Fan smiled, and approached the kid that was fast asleep. "Don't, it will expose our identities." "How the hell did you even become a blue deacon?" Blue Bat advised him. He, Mo Fan let out a hollow laugh. He glanced further north and saw the ghostly light flickering in the night sky. Mo Fan frowned. It seemed like the other blue deacon was already summoning the Underworld gate. He had to find a way to stop him. Otherwise, everyone in this village, which was being evacuated at the speed of a donkey, was going to die. Chapter 1370. The Seven Ghosts. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Is that the Underworld Monarch frog, too? Mo Fan asked, pointing at the deathly light in the night sky. I told you it's none of your concern. Blue Bat seemed a little angry. However, she was not suspicious at all. Those that were capable in the Black Vatican were normally inclined to act as they pleased. I'll take that as a yes then. I'm looking forward to it. Mo Fan exclaimed. Looking forward to what? Blue Bat asked in a confused voice. Aren't you looking forward to seeing what kind of ceremony our Master Cold Prince prepared for us? Aren't you interested in what the Underworld Monarch frogs are pulling? Mo Fan asked like a typical maniac. I guess, Blue Bat answered casually. Mo Fan had yet to recover his strength, due to his injuries. It was unlikely he could stop the Underworld Monarch frog. Mo Fan was confident that there was more than one Underworld Monarch frog. The members of the Black Vatican were sent to different locations to summon the Underworld Monarch frogs. Each Underworld Monarch frog had around 2,000 Yoked under its command. These Yoked were a lot stronger than ordinary undead. They were like an army of undead marching toward the central plain. The Yoked already posed a great threat to the central plain, but Mo Fan was more worried about whatever existed at the end of the chains that the Underworld Monarch frogs were tied to. Mo Fan had yet to see any true authority of the Black Vatican. He was sure people like the Chief Extraditor, Yunus, and the Cold Prince were responsible for this conspiracy. These blue deacons he had stumbled into were just a minor part of it. It was like the chains around the Underworld Monarch frogs. The Yoked were leading at the front, followed by the Underworld Monarch frogs that were mostly still in the Underworld. There was something even deadlier behind the Underworld Monarch frogs. Mo Fan could not afford to expose himself yet. There was more than one Underworld Monarch frog. Taking one of them out would only delay the Black Vatican's plan a little. It was meaningless. Northguard was not a code name he had randomly come up with. As a matter of fact, it was an important agent that Ligh had managed to identify inside the Black Vatican. It was not just a person, but a code name. The people of the Black Vatican knew the code name, and it seemed to be quite reputable. Ligh had managed to learn the code name. She could have used it to escape the hunt, but she chose not to. When Mo Fan was pursuing the shepherd and Chengying, the person with the code name noticed Mo Fan and identified himself as Northguard. To successfully infiltrate the Black Vatican, Mo Fan had gone all out and killed every member of the Black Vatican sent by the Chief Extraditor, including the shepherd, Chengying, and Northguard. Mo Fan was truly worn out after the battle, but he had purposely endured the pain from the pecking of the Condors. There was more than one Underworld Monarch frog. The shepherd and Chengying were only a part of the conspiracy. Mo Fan knew the risk of being exposed if he used the codename Northguard and infiltrated the Black Vatican, but he had no choice but to take it. The trail that Ligh followed had ended at the codename Northguard, so Mo Fan had no idea where to start. The dangers waiting ahead were completely unknown. Mo Fan had no choice but to continue with his disguise until he learned the Black Vatican's final plan. Luckily, the Cold Prince's way of doing things was not as confusing as Salon's. Even if Mo Fan managed to disguise himself as a blue deacon when Salon's conspiracy was in motion, it was very likely that he would still have no idea what she was up to, since the key to her conspiracy was a cold rain that could occur at any time. I feel sorry for these people. Look, that farmer doesn't even know where he should be going, Blue Bat said mockingly, staring at one of the farmers. Mo Fan was surprised after he took a glance at the farmer. Is your job just to stand here and watch? Mo Fan asked. I told you it's none of your concern. Blue Bat snapped. Let's take a look over there. Maybe a little accident is going to happen, Mo Fan said, pointing at the vague deathlight in the distance. Blue Bat hesitated for a while before nodding. The two approached the deathlight. The ritual was being conducted behind a barren hill. It was impossible to tell the difference between the deathlight and the night sky without taking a close look at it. Mo Fan picked up an unpleasant scent after crossing the hill. It was most likely the unique smell of the dark beast monsters and cursed beasts, a stench that gave him an urge to massacre them all on the spot. Mo Fan and Blue Bat continued on. Since they were both blue deacons, the black clergy at the entrance fell to their knees and submitted to them. The strong disparities between the ranks in the Black Vatican were similar to feudalism. Mo Fan played the part of Northguard, who was known for his strange behavior, perfectly. When he walked past, he stomped on the head of a black clergy whom he found to be an eyesore, slamming the black clergy's head to the ground.
"What are you doing?"
Blue Bat said disgustedly.
"Didn't you see?"
Everyone else's heads are almost sticking to the ground, but his was still 10 centimeters above it. "He doesn't respect us enough," Mo Fan replied indifferently. The rest of the black clergy immediately dropped their heads lower after witnessing Mo Fan's violence. They did not even dare to look at Mo Fan's shoes. The face of the black clergy whom Mo Fan had stomped on was covered in blood. He did not dare say a single word or resist despite the grudge he was holding. "When you've reached my rank, you can step on whoever's face as you please, including mine." Mo Fan let out a hollow laugh and strutted past the black clergy. Blue Bat was left speechless. She waved her hand, signaling one of her men to carry the injured man away. As they kept going, they finally saw more blue deacons. Countless curse marks were floating in the air behind the barren hill. They were aligned in a strange star palace and assembling a gate connecting the different dimensions. The gate was still being constructed. It looked like a magnificent project. Mo Fan had already seen something similar being done by the shepherd and Chengying, whom he had conveniently killed. However, someone had summoned an underworld monarch frog before them. Mo Fan was unable to stop it. He could only inform Zhao Manyan urgently, hoping that the fortress could stop it. "You seem to have left your post," a hoarse voice spoke up. Mo Fan saw a blue deacon talking to him. He immediately recognized the man as the blue deacon who was with Blue Bat previously by his voice. His rank seemed to be a little higher. The man looked at Mo Fan and chuckled when he saw his scarred face. "How does it feel to have your face destroyed?" "Not too bad, at least Blue Bat still thinks I'm charming." Mo Fan chuckled back. They were both blue deacons, so it was unnecessary to be courteous to one another. Since the man had agreed to take him in, they were now associates, even though the man was still in command. "We've investigated the village. There isn't anyone suspicious," Blue Bat said. "Violet Ghost." The man reached his hand out like a gentleman. "Northguard." Mo Fan placed his hands behind his head. He completely ignored Violet Ghost's friendly gesture. "I know." Violet Ghost stared at Mo Fan closely. He seemed to be a little suspicious. Violet Ghost was obviously a lot more scheming than the naive Blue Bat. He did not trust Mo Fan fully. He might believe Mo Fan was Northguard, but he was used to suspecting everyone around him after so many years. It had helped him to expose many people who were trying to infiltrate them. Violet Ghost had been entrusted with the task of ferreting out the spies among them for a long time. He tortured them for years. "How's the progress?" Mo Fan asked. "Better than your group, at least we won't be wiped out." Violet Ghost glanced at a few of the mags who were setting up the magic formation. These mags were sacrificing their souls to open a gate connected to the underworld. It was necessary to sacrifice a few lives. These mags were extremely fanatical. They were willing to sacrifice themselves for the church in exchange for a formidable status in the kingdom of the dead. The truth was, most blue deacons did not believe in the idea. They only believed in the red cardinals. The disciples and clergy were under their control, people whom they could order around like slaves. The blue deacons treated their own lives preciously, but they were crueler than anyone. We can only blame it on the shepherd for being an idiot. He didn't even know he was being followed. Luckily, the chief extraditor was able to predict it, Mo Fan said. "Oh? So you are one of the chief extraditor's men? What is he called?" Violet Ghost squinted and asked. You really got me there. Maybe I'm from the Enforcement Union, since I really have no idea what his name is, but that would also mean everyone here is from the Enforcement Union, since none of you know his name either, Mofan replied. I'm not asking for his name. Violet Ghost snarled. Oh, Crimson Ghost, Mofan replied casually. Violet Ghost was startled. He soon burst out laughing. His doubts were all gone. Mofan was relieved when he saw the man lowering his guard. Luckily he had learned the Chief Extraditor's code name when he was eavesdropping on the conversation between Chengying and the Chief Extraditor in the cave. Otherwise, his identity would definitely have been exposed by the suspicious Blue Deacon. Are you one of the Chief Extraditor's men too, Violet Ghost? Mofan asked. Yeah, I'm one of the 7 ghosts, Violet Ghost said. The Cold Prince had 7 ghosts under his lead. Among them, Crimson Ghost was the Chief Extraditor, while Orange Ghost, Yellow Ghost, Green Ghost, Blue Ghost, Indigo Ghost, and Violet Ghost were all Deacons and Great Deacons, their power slightly higher than the normal Blue Deacons. No wonder you're ranked the lowest, Mofan chuckled when he saw the proud look on Violet Ghost's face. What did you just say? Violet Ghost's expression shifted. A murderous aura burst out of his body like a storm. Calm down. I'll tell you something to thank you for saving my life, Mofan continued. Humph, if it's some kind of nonsense, I'll feed you to the Condors and make sure not even a single bone is left. Violet Ghost promised. I saw an old farmer roaming aimlessly around in a panic, yet he seems to be heading this way. Are the men that you've arranged to be on guard just for display? Mofan inquired. Violet Ghost looked at Blue Bat. The woman nodded, indicating that she had seen the old farmer, too. Is there something wrong about him? Blue Bat asked. He's from the Enforcement Union. Mofan stated. Chapter 1371. Fighting a Lone Battle. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Blue Bat and Violet Ghost were shocked, but the latter was able to keep his calm. He asked in a solemn voice, How did you know? I killed his female associate and forced him to eat her heart. I was quite enjoying myself, but he managed to run away while I was being careless, Mofan chuckled. The black clergy nearby shivered in fear upon seeing his smile. This North deer was clearly insane. Violet Ghost believed in Mofan. He glared at his men. How did the Enforcement Union find us? Violet Ghost hissed. Violet Ghost did not suspect Mofan. First of all, Mofan had been unconscious and half dead. It was impossible for him to lead the Enforcement Union to them. Secondly, if Mofan had really brought the Enforcement Union to them, why would he bother telling them now, just to earn their trust? It was meaningless. I'll deal with him. Now that I've joined you, I must show you how valuable I am, Mofan said to Violet Ghost. All right, but don't make a move unless it's necessary. Let's see how many people they have, Violet Ghost said cautiously. The place was no longer safe if the people of the Enforcement Union were aware of their location. Violet Ghost immediately stopped the summoning of the Underworld Gate and ordered his men to relocate the magic formation. The black clergy stayed to protect the mags who were in charge of the magic formation. They left under Violet Ghost's lead. The group began to withdraw, but Blue Bat remained beside Mofan. I'll come with you, Blue Bat said. Sure, as long as you can keep up with me, Mofan grinned indifferently. Before Blue Bat could react, she saw Mofan's grin slowly turning into a black puff of smoke. When she took a closer look, there was only a black mist scattering in the air, with no sign of Mofan. Blue Bat wanted to follow him, but he was just too quick for her. Left with no choice, she could only follow Violet Ghost and the others who were relocating to another place. Opening the Underworld Gate was not a simple task, so they could not afford to be disturbed at all. Since the people of the Enforcement Union had shown up, there was no way Violet Ghost would stay in the same spot. That being said, Violet Ghost did not trust Mofan completely. However, while they were withdrawing from the place, the informer that Violet Ghost had planted close to the Enforcement Union told him a bunch of enforcers were on their way to his location. Violet Ghost was even more convinced that Mo Fan was Northguard. He was also glad that he had decided to save Mo Fan's life, as he ended up saving his own life too. Mo Fan had Fiendish Night. Even a super mage would struggle to avoid being tracked by him, let alone a normal enforcer. An enforcer's rank was higher than a regular member of the enforcement union. They were usually more experienced and stronger than regular members of the enforcement union, and were entrusted with special missions. Mo Fan had met the enforcer before. He was one of Hifeikuan's associates, who had come to bring the mentally unstable old herdsman away. Mo Fan was clear on the overall strength of Hifeikuan's squad. If they were thinking of taking out this force of the Black Vatican led by Violet Ghost on their own, they were most likely going to be wiped out instead. As such, Mo Fan did not expose them to set them up. He was saving their lives. Violet Ghost was no weaker than him, and had 4 other blue deacons with him, including Blue Bat, whose strength remained unknown, not to mention around 100 black clergy. Hifeikuan would only stand a chance if he brought along a vice-elder of the enforcement union. Otherwise, he was only going to get himself killed. "What are you looking for?" An eerie voice appeared behind Jiang Lin. He quickly turned around in a cold sweat. He saw a man in a blue outfit, their face full of scars. Most importantly, it felt like something was grabbing onto him firmly. His mouth was covered by 2 hands, preventing him from screaming for help. When Jiang Lin stopped panicking, he was shocked to see that his own shadow was grabbing onto him. What kind of ability is this? Jiang Lin had never seen an ability like this before. He stared at the blue deacon with wide eyes. He could feel his death approaching. "Don't panic, listen to me carefully," Mo Fan smiled. He knew the smile on his current face would not seem too friendly, nor was it any convincing, but this was where his temperament came into play. He believed he could explain the situation to the man in the shortest time possible. "You're with Hifeikuan, right?" "I'm the Tree of Oath." "Tree of Oath?" Jiang Lin was astounded when he heard the name. The Tree of Oath was the enforcement union's secret code. Even though there was a chance that the Black Vatican had figured it out somehow, the mention of the name could still ease the atmosphere slightly. "You do know that it's very easy for me to kill you," Mo Fan continued calmly. Jiang Lin nodded. He believed in his instincts. If his shadow stabbed him with its claws, he could not even struggle. He was an advanced mage, but he had a feeling that the man could kill him as easy as the flip of his hand. "How many men do you have?" Mo Fan asked. "Hifeikuan is in charge. There are 3 enforcers, including me, and 10 other members of the enforcement union," Jiang Lin said honestly. "It's not enough. The enemy has more, and Violet Ghost is among them, too." "Take your men and leave, I'll stay on the trail," Mo Fan said. Mo Fan had 2 plans in mind. If the enforcement union had enough people, he would immediately lead them to Violet Ghost and take the Black Vatican out. He would then put up an act and save both Violet Ghost and Blue Bat, so they would lead him to the Chief Extraditor and Yunas, who were the closest to the Cold Prince. If the enforcement union's numbers were not enough, Mo Fan would advise them to leave. First, they would only end up dying if they were to engage the enemy. Second, he had already earned Violet Ghost's trust. This group of the Black Vatican was only a part of the conspiracy. Taking them out now might even mess up his plan. "What should I tell Hifeikuan?" "He's a very impatient guy," Jiang Lin said. "He's an idiot. It's only going to mess up the whole operation. Tell him the Black Vatican isn't here. They had already withdrawn when you arrived," Mo Fan told him. Jiang Lin nodded. If he told Hifeikuan everything, the man would never believe what Mo Fan said. He would lead his men and come here right away. Jiang Lin had worked with Hifeikuan for a long time and was extremely familiar with his character. Mo Fan had also met Hifeikuan at the hospital. He knew how stubborn and arrogant the man was, definitely not the kind to achieve great things. "May I ask who you are? You must be one of the respectful seniors if you managed to sneak into the Black Vatican as a blue deacon," Jiang Lin asked. Mo Fan shook his head with a wry smile. Mo Fan was just a nobody. Taking the identity of Northguard was made possible by sacrificing endless lives. Even Langqing, an elder of the Enforcement Union, had died to preserve it. Mo Fan only happened to be the last person receiving the baton. The people might cheer him for making it to the finishing line, but they would completely forget about the others that were panting heavily while lying on the spots where they passed on the baton. What is happening in the east? Mo Fan asked as he recalled something. We don't know either. Our superiors ordered us to work together with the preventive committee and deal with the members of the Black Vatican that are hiding here. However, during this period, many fortresses have dispatched their troops to the east. Senior, what's happening here? Jianglin asked. We only found out that the Black Vatican is summoning creatures from the Underworld to invade our land, yet the majority of the troops are being sent east, where a great storm is coming, further weakening our defense. Speaking of adding hail to snow. Mo Fan sighed. Mo Fan was angry, too. The information he had gathered was enough to prove that the Cold Prince was up to something, yet the backup he requested never arrived. The members of the Enforcement Union that had been sent here were clearly nowhere enough. It was like a rat plague was about to happen. The streets were already crawling with rats, but not only was the government reluctant to act, the authorities were placing their attention somewhere else instead. How could he not be disappointed? However, how could Mo Fan withdraw after learning what was happening? His face was calm, but his rage had erupted like a volcano when he learned how the Black Vatican had brutally massacred the people of the Chickage tribe, let alone the slaughter they were planning to bring to the cities warded by the Northguard fortress. There was no backup and response from the authorities. If he gave up, the whole land would turn into hell. The people being evacuated to Feihuang's city would be trampled to death by the creatures of the Underworld. Mo Fan might be disappointed, but he had no choice but to clench his teeth and stay on the trail. Once he was done here, he swore he would punch the cold-hearted authorities in the face. Don't tell anyone you saw me, Mo Fan said. Jianglin nodded. He knew not everyone in the Enforcement Union was trustworthy. Can you please pass on a message to Commander Zhang Xiaohou at the ancient capital? Tell him to convince the remaining army in the North Valley to hold their line of defense at all costs, Mo Fan said. I give you my word, Senior, is the situation really that serious? Jianglin asked seriously. The line of defense at the North Valley. The scale of the battle sounded like nothing he had been through. He could not help but doubt if the Black Vatican could really stir up something so crazy. I really don't want to see an entire city stacked up with dead bodies again, Mo Fan replied. Is Senior a survivor of the ancient capital? Senior, don't you worry, we will not let the Black Vatican get its way, I swear on my life. Jianglin swore. Mo Fan was slightly relieved after seeing Jianglin's determination. It turned out that he was not fighting a lone battle, after all. I'll be going, Mo Fan said. Take care, Senior, Jianglin replied. You too. The darker the journey ahead, the more precious it was to find a companion along the way. Mo Fan had no idea if he would see the enforcer again. Mo Fan stumbled into Blue Bat on his way back. Blue Bat looked at Mo Fan and asked, "Where is the guy?" "There, mixed up with the soil." "You want to take a look?" Mo Fan asked. "Violet Ghost told you to stay put." Blue Bat was displeased by Mo Fan's carelessness. "Oh, I might consider listening to that if it came from you," Mo Fan replied. Blue Bat could not react for a moment. She quickly dodged Mo Fan's gaze after calming down and changed the topic. "Let's go, the guy is most likely the Enforcement Union scout. Things are going to be troublesome when they realize he's dead." "It's fine, I'll kill them all when they come," Mo Fan replied. "Humph, did you forget that you were almost eaten by the Condors?" Blue Bat said. "I admit that I couldn't take the guy on, but one day, I'll hang him on a cliff and let the Condors eat him slowly while he is still wide awake," Mo Fan promised. Blue Bat had already gotten used to how bombastic a person Mo Fan was. She simply ignored him and did not even bother checking the remains of the enforcer, quickly leaving with Mo Fan. Meanwhile, Mo Fan was having a weird feeling, too. He bet not many people could curse themselves so descriptively and blatantly like him. Chapter 1372. I dare to stop the ruler-level creatures, too. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The Northguard Fortress. As the ancient wall disappeared, the Yoked carried out their new wave of attacks. The soldiers of the Northguard Fortress had no choice but to face the Yoked head-on. Many mags had to go down the wall and hope they could survive while being surrounded by the Yoked. They had to send someone to destroy the cursed runes that were enhancing the Yoked's defenses. Otherwise, even advanced spells were not enough to kill the Yoked. To do that, the mags with the wind element, shadow element, and earth element had to sneak into the enemy's army, resulting in lots of casualties. The majority of them never returned. They were either intercepted by the Yoked or dragged away by the Underworld Monarch Frog's tongue when they accidentally got too close to the creature. Several advanced mags died to the Underworld Monarch Frog. The soldiers of the Northguard Fortress had no choice but to risk their lives just to keep the army of undead at bay. Watch for the Yoked with several layers of runes on them. They are the key targets. Zhao Manyan yelled. Many soldiers had died in the first wave. Zhao Manyan had volunteered to help. He could not sit back, knowing they were short on numbers. He was now with the troop entrusted with taking out the Yoked who were distributing the runes. Lingling's analysis and observation discerned that there were two kinds of the Yoked. One was the Yoked that received the defensive runes from the Underworld Monarch Frog. The other kind were runic Yoked, who were distributing the defensive runes to the rest of the Yoked through the chains. In other words, the Underworld Monarch Frog could not directly transfer the defensive runes to the Yoked at the front. It could only transfer the runes to the runic Yoked, and let them distribute the runes to the rest of the Yoked. It was a great weakness of the Underworld Monarch Frog. In other words, even without relying on the ancient walls, they just had to kill the runic Yoked first, and the rest of the Yoked would turn into ordinary warrior-level creatures. They would then be vulnerable to the magic blasts and the advanced spells. The runic Yoked's defense was not enhanced by the defensive runes, so it was possible to kill them. Unfortunately, most of these runic Yoked were very close to the Underworld Monarch Frog, so when the mags were close enough to attack the runic Yoked, they were also within the attack range of the Underworld Monarch Frog. It was difficult to keep track of the range. Many mags had already died. Zhao Manyan also had an unyielding spirit too. He had volunteered to join the front line and drive the Underworld Monarch Frog back to the Underworld at all costs. In terms of defense, Zhao Manyan was clearly no weaker than the Yoked strengthened by the defensive runes. Most importantly, despite their outstanding defense, the Yoked's attacks were only average. If both sides were similarly sturdy, why would they bother wasting their time on the Yoked? As a result, the troop that Zhao Manyan was in managed to break through the Yoked's defense and go right at the runic Yoked hiding at the back of the army. I'll attract the Underworld Monarch Frog's attention. Get it done as quickly as possible. Commander Bin Wei was fighting in the front line now. She used the demon lilies to move through the air and approach the Underworld Monarch Frog rapidly. The Underworld Monarch Frog's eyes bulged from their sockets. Similar to true frogs, it had bad eyesight. It could only see things that were moving quickly. Its eyes rolled upward, obviously watching Bin Wei. It suddenly flicked its tongue out and snapped a huge demon lily in half. Bin Wei crossed her hands in front of her and pulled her fingers apart gently. Something was moving in the air. It was completely transparent initially, but barely visible when the dust swept past. Countless vines scattered above the Underworld Monarch Frog. Poisonous and thorned, the vines grew rapidly as soon as they made contact with the Underworld Monarch Frog. They completely covered the monster, who was like a small mountain of flesh, in an instant. The Underworld Monarch Frog let out a loud croak and shook itself. It shattered the thorny vines to pieces with ease. The vines were clearly not strong enough to penetrate the Underworld Monarch Frog's body. If the vines could inject their poison into the Underworld Monarch Frog, they would paralyze the creature temporarily. The Underworld Monarch Frog locked its gaze on Bin Wei as its body suddenly sank a little. The yellow ground began to crack apart as it could no longer withstand its weight. The Underworld Monarch Frog bounced up into the air, its pitch-black mouth lunging at Bin Wei like a terrifying abyss. It did not matter which direction Bin Wei tried to dodge in, as it would not make any difference at all. The Underworld Monarch Frog's mouth was big enough to swallow a cloud. Bin Wei quickly grabbed up, feeling a strong sense of death approaching. An invisible vine appeared in her hand out of nowhere. Its other end was connected to the clouds. With a mere thought, the vine dragged Bin Wei high up into the sky at its fastest speed. The black mouth had already trapped her, but just as the Underworld Monarch Frog was about to close it, she soared higher into the sky. Bin Wei looked at the vine that had descended from the clouds and let out a relieved sigh. She had the cloud vines and the demon lilies, two special plant species. The cloud vines allowed her to move freely in the air. However, just as Bin Wei was feeling relieved after escaping from the Underworld Monarch Frog's mouth, the creature flung its enormous tongue at Bin Wei as it was falling, taking her by surprise. Water curtain! Zhao Manyan quickly tossed a huge water curtain into the air. The water curtain stood between Bin Wei and the Underworld Monarch Frog, blocking the deadly tongue. Bin Wei was quite experienced. She immediately soared higher with the cloud vine after receiving the help to distance herself from the Underworld Monarch Frog. Bang! The ground cracked into pieces when the Underworld Monarch Frog landed heavily. The surrounding Yoked and Mags were knocked to the ground by the enormous impact. Zhao Manyan had long braced himself for it, yet he still staggered a little. Unfortunately, a Yoked that was knocked flying by the impact happened to come right at him. Zhao Manyan managed to react in time. He avoided the crash by twisting his body beyond the normal capabilities of a human in mid-air. It's a runic Yoked! Zhao Manyan turned around and instantly noticed the brighter runes on the Yoked. They were desperately searching for the runic Yoked, but one of them had suddenly shown up right in front of them. Zhao Manyan stabilized himself and slammed his palms onto the ground heavily. Obvious ripples appeared along the ground and swiftly spread to the spot where the runic Yoked had landed. The perfectly timed wave knocked the runic Yoked back toward Zhao Manyan like a fish's tail flip. Get him! Zhao Manyan yelled at the soldiers around him, since he did not really have any move that could kill the creature instantly. Several destructive spells were fired at the runic Yoked before it could even land, blasting it into pieces, that were then burned to ashes by a fiery fist, 9 halls. As soon as the runic Yoked died, the Yoked receiving the defensive runes through the chains connected to it basically lost their armor. It was very easy to identify the Yoked that had lost their defensive runes. The soldiers on the walls of the fortress cheered whenever they saw the Yoked without their outstanding defense, followed by a rain of elemental spells pouring down on them. Those Yoked had no chance of survival against spells after losing their defenses. Well done! Bin Wei exclaimed, standing on a cloud vine. Her impression of Zhao Manyan changed completely after seeing him take down another runic Yoked for the troop. His water curtain had come at a very opportune time, too. She might have died if not for that. The Underworld Monarch Frog was an unusually slow but powerful creature. Most attacks could not inflict any damage on it, but if they managed to dodge a few of its attacks, the fleshy creature would have to rest for a period to recover its strength. There's one here, the captain of a summoner troop riding a fiery wolf yelled from not far away. The man was extremely bold. He had woven through a few hundred Yoked alone and dragged the runic Yoked out with him. He was handling himself perfectly even after taking on a group of the Yoked on his own for more than 10 minutes. Don't let him run away. Eyes of the Rock Demon, petrify. Zhao Manyan cast the advanced earth spell decisively when he saw the man was being chased by a huge number of the Yoked. Zhao Manyan's casting speed was a lot quicker than the rest of the advanced earth mags. As a mage who owned a soul-grade earth seed, his performance in a battle also significantly outmatched the advanced mags who only had normal spirit-grade seeds. A few dozen of the Yoked froze in their tracks when Zhao Manyan glanced into their eyes. Another earth mage using the same spell only managed to petrify 9 Yoked, who managed to break free from the spell just a brief moment later. My earth element has received the blessing of the God Seal, its base damage is 1.5 now, Zhao Manyan explained with a smile when he saw the defeated face of the captain beside him. You have a soul-grade earth seed, your earth element's base damage is 1.5, and every defensive spell you cast seems to be enhanced by a special rune. It's similar to the runes that the Yoked have, the captain observed aloud, while catching his breath. Yeah, Zhao Manyan nodded. An uproar arose from the troop ahead. The soldiers were quickly backing toward them. Underworld Monarch Frog, it's coming toward us, retreat! Retreat, quick! The Yoked that they were struggling to kill were not the scariest enemy to the soldiers. The one that would bring them despair was the Underworld Monarch Frog. No one, apart from General Bin Wei, could possibly stand a chance against its tongue. It's about to shoot its tongue out, dodge it! It's impossible, its range is too far, the soldiers cried out in fear. Zhao Manyan fixed his gaze on the Underworld Monarch Frog with a determined face. He muttered, "It's why I dare to stop a ruler-level creature's attacks, too." Chapter 1373. Slaying the Underworld Monarch Frog. Slaying the Underworld Monarch Frog. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Zhao Manyan stepped forward when the others were backing away. The soldiers fleeing for their lives were impressed by his courage. When Zhao Manyan made it to the front, the Underworld Monarch Frog's deadly tongue was already flying toward him. The angle it was coming from and the power it contained were clearly going to sweep a dozen people into its stomach. The soldiers on the front line were mostly elites, consisting of talented intermediate and advanced mags. They did not suffer many casualties when fighting against the Yoked, but whenever the Underworld Monarch Frog made its move, their only outcome was to be eaten like the lowliest insects. Bashar Seal, Sky Temper Rocks, Eyes of the Rock Demon, Titan Body. Zhao Manyan yelled at the top of his lungs and spread his hands like wings, blocking for the soldiers. His eyes emitted a blue-brown light. His body was engulfed in the brilliant glow of the earth element. The Bashar Seal circled around him. The brilliant light of the earth element outlining Zhao Manyan pushed forward. The outline would expand a few times for every meter it covered. When it reached 20 meters away, its outline had turned into a giant. Its body was made of blue-brown rocks, its shape exactly the same as Zhao Manyan, its arms spread wide. Just as everyone thought the Underworld Monarch Frog was going to eat them all, the giant rock statue defended them all. The Underworld Monarch Frog's tongue landed on the giant rock statue. Even though it managed to break the statue into pieces, and even though Zhao Manyan spit out a mouthful of blood from the feedback he received, he did not allow any damage to be inflicted on the soldiers. Zhao Manyan staggered a few steps back, but he was wearing a reckless grin. Ruler level. So what if it was an attack from a ruler-level creature? He still managed to resist it. The captain with the earth element standing beside Zhao Manyan stared at his smiling face like he was looking at a monster. An advanced mage who could resist the full strength of a ruler-level creature? Was he even human? Most super mags did not prioritize improving their defenses, so they were very vulnerable when facing ruler-level creatures. However, this young man had actually resisted a ruler-level creature's attack. The giant statue slowly collapsing to the ground was like Zhao Manyan himself. The captain was beyond impressed. Bin Wei, who had failed to stop the Underworld Monarch Frog busy, gasped in disbelief. She initially thought the troop on the front line was going to suffer incredible losses. She did not expect the pompous young man to possess such remarkable strength. He had really stopped the Underworld Monarch Frog's attack. The Titan body's defense was so outstanding that even a ruler-level creature could not break through it easily. They all thought the defensive runes of the Yoked were incredibly powerful, but it turned out that the person with the greatest defense was in the Northguard fortress. It explained why the troop had managed to get so far this time. The Underworld Monarch Frog's strength was solely in its powerful attacks, its undodgeable rolling tongue, and the Yoked that were its slaves. When Zhao Manyan used the Titan body to stop its attack, it basically destroyed the Underworld Monarch Frog's plan to wipe out the troop of battle mages. The battle mages quickly withdrew to a safe distance with the time that Zhao Manyan had bought them. They had killed a dozen runic Yoked in a short period of time, and taken down hundreds of the Yoked, too. The number of the Yoked were dropping rapidly. The Underworld Monarch Frog bellowed furiously, yet its movements were restrained by Bin Wei's outstanding plant magic. I found another one. The morale of the troop rose tremendously after Zhao Manyan defended the soldiers with the Titan body. Morale played an important role in a battle. The Underworld Monarch Frog was like an unstoppable devil to the soldiers. There were deaths whenever it attacked, but if someone managed to step forward and stop the Underworld Monarch Frog's attacks, it was like giving the soldiers a powerful stim pack. Even though Zhao Manyan was only able to stop the attack once, it was still completely different than trembling in fear and waiting for their deaths previously. Don't you dare run away! Lightning Sword Bird, get him! An expert of the summoning element locked his gaze on a runic yoke that was fleeing toward the Underworld Monarch Frog. A bird covered with feathers flickering with lightning and wings resembling huge fans of swords dove from the sky. Its summoner stood up on the back of the lightning sword bird and fired giant shadow spikes down. They picked out the runic yoked from among the yoked and nailed it to the spot. The lightning sword bird swept past the yoked and grabbed the runic yoked with its claws. The yoked tried to grab onto the runic yoke to prevent it from being abducted, but the lightning sword bird immediately unleashed lightning swords, stabbing down at them. The lightning element had a strong penetrating nature, the unique trait of the lightning element. Even the yoke's incredible defenses were not so effective against the lightning element. The lightning swords knocked a bunch of the yoke to the ground. The runic yoke was unable to escape the claws, and was lifted into the sky. The lightning sword bird tossed the runic yoke towards the army of battle mages. The soldiers synchronized their spells and tore the runic yoke to pieces before it could even hit the ground. It's Yi Hong. He finally showed up, someone exclaimed. The captain of the summoner troop, riding a fiery wolf, lifted his gaze, his face respectful. It was obvious that airborne Yi Hong was more reputable than him among the summoners. Who's that guy? He's very strong. Zhao Manyan was relieved after seeing an expert had shown up. The prodigal son of the Northguard fortress. He normally just stays at the Northguard fortress for a month every year, and spends the rest of the time traveling between places. It's surprising that he has come back. It turns out that he still cares a lot about the Northguard fortress, the captain with the earth element, Feng Changyu, told him. He has been looking for the opportunity to reach the super level. He believes there won't be any chance if he keeps staying at the Northguard fortress. He used to be Changyi's superior. He was in charge of the 4th troop, the strongest troop we ever had, an old soldier added. The man riding the lightning sword bird was very strong. He was roaming freely through the air, while the lightning sword bird was searching for the runic yoked with its sharp eyes. He had taken the pressure of around 300 yoked from the shoulders of the soldiers on the front line. Many soldiers in the troop knew who Yi Hong was. The troop's morale had skyrocketed when Zhao Manyan stopped the Underworld Monarch Frog's attack, but the soldiers completely united and fought with an even stronger spirit when Yi Hong showed up. Suddenly, even the yoked strengthened by the defensive runes were not as spary. 3 troops to the west. 7th troop, hold your position. 10th troop, fire brilliant light at will. Wind mags of the 2nd troop, stay at the back and assist the others with their retreat. Yi Hong ordered from the sky. Bin Wei was the commander of the army, but she was unable to give orders since she was busy fighting the Underworld Monarch Frog. As a result, the troops were simply following their instincts when fighting against the yoked. The army became a lot more disciplined after receiving orders from Yi Hong. Zhao Manyan was a little confused. Why did the man ask the wind mags of the 2nd troop to assist with the retreat? Wasn't it the perfect time to push forward and take out more runic yoked while they still had the chance? However, Yi Hong had ordered everyone to withdraw instead. The soldiers obviously believed in him. The captains withdrew their troops immediately upon receiving the order. As the army was retreating, the Underworld Monarch Frog suddenly charged ahead and swallowed a huge area into its stomach. If the army had stayed and fought the yoked, at least 3 companies would have been wiped out. A company consisted of 100 soldiers. How long would it take the Northguard fortress to train 300 soldiers? When Zhao Manyan saw the reason behind the orders, he was impressed by Commander Yi Hong, who had just joined the battle not long ago. He had to be an experienced commander who had fought countless battles. The Underworld Monarch Frog had long gathered its strength for an attack, but it ended up in failure. Most of the runic yoked were now dead, too. The number of the yoked decreased rapidly. Only around 300 were left. Now is our chance, Yi Hong declared. They had to kill the yoked before dealing with the Underworld Monarch Frog. The Underworld Monarch Frog's main fighting force was the Yoked. If they eliminated all the Yoked, it was the same as severing its limbs. The soldiers of the Northguard fortress united. They were clearly in control of the battle. They proceeded to slaughter the remaining Yoked. The 300 Yoked were slain in no time. Only the Underworld Monarch Frog and the battle mages surrounding it remained on the battlefield, the remains of the Yoked scattered around. I never thought I'd have the chance to kill a ruler-level creature one day. Captain Feng Chengyu blurted out excitedly. Zhao Manyan was as excited as the soldiers were. Although he had fought a similar battle in Egypt before, this situation was just as grim. Mo Fan was around then to eliminate the Dark Sword Master with the help of Little Flame Bell in her adult phase. Since Mo Fan was not around, Zhao Manyan had become a key person in the battle. He was being admired by the soldiers, just like Bin Wei and Yi Hong. In the past, Zhao Manyan always thought soldiers were idiots whose lives were always at risk. He never wanted to be a soldier because of that, but after they managed to defend the Northguard fortress and defeat the army of the Yoked led by a ruler-level creature, he realized how passionate, exciting, and glorious it was to win a battle. It turns out that you're more suitable to take my role after all. General Bin Wei was a little worn out. She barely survived in the fight against the Underworld Monarch Frog. She was finally able to catch her breath when she saw Yi Hong coming to back her up on his lightning sword bird. My old comrades have given you quite some trouble. I apologize for that, but I believe no one is ever going to doubt you after today. You achieved the super level earlier than me, and you know the secret of the Great Wall. How could someone like me, who only knows how to kill, achieve anything? Commander Yi Hong replied. Then I shall let you command the army to take down the Underworld Monarch Frog, General Bin Wei informed him. My pleasure. Commander Yi Hong acknowledged confidently. Even though the man had yet to achieve the super level, this previous commander of the Northguard fortress clearly had the courage and capabilities of a super mage. General Bin Wei believed he would break through the barrier that had stopped him for almost 10 years soon. He would surely achieve the super level and soar into the sky. Chapter 1374. Self-Detonating Frog. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Watch out for the poison. General Bin Wei warned him. Poisonous liquid jetted out like beams. Even a few drops were enough to turn a person into a puddle. General Bin Wei ordered the majority of the army to back away from the ruler-level creature to avoid unnecessary casualties. The Underworld Monarch Frog did not have aggressive moves. Most of its strength came from the Yoked. It was quite effective if the soldiers just fired their spells at the creature from a safe distance. The rain of spells poured down on the Underworld Monarch Frog, but its body was covered in the defensive runes that defied the spells. The soldiers were powerless against its outstanding defense. Keep going, there's no way the runes will last forever. Commander Yi Hong ordered. The spells did not stop pouring down. There were still a lot of mags with long-range attacks in the fortress, up in the safest positions. As long as they still had energy, they could just continue to fire their spells and vent all their frustrations on the enormous creature, regardless if the spells were actually doing any harm to it. After a few rounds, the runes had clearly dimmed, giving the soldiers a great boost in confidence. I thought its defense was unbreakable, but it seems to be falling apart. Brothers, let's keep it up, we are about to kill a ruler-level creature, the sergeant of a troop of magic cannon mags on the wall yelled. A huge bunch of star patterns appeared, lights of different colors swept through the sky and dove at the creature. Layering formation. Super fiery fist. The octagon sentry formation in the Northguard fortress lit up again. A huge group of intermediate fire mags poured their energy into it crazily. The scorching fire patterns filled the sky above the Northguard fortress in a spectacular show. A huge fiery fist the size of a tower sprang forward. The spells flying across the sky were like little shrimps next to a giant whale. The enormous spell howled, dyeing the sky and ground red as it lunged at the Underworld Monarch Frog. Even the mountain-sized creature began to panic when it saw the spell coming at it. It moved its body, trying to dodge the super fiery fist, but the burning fist was as big as a meteorite. The whole place was set aflame before it even hit the ground. The whole land was engulfed in fire, the soldiers could not even see it clearly. The Underworld Monarch Frog's heavy body was knocked flying by the enormous impact. The scorching heat was melting its runes and flesh. The flames finally broke through its outer skin. The stinking flesh underneath emitted a disgusting smell as thick smoke rolled into its surroundings. The Underworld Monarch Frog cried out in agony, twisting its body around. It was trying to attack the soldiers nearby with the chains hanging from it. The mags quickly spread out, but suddenly the Underworld Monarch Frog started rolling forward, the flames still burning on it. It had turned into a fiery ball. The creature seemed to be holding a strong grudge, it was planning to crash right into the wall of the Northguard fortress. The Underworld Monarch Frog was struggling to move previously, now it was like a giant tank of meat, rolling like a ball and bringing the inextinguishable flames with it. Shit, it's about to slam into the Northguard fortress. Yihong exclaimed. Stop it! The soldiers immediately worked together and cast barricading spells to intercept the Underworld Monarch Frog. However, the momentum of the Underworld Monarch Frog was just too overwhelming, considering how heavy it was. The spells could only slow the creature down slightly, they were nowhere enough to stop it. The Underworld Monarch Frog smashed flat the land, which was already in extremely bad condition, quickly approaching the Northguard fortress. There were at least a few thousand mags on the wall. Many of them were going to die if the Underworld Monarch Frog smashed into the wall with such great force. No one had expected the clumsy Underworld Monarch Frog to have such a move up its sleeves during its deathbed struggle. A ruler-level creature would normally try their best to stay alive. If it had rolled away instead, they clearly would have had no chance of stopping it from running away. Ling was on the wall, too. She watched the Underworld Monarch Frog closing in and filling up her vision. She did not understand why the Underworld Monarch Frog did not run away. A ruler-level creature should treat their life preciously. It could have used the same move to run away, why would it insist on razing the Northguard fortress to the ground and taking out the mags that were the least of his concern, if it meant sacrificing its life? A ruler-level creature should have its own intelligence. It was unlike low-level creatures that would fight back simple-mindedly when they were under attack. Could it be that there was something even scarier than it behind its chains? It had no choice but to advance like the Yoked, since it was not allowed to retreat. City of Steel. General Bin Wei's thunderous voice came from the sky. The ground 100 meters ahead of the Northguard fortress began to shake. A magnificent wall of boulders emerged from the ground. Unlike the entrance ceiling wall from before, the ancient wall was split into several segments this time, each around 50 meters long. They were arranged in rows like ancient soldiers, using their mass to block the Underworld Monarch Frog. The Underworld Monarch Frog's strength was absolutely terrifying, and could even smash through the sturdy ancient wall, but it eventually came to a stop after destroying 3 segments of the Great Wall. The strength of the Great Wall was several times that of the fortress. The 3 segments were over 50 meters wide when they rose in lines. The wall of the fortress was only slightly over 20 meters wide. If the Great Wall had not emerged from the ground and lined up to defend them, it was likely that half of the fortress would have been destroyed. When everyone was still astonished, the Underworld Monarch Frog began to expand rapidly, exploding after a huge blast. Its flesh splintered into thousands of pieces and flew in all directions. The poisonous liquid in its body turned into rains of killing liquid arrows, covering an area over a kilometer wide. Quick, defend yourself! Look out! The fortress was in a great mess. No one had known the Underworld Monarch Frog had the ability to blow itself up. A few drops of its acidic poison were enough to melt a person. It could even melt the walls of the fortress, let alone a human's body. Layering spell, Water Barrier, a commander yelled at the octagon sentry formation. The water mag swiftly cast the water barrier. The star orbits intertwined with one another and hung elegantly in the sky. Water ribbons appeared on the Northguard fortress and quickly formed a circular barrier to stop the poisonous acid rain. However, since they had only set up the defense in reaction, the water barrier was primarily protecting the mags on the walls. There were lots of areas that it could not cover. The rain of poison acid poured down and melted through the structures. The stone buildings made of stones melted at an insane speed, like sand that was soaked wet. There were people that failed to hide from it. They cried out in agony and turned into puddles of blood before the others could lend them a hand. The same scene occurred in many places across the fortress. Countless innocent lives were lost. The people stood still in silence for some time. Commander Yihong let out a long sigh. They had tried so hard to protect and preserve the Northguard fortress. They had cautiously avoided casualties among the soldiers and even prevented the walls and towers from collapsing. However, the streets inside the fortress were in a great mess. The number of deaths was not that high, but it was still a pity that their lives had been lost. General Bin Wei was not feeling well, either. The rain of acidic poison had caused massive destruction. The fortress was basically in ruins, and had lost its magnificence. She initially thought it was going to be a great victory. It was still a ruler-level creature after all, Zhao Manyan said helplessly. The Underworld Monarch frog did not destroy the fortress, but it posed a great threat to it until the very end. It even took down a few hundred battle mages with it. Either way, we've won the battle. We've protected the Northguard fortress. Even a ruler-level creature wasn't able to get past us. Captain Feng Chengyu exclaimed. He's right. There's nothing much we could do when a ruler-level creature is pulling a kamikaze on us, but it doesn't change the fact that we've killed them all. Let's go back to the fortress. Time to go back, we've won the battle. Casualties were unavoidable in a battle, but the victory was still theirs. Everyone at the fortress had been prepared to die in the battle, but they would not allow failure. If they lost, the cities behind them would be massacred. Most of the soldiers at the fortress were locals. Their parents, wives, relatives, and friends were in the cities shielded by the Northguard fortress. Over 2,000 battle mages took part in the battle, but the casualties were not particularly serious. Their performance was quite outstanding compared to the battles they normally fought against the Beijiang desolate beasts. The soldiers gathered around Bin Wei and Yihong as they returned to the fortress. Zhao Manyan was thrown into the air by the soldiers he was leading. Everyone returned to the fortress in high spirits and cheers. Holy crap, go easier. Don't throw me so high. The mags were very strong. Normally, it was quite impressive for people to toss someone half a meter high into the air, but Zhao Manyan was thrown around 20 meters up. Every time he went up, it would take him some time to fall back down again, as if he was playing the jumping machine. Oh! Zhao Manyan was thrown into the air again. This time, the soldiers were challenging themselves to see if they could toss him 30 meters into the air. Zhao Manyan lost his balance when he reached the top. He began to spin. He caught a quick glimpse of the horizon. The dust had yet to clear away, but he could see an enormous silhouette standing there. He even saw the flicker in its eyes, and felt a strong presence of death across the distance, sending a great chill down his spine. What the hell was that? Once again, Zhao Manyan was overwhelmed by shock. Chapter 1375. Carriers of the Underworld. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Zhao Manyan was still wondering if he had seen it wrong when he landed in the hands of the soldiers. When they tossed him back up into the air, he activated his golden wings and stopped up there. Zhao Manyan beat his wings to soar higher into the sky. He swiftly reached a height of 100 meters and stared in the same direction to get a better look. The dust that was drifting in the wind gradually cleared up. The enormous silhouette that left Zhao Manyan in great astonishment was still there. Is that a person's face? Zhao Manyan stared into the dust-shrouded distance, trying hard to get a closer look. Amid the dust was an enormous human face, hanging at the same height that Zhao Manyan was at. It was more than 100 meters in the air. A giant face over 100 meters up? Zhao Manyan only knew of the tyrant titans possibly being that huge. However, he was confused, as he could not see its body. The dust in the distance did not clear up entirely. Zhao Manyan could only see a face hanging in the sky. The enormous silhouette was something that Zhao Manyan had imagined subjectively. The truth was, he could not see the creature's outline, as if its body was hidden behind the dust. What is it? Commander Yihong asked. He had shown up on his lightning sword bird. The commander could easily see that Zhao Manyan was behaving strangely. He was worried that the fortress was still being threatened.
Can you see it?
The human face. Zhao Manyan pointed into the distance. Commander Yi Hong followed Zhao Manyan's finger. He shook his head after a while. I see nothing. Zhao Manyan was a little confused. He soon guessed that the blessing of the God Seal had made his eyesight better than others. As a matter of fact, Zhao Manyan was feeling some fear, especially when the face was looking at him. He could feel himself freezing in place, barely able to move his finger. It was a natural fear when a living thing was facing a greatly superior existence. Zhao Manyan gathered his courage to look at the face again, but it had vanished into the dust. The dust slowly faded away, returning to them a clear view of the vast land. Zhao Manyan was now able to see a great distance, yet there was no sign of the human face. Its disappearance left Zhao Manyan extremely worried. Was it something terrifying? Commander Yi Hong asked in a serious voice. The word terrifying wasn't enough to describe it, Zhao Manyan replied softly. Zhao Manyan had seen the black totem snake, and had even lived close to a supreme ruler like Basha. The fear that the face floating in the dusty sky gave him was no weaker than them, which meant it was something that was countless times stronger than the Underworld Monarch frog. The commander level had different levels. Using Mo Fan's strength as a standard, he could kill weaker commander-level creatures instantly with his lightning. However, he would have to work with Mu Ningxue to barely handle a strong commander-level creature. As for some supreme commanders, similar to Little Flame Bell's current level, even Mo Fan would not stand a chance against them. The same thing applied to ruler-level creatures. The difference between strong ruler-level creatures and weak ruler-level creatures was extremely huge. The Underworld Monarch frog was clearly at the bottom of the ruler level, while the black totem snake and Basha were both among the strongest existences among the ruler-level creatures. Normally, ruler-level creatures comparable to the black totem snake and Basha were extremely rare in this world. The mysterious human face of an unknown creature was such an existence, and it was only 10 kilometers away from the Northguard fortress. It did not approach the Northguard fortress. It was like an emperor casually observing the work of its men. It could not care less about their deaths, since they were nothing but its lackeys. Zhao Manyan was struggling to identify if he was afraid of the unknown and was imagining things in his mind, or he was actually terrified from the pressure that the creature had put him under. He was extremely cautious even when he was breathing. What exactly happened? Commander Yi Hong asked solemnly. We only thought those things were from Egypt, Zhao Manyan replied. Fenna finally obtained the information Lingling had asked for. She emailed everything she found to Lingling. The information was all very mixed up. Lingling had to filter the information according to the situation that had occurred at the Northguard fortress. Many were ancient legends in Egypt. Some of them were real, from undisclosed records. Some were just stories that the locals came up with after seeing some natural phenomena, thus only some part of the stories were true. It was necessary to filter out irrelevant information. The majority of the history was speculation. As a result, historical records and artifacts were extremely meaningful, as they were the only evidence to prove what was right. Egypt's history was extremely complicated. The creatures of the underworld closely followed the changes of their dynasty, to an extent that there existed two kinds of status in Egypt. One was their status when they were still alive, and one was their status in the underworld. Underworld monarch frogs, the most ancient creatures of the underworld. They used to be the Pharaoh's mounts. They can carry an entire city while traveling across deserts and oceans. The yoked, loyal, passionate, and vicious slaves of the underworld monarch frog. They are only a bunch of lost souls if they are separated from the underworld monarch frog. They were placed under the Pharaoh's curse when they were alive, so they cannot find peace after they died. The stronger the grudge they were holding, the greater the power they would receive from the underworld monarch frog. In addition to that, they can obtain more power through killing, too. The Triangle Void Mirror, an artifact that originated from the legend of Osiris and Khonsu, Lingling quickly read through the legends of ancient Egypt and records that had been verified. Long ago, it was proven that the Triangle Void Mirror did not exist. It was just a story that someone had come up with, to direct the hatred of Egypt's people toward the mirages to someone that did not exist. Khonsu was just a sacrifice that the ruler used to put the blame on. The triangle dimensional mirror is an artifact forged by an unknown master with the ability to combine two kinds of dimensional magic. It has the power to reflect an object beyond the limitations of space and distance. Since the energy that it requires is said to be evil, an ancient magic association dismantled it. Its parts were kept in different magic associations and the method to reassemble them was lost. Ligh read the story while flipping through some of the records. There was indeed a document that proved the triangle dimensional mirror had been dismantled. The document had the symbol of a magic association, and to Lingling's surprise, the symbol actually belonged to a magic association in China, the Potala Palace Magic Association. One of its core components is kept inside the Sacred Hall of Liberty. The Research Union is conducting experiments on it to discover its secrets. Ligh suddenly recalled something. When Mo Fan was attacked by an executioner in New York, the people of the Black Vatican had used the opportunity when the mags of the Sacred Hall of Liberty were busy searching for the executioner, stealing something from the Sacred Hall of Liberty. Could it be that the Cold Prince found the descendant of the person that forged the triangle dimensional mirror? Was he using the opportunity to steal the core component of the triangle dimensional mirror? Ligh slowly pieced the information together. Ligh had not put much attention on the stolen item. The Sacred Hall of Liberty did not say a word, either. They never told anyone what the missing item was. Maybe they didn't think someone would know the method to reassemble the triangle dimensional mirror, so they didn't really care when it was stolen, since it wasn't something that is used commonly. Ligh reasoned why the Sacred Hall of Liberty did not treat the stolen item seriously, but she was very displeased by them. If the Sacred Hall of Liberty had not hidden the truth, perhaps they would have found out what the Cold Prince was up to earlier. That means the Cold Prince has reassembled the triangle dimensional mirror. He's moving a pyramid from Egypt to here to open up an entrance to the Underworld, Ligh conjectured. The answer was fairly obvious, but how could they possibly stop it from happening? The Cold Prince was nowhere to be found, nor did they know where he was going to use the triangle dimensional mirror next. It even felt like they were already done with the plan. What awaited the Northguard fortress were the endless creatures of the Underworld. Ligh smiled wryly upon having the thought. It felt like it was meaningless to learn everything, since there was no way they could stop it from happening. The Underworld Monarch frogs are the pack beasts of the Underworld. An Underworld Monarch frog can lift and drag a small pyramid. Ligh continued to read. She suddenly paused in the middle of her sentence. Zhao Manyan was standing beside Ligh. His thoughts were preoccupied by the monster with a human face. He did not really hear what Ligh had said. When he saw Ligh staring at him with a terrified expression, he asked nervously, "What's wrong? Have you seen the pyramid?" Ligh asked. "What pyramid?" "I didn't see one," Zhao Manyan replied. "The record says the Underworld Monarch frogs are the carriers of the Underworld palaces. An Underworld Monarch frog can carry a small Underworld palace. These Underworld palaces are similar to the pyramids. In Egypt, whenever an Underworld Monarch frog shows up, it means a pyramid is being moved. The whole country would go into red alert." Ligh exclaimed. The pyramids could be moved, but the only way to do so was the Underworld Monarch frogs. "No, we didn't see any pyramids. The chains on the Underworld Monarch frog disappeared on their own after it died," Zhao Manyan said. The Underworld Monarch frog wasn't carrying a pyramid on its back. Ligh had a terrible look. She finally blurted out, "Which means there isn't only one Underworld Monarch frog moving it." Zhao Manyan dropped his jaw. His mouth remained open for some time. The Underworld Monarch frog was dragging a pyramid with its chains? The same pyramid that contained countless undead and served as the gate between the living world and the world of the dead? The terrifying place not a single person had come back alive from. Zhao Manyan was there when the mirages appeared. He clearly knew the destruction that a small pyramid could bring. Chapter 1376. Swooning in Frigh. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. "Old Zhao, take a look at this." Ligh suddenly exclaimed. Zhao Manyan was still lost in his thoughts. He quickly went up to Ligh when he heard her yelling. There was a diagram of celestial bodies on Ligh's laptop. Ligh had processed the diagram and discovered that the distribution of the ancient celestial bodies matched the geographical distribution of the pyramids. Celestial bodies and the pyramids, this article was proven to be valid. Every pyramid in Egypt corresponds to a star in the galaxy. These stars are constantly moving, but they will return to their initial position on a certain day, and the position corresponds to the location of an ancient pyramid. They are called the star coordinates, Ligh said. Holy crap, how could I possibly understand something so complicated? There are so many stars in the sky. Wouldn't a random latrine pit that those Egyptians built in the past correspond to the coordinates of a star, too? It's too vague of a statement, Zhao Manyan protested. No, someone did deduce the distribution graph of the pyramids. Give me a second, I'll verify it now, Ligh quickly typed on the laptop. She was switching between images at such an insane speed that Zhao Manyan's eyes were dazed. A moment later, Ligh came up with a set of star coordinates. If Mo Fan was looking at them, he would just assume them to be normal latitude and longitude coordinates, but the well-educated Zhao Manyan still knew the difference between mundane geography and star coordinates. Isn't this place the Chikij tribe's town? Zhao Manyan noticed that the coordinates were located in the town the Chikij tribe resided in. Didn't the old herdsman mention he saw a pyramid? Let's verify if the star coordinates correspond to the location of a pyramid in Egypt, Ligh said. Zhao Manyan rolled his eyes. How were they supposed to verify it? The calculations involved already sounded extremely complicated. Most importantly, if the stars were constantly moving, how was it possible for the land of Egypt to correspond to the same star coordinates as the land of China? These are the star coordinates of every pyramid in Egypt. Luckily, General Fenner included them in the information she provided. I believe it's part of their military secrets, Ligh nattered on. Here is the formula to calculate the orbit of a star. Zhao Manyan's head was spinning. How could they possibly know which star they should be looking at? To his surprise, Ligh quickly entered the Chikij tribe's coordinates. The laptop immediately filtered out the stars that would appear in the sky above the coordinates throughout every season. The old herdsman kept mentioning how the pyramid had shown up where the statue of Chikij was located, allowing Ligh to get the precise coordinates for it. There were quite a number of stars that directly corresponded to it throughout the year. The filtered results had more than 10 pages. A lot of the names were in English. Zhao Manyan did not have any interest in astronomy. He had no clue what the stars were. All right, we filtered out the stars that would pass by the coordinates of the statue. Ligh's eyes were glittering. She was in an extremely focused state. What's next, little fairy? Zhao Manyan prodded her. It's simple, we just need to match them with the stars that correspond to the coordinates of every pyramid in Egypt. Ligh said. Zhao Manyan found it extremely difficult to believe. First, there were so many stars that would pass by the coordinates of Chikij statue. The filtered results did not really mean anything. Second, they were not sure if the pyramids actually corresponded to the stars. Even if they were, how were the two even related? Found it! It's a star called Unas. Ligh looked excited. She pointed at the star that matched the criteria. The Pyramid of Unas. Zhao Manyan scrolled down the information and was surprised to see there was actually a pyramid called Unas. We're pretty lucky. It happens to be a pyramid that is named after the star, which also means everything the old herdsman said is the truth, Ligh stated. Holy crap, Ligh, you're unbelievable. Zhao Manyan was utterly impressed by Ligh's intelligence. Anyone would have a headache reading the ancient records, yet Ligh was able to find out which pyramid had appeared at the town of Chikij tribe. It was unlikely that everything was just a mere coincidence. Ligh had filtered out the orbits of the stars and found a match through them. In terms of probability, the number of stars that the pyramids in Egypt corresponded to were around 100, and among the countless stars, only one had matched the criteria. The only explanation was, the theory behind the relation between the pyramids and the stars was right. I'll ask General Fenner right away. Zhao Manyan quickly contacted Fenner after learning the name of the pyramid. General Fenner immediately sent her men to investigate the Pyramid of Unas in Egypt. The area within 100 kilometers from a pyramid was forbidden, thus no one would know if a pyramid had disappeared. However, someone among the hunters in the area might have noticed something unusual. As they thought, someone from Egypt's hunter union said there was indeed a strange glow coming from the territory of the undead around the Pyramid of Unas. When the glow appeared, the undead close to the pyramid went under the ground and disappeared. The pyramid's outline became faint for some time too, but the others assumed it was pure nonsense. However, it's suddenly become the most convincing proof. The Pyramid of Unas did disappear for a moment. The hunter had also seen the undead disappearing into the ground. Meanwhile, undead had shown up at Chickage Town and the old herdsman had seen a pyramid at the corresponding star coordinates. It clearly hinted that the Pyramid of Unas did appear in their country. Unbelievable, Zhao Manyan took a deep breath. He still could not believe it had really happened. He wanted to think that the people of the Black Vatican had only found a way to open a rift to the realm of the undead, allowing the creatures of the underworld to stir some trouble in their world. The appearance of the pyramid sounded impossible, and yet he had started to believe it now. It was not just a mirage, it was the real pyramid. They were only up against an illusion of the pyramid during the battle in Egypt. The undead they faced were only those that were living in the outer area of the pyramid. The whole army was on the brink of being wiped out because a dark sword master had accidentally shown up. But now, it was hard to tell if the triangle-dimensional mirror could only produce the mirage of a pyramid, or if it could actually move the real pyramid to their country. After all, the Underworld Monarch frogs would not just follow the mirages around, since their job was to move a real pyramid. Was the Underworld Monarch frog we killed moving the Pyramid of Unas? Zhao Manyan asked. Ligh shook her head and said, the Pyramid of Unas is just a small pyramid. A single Underworld Monarch frog is enough to move it. Then what exactly is the pyramid we are about to face? Zhao Manyan asked. Assuming the theory of the star coordinates is right, I can list the stars corresponding to the pyramids in Egypt that will pass by the North Valley soon. There are around 100 stars corresponding to the pyramids in Egypt. I believe the odds of them passing by our country are extremely low. Unas is already one of them, and it happened to be right above Chickage Town at night half a month ago. If any stars passing by our country around this time correspond to a pyramid in Egypt, it's most likely the pyramid that the Underworld Monarch frogs' chains were tied to. Ligh declared. Go ahead, Zhao Manyan nodded. General Bin Wei and Yi Hong came inside while they were busy finding out the truth. They were extremely tired. As the commanders of the Northguard fortress, they were usually the last people to get some rest. They only came after settling everything in the Northguard fortress. They were not simple-minded people, and they wanted to know what exactly was going on, too. Zhao Manyan explained their discoveries to them while Ligh was busy with the calculations. General Bin Wei and Yi Hong were completely dumbfounded after listening to Zhao Manyan. They were lost for words for a long time. A pyramid. An undead ruler's palace in Egypt actually appeared in their country. It was unbelievable. We've contacted Egypt and verified that the Pyramid of Unas did behave unusually, Zhao Manyan stated. It's so difficult to believe it, but after everything that happened, I would rather believe that it actually happened, Yi Hong said. The appearance of the Underworld Monarch frog is enough to prove how serious the situation is, General Bin Wei agreed. You've done the right thing, asking the cities behind us to be evacuated. If a pyramid does appear, all the Northguard fortress can do is to buy some time, Yi Hong said. Unfortunately, it's not that easy to execute the order. I wonder if a week is enough for the people to be evacuated to Feihuang City, Bin Wei sighed. The people were unaware of the danger involved. Even if everything was exactly as they had deduced, they still lacked the evidence to prove it. The people were likely reluctant to understand and follow the evacuation order. The problem was, would they still have time to run when they saw an army of undead charging at them? Smash! Lingling's laptop suddenly fell from the table and smashed on the ground. The loud crash gave the other three a great fright as they were discussing the terrifying truth. They quickly turned around, noticing that Ligh did not even care to pick up the laptop. Her face was extremely pale, while her eyes were filled with disbelief and fear. Ligh. Zhao Manyan's heart skipped a beat when he saw Lingling's face. Is there really a star corresponding to a pyramid that is passing by our country soon? General Bin Wei asked quietly. Ligh nodded. What star is it? Yihong asked, even more softly. Orion. Ligh lifted her eyes. Her pupils were unfocused. She stared at Yihong, Zhao Manyan, and General Bin Wei silently for a moment before saying, even she was struggling to believe it, the pyramid that Orion corresponds to is Giza. When Ligh mentioned the name Giza, it felt like a ferocious tide was suddenly coming down at them from the icy night sky, making their souls shiver in fright. Chapter 1377. The Great Pyramid of Giza. The night suddenly fell silent. The weather was not cold, yet it felt like they were all standing in ice. The four people inside the room had stopped breathing. Their pupils were hollow, as if they were stuck in a nightmare. They had completely lost their ability to think under the feeling of suffocation and mental impact that conclusion had brought them. The Underworld Monarch Frog was pulling the Great Pyramid of Giza. The Great Pyramid of Giza. It was the huge kingdom of undead that could easily devour half of Egypt, the most magnificent of the Underworld palaces. If the pyramid appeared in their land, what would happen to Beijiang once the pyramid started covering the land with its death light? I don't think we are only having a nightmare, someone finally spoke in the silent room. Yihong was the first to break the silence. A nightmare is normally something bad that a person was imagining during the day, but I've never, ever, imagined anything like this. I would never think such a thing. The discovery completely exceeded Yihong's understanding of how terrible a situation could be. Only the cruelest truth would continue to throw punches at them when they could not even endure them. Similarly, as a super mage and the commander of almost 10,000 elite mags of the Northguard fortress, Bin Wei felt so tiny after hearing that conclusion. A single gust of undead that the Great Pyramid of Giza stirred up could easily tear a super mage like her to pieces. The Underworld Monarch Frog. The Northguard fortress had used everything they had to barely stop the invasion of a single Underworld Monarch Frog. They were even so proud of their achievement. Little did they know, the Underworld Monarch Frog was nothing but an insignificant slave with the appearance of a frog before the Great Pyramid of Giza. What should we do? Zhao Manyan asked after staring at the others for some time. What could they possibly do? Bin Wei did not know, nor did Yihong. It felt like there was nothing they could do, apart from being trampled entirely. Ligh suddenly recovered from her dispirited state and said, we have to look for Mofan. Right, look for Mofan, he must have some way, Zhao Manyan said. Ligh shook her head and said, find Mofan, tell him the truth, and we'll leave this place at once. Zhao Manyan was startled. He did not expect those words from Ligh. On second thought, her decision was clearly the most rational choice. What could they possibly do against the Great Pyramid of Giza, apart from getting themselves killed? Since the stars were constantly moving, and the Great Pyramid of Giza was temporarily moved here by the triangle dimensional mirror, it would only last for a few days. Their only chance was to evacuate the land. They were going to die for sure if they tried to resist. All right, I'll go look for Mofan now. Damn it, I don't even know where he is, he didn't bring the badge of the national team with him, Zhao Manyan cursed in a panic. I think I know where Brother Fan is, a voice entered the room. The group turned around and saw a skinny but energetic young man in the uniform of a general walking in. His expression alone had indicated that he had heard everything too, but he had been standing at the entrance, struggling to collect his thoughts. Zhang Xiaohou. Zhao Manyan was overjoyed. He had shown up just in time. It would be a lot easier for them to look for Mofan with his help. They could not afford to give up on Mofan. He was trying so hard to stop the Black Vatican, but it turned out all their efforts were in vain. Beijiang's fate was now in the hands of the heavens, but they would not allow Mofan to die. They had to find him at all costs. They had to stop him from going any further and leave this place at once. Ligh, is it true? Zhang Xiaohou looked at Ligh with a helpless wry smile. It's just my speculation. I didn't have any proof, and I know it's not enough to convince the government, the military, and the Magic Association, but trust me, it's the truth. It will happen. It's useless to do or say anything now. We have to find Mo Fan and leave at once. Ligh had never reacted like this. She might sound calm, but her heart was clearly on the verge of collapsing. The room fell silent again. The last glimpse of hope in Zhang Xiaohou's eyes disappeared. General Bin Wei and Commander Yi Hong stared at one another in silence. Zhao Manyan looked at them and snapped, "What are you two waiting for? Hurry up and tell everyone to evacuate the fortress. You are all mags, there's still time if you start running now. It's too late once the Underworld Monarch frogs move the Great Pyramid of Giza here. We have sworn an oath to protect the Northguard fortress." Commander Yi Hong said. "How the hell could you possibly protect it? The fortress has already ended up like this when we were only up against an Underworld Monarch frog. Do you have any idea how terrifying the undead in Egypt are? I was there when they were fighting a mirage. The undead in the outer area of a pyramid were already troublesome to deal with, due to their insane numbers. The Northguard fortress wouldn't stand a chance against even a small pyramid, let alone the Great Pyramid of Giza. Any entity in the Great Pyramid of Giza could easily raze this Northguard fortress to the ground." Zhao Manyan swore. The Northguard fortress was nothing but a little wooden fence to the Great Pyramid of Giza. It could not even withstand the force of a wild beast crashing into it, not to mention the whole tide of wild beasts was coming. Why would they even bother staying? Were they really going to let thousands of people die just to buy a few minutes? Hunters may leave, the businessmen and magic students may leave, the civilians may leave, but how can we soldiers abandon our posts? Commander Yi Hong said. "Unless we receive the order to retreat from our superiors," General Bin Wei said. "Your superiors? Are you out of your mind? Your superiors even dispatched the best troop you have elsewhere when you were under attack by the Underworld Monarch frog. I would be damned if they believed the speculation of a little girl around the age of 10. Why do you think Mo Fan has taken so many risks just to infiltrate the Black Vatican? Isn't it obvious that he's trying to collect evidence? But does it even matter? Did the authorities even say a word?" Zhao Manyan was on the verge of losing his temper. What the heck was happening in their country? Could the problem in the East be more serious than what they were facing now? "I'll try and convince our superiors, but we won't be able to leave without an order to retreat," Bin Wei replied. "I'll ask the people that aren't from the military to evacuate at once," Yi Hong said. Yi Hong believed in Lingling's speculation. Everything that happened so far was enough proof that the worst had yet to come. My heavens, I don't even care anymore. Ligh, Zhang Xiaohou, let's go. We have to find Mo Fan as soon as possible. Zhao Manyan believed they were completely out of their minds. To hell with the duty of a soldier, if they chose to wait for their deaths just because it was an order, instead of sizing up the situation when necessary, what would they even need living humans for? Why didn't they just join the army of undead that was already on their way? Chapter 1378. The Prophet of the Sacred City. The group traveled across the North Valley with incredibly heavy hearts. Somehow, the sky did not feel as vast as it used to be. They were having difficulty breathing from the pressure it was putting on them. Zhao Manyan recalled Mo Fan's words, which had stirred up great emotions in him along the journey. If they did not try their best, they would only live with enormous regrets after everything happened. The pain would leave a lasting mark deep in their hearts, leaving them in endless torture. But they had already done everything they could. The only problem was, how could just the few of them possibly stop the Black Vatican? The Black Vatican was the public enemy of the whole world. The 7 red cardinals were wanted criminals with the highest bounties. Everyone in the world wanted to get rid of them, yet how many in the world actually stood a chance against them? The magic associations of the 5 continents. The Parthenon Temple? The Holy Judgment Court? The Hunter Union? The 7 red cardinals were still at large. They had become the idols of criminals and the wicked. Many strong mags were willing to submit themselves to them. They had overestimated their capabilities. In the end, there was nothing they could do. It was just the few of them, a useless preventive committee, and some stubborn members of the enforcement union. How ridiculous. The country did not even care, yet they were still wasting their time and efforts trying to uncover the Black Vatican's conspiracy. They had ended up discovering an enormous glacier crashing down upon them. They might feel better if they had not uncovered it, if they had just continued to live in ignorance. "We are meeting up in Guli village," Xiaohou told Zhao Manyan. Apart from Ligh and Zhao Manyan, Yi Hong and Bin Wei had tagged along too. Even though they believed in Ligh, they wanted to see the truth with their own eyes. If they did not witness it personally, they would not be able to convince the commanders of northern military to give the order to retreat. The commanders of the northern fortress would not want their men to sacrifice their lives for nothing. "I know where Guli village is. It's a lot faster this way, but there's a very deep canyon," Yi Hong said. The group followed Yi Hong's guidance to Guli village. If it was somewhere Mo Fan had planned to meet them, it would be fairly close to the Black Vatican's location. They had to be extremely cautious. Luckily, the overall strength of the group was quite high. Bin Wei was a super mage with the earth element and the plant element. They would have no problem retreating if they found themselves in any danger. Commander Yi Hong immediately frowned when they arrived in Guli village. There were still a lot of people in Guli village who had yet to be evacuated. Was it because they did not receive the evacuation order, or they were unwilling to obey it? They went to a memorial hall in the village, but the person waiting for them was not Mo Fan. It was a man in a grey-white robe whose face was covered. Zhao Manyan and Ligh were confused and alert, as they did not know who the person was, but Xiaohou approached the man and chatted with him. It seemed like Xiaohou had recognized him. "I believe you two are the commanders of Northguard Fortress," the mysterious man asked, looking at General Bin Wei and Commander Yi Hong. "We are. May I ask who you are?" Yi Hong was even more confused about the identity of the mysterious man. "I don't have a name, or a code name. I'm only a phantom that doesn't exist," the mysterious man replied. Nobody lowered their guard after hearing his words. Xiaohou proceeded to explain, "He is the prophet of the sacred city. He was the one that figured out Salon was among the authorities during the calamity of the ancient capital, and proposed the plan to execute them all." The Northguard fortress was not too far from the ancient capital. General Bin Wei knew about the plan to execute the authorities, but she was still quite shocked after hearing the words. She had not heard about any prophet of the sacred city before, but the execution plan was quite well known among the generals. If it wasn't for the plan, the ancient capital would not have been able to survive the calamity. In other words, the man had played an important role in finding out who Salon was. On top of that, General Bin Wei was very impressed with the man's decisiveness, ready to sacrifice 10 powerful figures just to get their revenge on the Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican. It clearly took the Black Vatican by surprise. Even Salon never thought she would end up in such a trap. The plan had brought the ancient capital hope and given it the chance to survive the calamity. The mysterious man's contribution certainly could not be overlooked, but their superiors had never mentioned anything about him. It was just as the man had said himself, he was only a phantom. "What profit? If I really had the power to foresee the future, things would not end up like this," the mysterious man said self-mockingly. "Ligh, Xiaohou has already told me about your speculation." He sighed. "To think that our great nation has taken the calm and peace so for granted that they couldn't even see through the Black Vatican's conspiracy better than a little girl. If anyone is the prophet, you clearly did a better job than me. It's all thanks to my sister and Mo Fan. They strongly believe that the Black Vatican is up to something." Ligh replied. "Since the prophet of the sacred city is here, does that mean there's still a way to fix it?" General Bin Wei asked, hoping. "No, I'm afraid we don't really have a plan to turn the tables around. All we have is an ill-advised plan, but let's wait for Mo Fan first. We'll need the information he has gathered from the Black Vatican. Otherwise, everything we decide won't mean anything, the mysterious man replied. The mysterious man faced the altar inside the memorial hall, leaving a lonely back to the others. It was obvious that he had just made it there too. His eyes were lackluster. Did something serious happen in the east? General Bin Wei's asked. I just came from there. You will know what happened soon. Let's focus on the North Valley for now. Hopefully, you won't blame our country for being too harsh on you, the mysterious man answered. General Bin Wei and Commander Yi Hong exchanged glances with one another. Their expressions turned grimmer. Something serious must have happened. Zhang Xiaohou, how is Mo Fan doing? Zhang Xiaohou asked. I'm not sure, he only asked someone to deliver a message to me, Zhang Xiaohou said. It's quite worrying to let him infiltrate the Black Vatican on his own, Zhao Manyan sighed. The mysterious man turned around. He looked at Zhao Manyan and said, he reminds me of someone. Who? Zhao Manyan asked. Zhang Kong. Before the calamity of the ancient capital, Zhang Kong had found out there was more to the Black Vatican's plan when he took out the Darkwing Wolf. He found me and asked me to help him infiltrate the Black Vatican. I happened to have a code name available, so I told him that once he took over the code name, he would have to disappear from this world. He did not hesitate, he did not even have to think about it, the mysterious man said. Zhang Xiaohou opened his mouth. He stared at the mysterious man in disbelief. Zhang Xiaohou still did not understand why their chief military instructor showed up at the dark abyss out of nowhere. It turned out that he had long given up his identity to infiltrate the Black Vatican. Zhang Xiaohou took a deep breath. He was not feeling good. I was only able to lock down Salon with the clues that Zhang Kong had provided. When the country is in trouble, some people will only tremble in fear, but some chose to sacrifice themselves. I'm relieved that we have people like them among us. He sighed again. I really wished that more people knew what he had done, the mysterious man said. Zhang Xiaohou finally understood why Mo Fan had made the decision to infiltrate the Black Vatican. The place fell silent for some time, until they heard heavy footsteps approaching slowly. They followed the sound of the footsteps and saw a man covered in a loose black robe. Zhao Manyan, Ligh, and Zhang Xiaohou were too familiar with Mo Fan. They immediately recognized him without seeing his face, even though his aura was a little cold. Are these the only people we have? Mo Fan asked when he arrived. Some are not here, but the people here are more or less all we have, the mysterious man said. Why do I feel like we are more like the bad guys hiding in the dark? Mo Fan asked sarcastically. Ligh ran up to Mo Fan, who picked her up and patted on her head while comforting her. Don't worry, I'm fine. Liar. Ligh saw through Mo Fan's lie right away. She pulled Mo Fan's mask away, revealing his scarred face. Zhang Xiaohou and Zhao Manyan gasped as soon as Mo Fan's face was revealed. Did he seriously call that fine? Let's go, right now, we are leaving now, my heavens! Zhao Manyan yelled. Zhang Xiaohou was feeling uneasy, especially after hearing what the mysterious man said previously about Zhang Kong. Mo Fan's attempt must be as dangerous as the situation their chief military instructor was in, yet they were completely unaware of what he was going through. It's not as bad as you all think. There are pretty ladies in the Black Vatican, she's been taking care of me the whole time. Mo Fan smiled to ease the atmosphere. It was General Bin Wei and General Yi Hong's first time meeting Mo Fan. They could not help but think how optimistic he was after hearing his words. Taking care my ass, if we don't go now, we are all going to die here. Do you know what pyramid they are bringing here? You can ask Ligh yourself. Zhao Manyan raised his voice. Mo Fan looked at Ligh. The little girl told him about the speculation. Mo Fan was stunned for some time. The answer was both within and beyond his expectations. When the Black Vatican continued to open the Underworld gates, Mo Fan already knew they were planning to bring a huge pyramid here, but he did not expect it to be the scariest one of them all, the Great Pyramid of Giza. Let's go, since you've left the Black Vatican, we'll decide where to go after we escape to the east, Zhao Manyan said. Mo Fan was able to calm down pretty quickly, since he was sort of prepared for it. He looked at the mysterious man and said, "I thought the authorities had already given up on us." "Well, you aren't completely wrong about that. They did decide to give up on this land, whether the Great Pyramid of Giza is going to show up or not," the mysterious man replied. Mo Fan did not lose his cool, nor was he furious. He was only overwhelmed by sorrow. He said after a prolonged silence, "They can give up on us if they want. What plan do you have? I can't believe you're only here as a messenger and telling us we are completely on our own here." Chapter 1379. The Reason for Not Leaving. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. If the mysterious man was here, it did not make sense for him to just do nothing. Mo Fan believed he had some plan in mind. What plan? We should just get the F***K out of here. Do you really think the few of us can stop the Great Pyramid of Giza? Are you dreaming now? I would like to be a hero too, but it's like a mantis trying to stop a chariot. Zhao Manyan protested. Mo Fan did not lose his patience despite Zhao Manyan's grumbling. He looked at Zhao Manyan and said, "Old Zhao, calm down." "Calm my ass, you said it yourself. We are trying our best, just so we won't regret it even if the worst happens." "Are you telling me that we haven't tried our best? Do we really have a chance of stopping what's going to happen? The military in the north doesn't even care. Why do we have to do their job instead? Didn't you hear the prophet? The authorities have already given up on us. Aren't we nothing but idiots if we stay?" Zhao Manyan groaned. "Old Zhao, let's hear what the prophet has to say." "You can leave if you really think he's out of his mind," Mo Fan replied. "Fine, I can't wait to see what plan you are going to come up with. Nothing matters when you're up against absolute power. Either way, I'm leaving after hearing what he has to say. If you don't, I'll beat you into a cripple and drag you with me." Zhao Manyan snapped. "Can you even beat me?" Mo Fan raised his brows. "Who ***king cares?" The mysterious man saw everyone looking at him. He understood what they were feeling. The fact that they had not lost their minds or broken down mentally showed how tenacious their mindsets were. First, it's true that the Great Pyramid of Giza is going to appear. We won't be able to stop it now. You have heard it from Mo Fan, the Underworld Monarch frogs aren't showing up all in the same place. The Great Pyramid of Giza will clearly be moved here unless we know the whereabouts of every Black Vatican Deacon, and eliminate them all to stop the Underworld Monarch frogs from appearing, the mysterious man informed them. Second, the Black Vatican's overall strength is clearly higher than the strength of the people we currently have, the mysterious man continued. Zhao Manyan was about to speak, but he withheld the urge to curse when he saw Mo Fan staring at him. "Everything I said is the truth. The Cold Prince has prepared a long time for this. He doesn't even care if we know what he's up to now. He's that confident, certain that none of us can stop him. We have to admit that he's a devil, just like Salon, and unfortunately, our country has ended up as his sacrifice, just so he can prove he's as competent as Salon," the mysterious man trailed off. The Cold Prince had spent a long time on the plan. It was already in motion when he acquired the core component from the Sacred Hall of Liberty. He was able to set down the coordinates in any country, and bring great destruction to it, but he insisted on making China his target. It was all thanks to Salon. Can we cut straight to the main point? What's the point of knowing all this? Zhao Manyan said impatiently. The Cold Prince is just like any other Red Cardinal. He has his own ideas, which revolve around the idea of the strength of evil faith. If he hates someone, he won't try to kill them. He will kill everyone that the person cares about instead, trying to obtain their hatred, rage, and obsession to get revenge. He believes he will be empowered by their evil faith. As a result, if the Cold Prince has more chess pieces than Salon, if his subordinates scattered across the world like Salon's, he will definitely cause a greater panic. The guy is a psychopath, and unfortunately, the heavens still gave him such outstanding talents, the mysterious man went on, ignoring Zhao Manyan's complaint. Did Mo Fan manage to gather any useful information? If we can't stop the disaster, I'll risk everything. I have to take down the Red Cardinal with me. I'll teach him that he has to pay if he wants to stir up trouble in our land. Yi Hong snapped furiously. There has been some progress, but I haven't learned anything critical, Mo Fan sighed. Mo Fan, are you reluctant to leave because you want to take out the Cold Prince? Ling asked when she realized Mo Fan's intention. Mo Fan opened his mouth, shocked. He did not expect Ling to see through his intentions so easily. Brother Fan, is that true? Zhang Xiaohou asked. Mo Fan nodded after a slight hesitation. The chief extraditor isn't here. There's no way we can track down all the members of the Black Vatican. The Cold Prince has split his men up into many groups to prevent us from interfering with his plan. Taking 1 or 2 groups won't make any difference, so I'm thinking of waiting until their grand ceremony to track down the Cold Prince. Damn it, I knew you would lose yourself every time you do something. When we joined the national team, we already said that we were only going to enjoy ourselves while traveling across the world, yet we gave everything we had just to earn glory for our country. This time, you were only meant to gather some evidence that the Black Vatican was involved, and even though you've already done it, it somehow turns into an attempt to assassinate a Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican. F***me, that's a Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican we're talking about. The magic associations of the 5 continents couldn't do anything about him, and you're thinking of assassinating him. Zhao Manyan was about to lose his temper again. If the Red Cardinals aren't doing anything, there's nothing we can do about them. Since the Cold Prince is planning such a huge conspiracy, it also means he's going to expose himself. If we don't grab hold of the opportunity to eliminate him, he will withdraw behind the curtains after he has earned his reputation. We'll never be able to find him again, which is why, Mo Fan said. Which is why you're doing it, even if all odds are against you. Who do you think you are? The Invincible. Zhao Manyan snapped. Our people have been trampled and massacred by 2 Red Cardinals in a short period of time. They are still at loose after destroying cities and bringing massive destruction upon our country. They are just like gods, more people are going to worship and learn from them. Are we just going to let them destroy our dignity? Yi Hong spoke up. Is dignity more important than staying alive? If the people hiding in the inner city shared the same thought as you during the calamity of the ancient capital, they would have rushed out of the city and fought the undead to death for the sake of their dignity. There would be no survivors. Ling pulled Mo Fan's sleeves and said softly, Mo Fan, we've already done our best. Let's just leave. Why do we have to kill the Cold Prince? If you go, you won't survive either. Mo Fan shook his head and said helplessly, I don't want to act like I'm a hero, but there are times where we don't have any choice. I'm the closest person to the Cold Prince at the moment. If I give up now, wouldn't it make me the accomplice of a second Salon? Did you forget about the maggot and the pseudo-dragon it turned into? We were chasing it all the way into the ocean just to eliminate it. The reason we did it was because we knew about the terrible consequences if we let it live. Every life that it took would end up as a hint of guilt in our hearts. I'm already trying my best to be a heartless person. That way, I might be able to live a more comfortable life, and I wouldn't be bothered by the sense of guilt accumulating in my heart, but I realized I couldn't do it. If the Cold Prince is still alive after the ceremony, think about the crimes the people that are following him will commit. If the victims are just strangers, I can still suppress the guilt at the bottom of my heart, but what if they hurt someone that I care about, like you? What will I feel? Will I hug your lifeless body and burst into tears knowing I'll never be able to see your smile again and slowly forget about it, or will I roam across the world in rage until I find the Cold Prince and tear him to pieces? Ling looked into Mo Fan's dark eyes. She could not find any words to answer him. The Black Vatican has always been around us. One day, they are going to hurt the people around us. I might be able to protect every one of you, but I can't stay by your side all the time, nor am I lucky enough to know what the Black Vatican is up to every time. The calamity of Bo City, the calamity of the ancient capital, and the current situation here in the North Valley, both the people around me and I are so close to death. Even if I was to tie you all by my side, when a calamity like this happens, I am still tiny and helpless, Mo Fan said. Everyone could feel their hearts beating rapidly after listening to Mo Fan. It's why I can't convince myself to just turn around and leave. Mo Fan fondled Ling Ling's head with a faint smile. Ling Ling lifted her head and saw the smile on Mo Fan's scarred face. Her eyes filled with tears. Arsehole, every one of you is an arsehole. You keep talking about your ideas that I can't refute. Father said that, my sister said that, and now you too. Despite Ling Ling's outstanding intelligence, she was still no match for Mo Fan's words. She hugged Mo Fan tightly and completely lost the calm she was wearing as a disguise. She was still just a little girl. Mo Fan smiled. Perhaps it was why he always had some peace of mind, there were still people like them around. Perhaps he was only doing the same thing because of those people too. Brother Fan, the chief military instructor, would be very proud of you if he heard what you just said. Zhang Xiaohou was extremely touched. Then we should blame him for not teaching us how to be cowards, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan, if you insist on killing the Cold Prince, we'll have to split up, the mysterious man said. We were meant to listen to your plan, but somehow, I ended up being the topic of the discussion. Mo Fan replied. He was starting to get more emotional as he aged. If it was his old self, he would not bother talking so much. He would simplify it to just one sentence: if that son of a b*** *ch Cold Prince dares to pick on us, we'll screw him up. General Bin Wei, you're the successor of the Northguard fortress, right? The mysterious man inquired. Yes, General Bin Wei nodded. The North Valley has an ancient defensive mechanism. It covers a very large area. It might be able to buy the people that are evacuating some time, the mysterious man said. Chapter 1380. The Contract of the Black Vatican. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The mysterious man looked at General Bin Wei, who noticed everyone was looking at her. She replied after a moment, "Are you referring to the Great Wall?" Yes, the powerful Beijiang desolate beasts were the greatest threat in North Valley in the past. The people here were constantly at war with them. The ancient defensive mechanism was built during that period. It had been a long time since then, long enough for the people to forget about it, the mysterious man said. The defense of the ancient wall is outstanding indeed, but I'm afraid it's still not enough to stop the undead of the Great Pyramid of Giza, right? Commander Yi Hong said. General Bin Wei emphasized when she realized something too. It's true that the ancient wall of the Northguard fortress isn't enough to stop the Great Pyramid of Giza, but if we work with the other fortresses in North Valley and set up a barrier at the right place, even the undead of the Great Pyramid of Giza will not be able to set a single foot in our land. That's right, the mysterious man said. It's the strongest defense that our ancestors built. Our first priority is to evacuate everyone in North Valley. We should be able to reduce the casualties to the minimum once we activate the defense. The eyes of the people in the memorial hall glittered with hope after hearing the mysterious man's words. If they could activate the defense of the ancient wall, they might be able to stop the Great Pyramid of Giza's forces. That's right, fighting them head-on is out of the question. Even the whole army of North Valley wouldn't be able to take them on, but if we can stop them from advancing and buy the people enough time to evacuate, we wouldn't mind giving them the land. General Yi Hong knocked his head as he came to that conclusion. How can we activate the defense? I don't think we have many successors of the Great Wall, like General Bin Wei, left. Don't worry, if I've come up with the plan, I have a way to activate the defense. However, the process isn't simple, and I'll need the help of everyone here, the mysterious man proposed. Commander Yi Hong patted his chest and said, Prophet, just tell me if you need any help. I'm willing to risk my life to ensure North Valley's safety. General Bin Wei showed firm determination, too. She had more reason to do it, as a successor of the ancient wall. There really is a way, as long as there is a will. See, old Zhao, it's not as terrible as you thought. Mo Fan said. Zhao Manyan twisted his lips and said, Do you really think it's not terrible enough? We aren't even sure if we can activate the defense. Even if we did, we still don't know if it can hold off the undead, let alone guarantee that the people will have enough time to evacuate. The plan might work theoretically, but it's extremely difficult to execute it. We don't even know what kind of accidents might happen. But we still have to give it a try. Xiaohou countered. We need the exact location where the Great Pyramid of Giza will show up, which means Mo Fan will continue to infiltrate the Black Vatican to obtain more information, and the others will come with me to activate the defense to hold off the army of undead, the mysterious man declared. The hope served as a glimpse of light, motivating people stuck in a pitch-black abyss to move forward. Instead of waiting to rot in the darkness, they would rather use all their energy to climb toward the light, regardless of how filthy, difficult, and lengthy the journey was. It was better than waiting in silence and despair. If they made it out, they would surely be reborn to a greater height. It was just as the mysterious man said. Mo Fan had to split up from the others. Mo Fe had now infiltrated the Black Vatican. He believed he would find out the exact location where the Great Pyramid of Giza would be once the Black Vatican proceeded with its ceremony. He would also witness the Cold Prince carrying out his crazy plan. Killing him was all Mo Fan wanted to do. He had sworn to become stronger in Bo City to prevent the disaster from happening again. However, it had all happened so quickly, and there was really nothing Mo Fan could have done. But this time, Mo Fan would not back away again. He would surely send all scum of the Black Vatican to hell, including the Cold Prince that dared to stir up troubles in their country. Mo Fan said goodbye to the others and proceeded along the path alone, the same path that Chief Military Instructor Shen Kong had chosen. "Where's old Zhao?" Mo Fan asked Xiaohou and Ligh before leaving the village. Zhao Manyan had left the memorial hall in advance. He seemed to be reluctant to commit to the necessary sacrifices, nor was he willing to let Mo Fan bear the risk alone. He was right that the plan was only theories, there were too many unknown factors about it. If anything went wrong, they would die because of it. Besides, there was no plan to retreat if things went out of control. They were basically placing their lives in the hands of fate. Maybe he went out to get some air. "Brother Fan, we won't be able to support you from here on, do be careful," Xiaohou told him. "I'll be fine," Mo Fan replied. Mo Fan went around, but still could not find Zhao Manyan. He felt a little sorry for Zhao Manyan, since he did promise he would retreat after collecting the evidence, but they had somehow ended up in a situation where they had to face a true pyramid. Anyone would have lost their mind by now. He wanted to say goodbye to Zhao Manyan, but the man was most likely holding a grudge against him. He might even be hiding somewhere, waiting for a chance to knock him out and drag him away. Mo Fan had overstayed slightly. He could not afford to wait any longer. Mo Fan returned to the Black Vatican's base, located on a mountain 50 kilometers away from the village. The mountain only had a few dried plants scattered over it. It was almost barren, with only some dried trunks, branches, and exposed roots. The old roots intertwined with one another on the dried land. They had scattered across half of the mountain. Blue Bat soon showed up when Mo Fan returned to the camp. "Where have you been?" Blue Bat asked. Blue Deacon was wearing a crystal blue outfit and looked gorgeous in it. If she had not been in the Black Vatican's base, no one would even think of her as a vicious member of the Black Vatican. Blue Bat had spent a lot of time with Mo Fan recently. Perhaps Blue Bat felt that Mo Fan was different from the rest of the fanatical members of the Black Vatican. She enjoyed talking to him. "I went to get some supper. I prepared some for you too." Mo Fan grinned and tossed a plastic bag to Blue Bat. Blue Bat opened the plastic bag in confusion. Her face paled when she saw human organs inside it. Blood poured out from it and fell to the ground. She quickly fled the scene. Mo Fan bust out laughing when he saw Blue Bat running into the distance. Some disciples of the Black Vatican saw everything that happened too. They all looked at Mo Fan like he was a psychopath and tried their best to avoid him. Violet Ghost wearing a dark blue outfit showed up while Mo Fan was laughing. He looked at Blue Bat who was running away in fright and said with a mocking grin, "You seem to enjoy giving her surprises." "I'm just too bored. I've been around for some time, but no one enjoys the things that I do." Mo Fan did not bother picking up the organs that were covered in dust on the ground. There was no way he would be eating them, of course. Most of the members of the Black Vatican were driven by their desires. They might have committed a lot of crimes, but not many of them were mentally ill. Mo Fan was acting like a psychopath as part of his disguise. That way, even if he did something unreasonable, the others would not be suspicious of him. Luckily, Northguard had joined the Black Vatican not long before, yet had already made a reputation for himself. Even if Mo Fan accidentally revealed a cloven foot, the others would not be suspicious. Besides, since the chief extraditor was not here, no one could really prove that Mo Fan was a fake, as his face had been destroyed. On top of that, the chief extraditor did send Northguard to receive the shepherd and Chengying, so it all came together perfectly. Tall Sparrow is a fan of them, just like you. Do forgive me for not having a great appetite like you, Violet Ghost said. Tall Sparrow, maybe I can be his friend if I have the chance. Were you looking for me? Mo Fan asked. We are done with our mission here. Eunice has asked us to regroup for the ceremony, but since all your men are dead, you won't be able to take part in the ceremony alone, Violet Ghost said. Humph, even though I've failed, I still gave the church everything I had, Mo Fan harumphed with a cold grin. I've told Eunice about it. You also helped us to avoid the Enforcement Union, allowing us to summon the Underworld Monarch Frog quicker than the other groups. It's why we are being allowed to participate in the ceremony and worship the Cold Prince. Violet Ghost explained. So what now? Are you going to abandon me, or let me join you? Mo Fan said. You can join us, but you will be under me, just like Blue Bat, Violet Ghost said. Under you? Are you kidding me now? I'm a blue deacon just like you, why do I have to be under you? Mo Fan said in a displeased tone. Then I'm afraid I can't bring you to the ceremony, Violet Ghost said. You're threatening me now. Is this how you treat someone that helped you? Mo Fan snapped angrily. The Cold Prince set the rules. After all, we can't guarantee if anyone among us is having second thoughts. We must ensure that those taking part in the ceremony are absolutely loyal to Master Cold Prince, Violet Ghost said. I can swear my loyalty to the Cold Prince, but you? I'm sorry, I'm more ambitious than that, Mo Fan said. Violet Ghost was not angry. He added when he saw Mo Fan taking his leave, feel free to see me if you change your mind. Farewell, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan packed his stuff. It was obvious that he was planning to leave. The truth was, Mo Fan was not planning to leave at all. He could not afford to accept Violet Ghost's offer so easily. Violet Ghost was suspicious of everyone around him. He had a chance to come into contact with Eunice, someone who was directly under the Cold Prince. To ensure that there would be no problem when Violet Ghost led someone to meet them, the person had to sign a cursed contract. Are you leaving? Blue Bat asked, frowning when she saw Mo Fan packing up. Chapter 1381. The Hot-Tempered Zhao Manyan. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Yeah, Violet Ghost is demanding something excessive from me. I didn't agree, so I'm no longer relevant. I want to leave right away, but I realize I haven't said goodbye to you, so here I am, Mo Fan replied. What did he demand from you? Blue Bat asked. To be his underling, I bet it would involve signing a contract that binds me to him, Mo Fan answered. Wouldn't all your efforts over the years be a waste if you leave now? It's your only chance to show yourself to Master Cold Prince. It's a great pity if you miss it, Blue Bat told him. What choice do I have? There's no way I'm going to accept Violet Ghost's suggestion. He doesn't deserve my loyalty. If I end up signing the contract, I couldn't guarantee that I could withhold the thought of killing him several times over. Mo Fan said blatantly. It's not that bad. Since your rank is equivalent to his, he will only ask you to sign a contract to prevent you from betraying him. It's a soul contract. He's going to place you under restrictions at the cost of his soul. Nothing will happen if you accept it, but if you choose to disobey his orders, it will damage your soul, Blue Bat said. What if he asks me to kill myself? Mo Fan asked. His soul will suffer serious damage from it. It also depends on your cultivation and the strength of your soul. If he's stronger than you, the damage you suffer will be more serious. If you are stronger than him, the damage inflicted on your soul will be roughly the same as the damage he would receive. It's the same contract I've signed with him. Even though he's my superior, I'm a blue deacon, too. He can't make me his slave with a contract. He hasn't forced me to do anything with the contract so far, since using it will damage his soul, Blue Bat said. I don't want to be under him, Mofan said. But it's a great opportunity for you. The restrictions you are under after signing the contract won't be that strong. Besides, you are a dark mage too. That will significantly lower the punishment you receive from disobeying the contract. Why don't you accept it first, and ask him to terminate it later? After all, you are directly taking orders from the chief extraditor. You can explain the situation to him, and he will serve you justice and tell Violet Ghost to terminate the contract after everything is done. The ceremony is very important. Those that aren't bound by a contract can't participate in it, Blue Bat encouraged him. As a matter of fact, Mofan was already mentally prepared for it. The authorities of the Black Vatican were obviously going to be cautious, and the best way to control people was through dark contracts, cursed contracts, and soul contracts, guaranteeing that their subordinates would not betray them. Mofan had no intention of leaving. He had already chosen to take this path. He would keep going until he took down the Cold Prince. However, he had to familiarize himself with the contract first, to ensure he would not be enslaved by the person he was bound to. He had to ensure he could still defend himself, instead of being fully controlled by someone else. You can also forcibly terminate the contract, but the price is inflicting serious damage on half of your soul, Blue Bat added. I just don't want to take orders from him. I can easily surpass him in just a few years. Mofan snarled. I understand that you want to climb higher, but if you don't participate in the ceremony and become inner personnel, it will be difficult for you to earn the Cold Prince's trust. Just do as I say, sign the contract with Violet Ghost, and let the chief extraditor terminate it after everything is done. If Master Cold Prince or Master Eunice is impressed by your talents, why would you care about the mere restrictions that you are under? Blue Bat said. But Mofan seemed reluctant still. Don't worry, just look at me. Have you seen Violet Ghost force me to do anything? I don't like his way of doing things, either. I often go against his wishes, but he can't really do much about it. Blue Bat said with a smile as she continued to convince Mofan. Give me some time to think about it, Mofan huffed. Sure, I hope you will make a wise decision, Blue Bat agreed. Mofan pretended to leave angrily, sticking to his character. If someone like Northguard accepted Violet Ghost's suggestion too easily, Violet Ghost would surely be suspicious. It was wiser to leave for now. Mofan returned to Ghoulie Village, to a secluded, special meeting point that the mysterious man had established. It was protected by a magic formation, preventing the Black Vatican from noticing it. Mofan found Ligh, who had not left yet. Ligh was very curious about why Mofan had returned so soon. Ligh was observing Orion's orbit to roughly estimate the location of the pyramid, so they could set up a better defense against it. Mofan knew there was no turning back once he signed the contract. He had to discuss it with Ligh and the others first. Ligh soon found the information about the contract that Blue Bat had mentioned. It's indeed possible to break the contract, but your soul will be injured. Once that happens, you will be a lot weaker and you might not be able to use the demon element, Ligh said. How could Mofan not use the demon element if he wanted to kill the Cold Prince? However, he first had to find the Cold Prince and verify his identity, but the contract would obviously hinder the usage of his demon element. Is there any other way? Mofan asked. Mofan was worried about the same thing. The demon element's power came from his soul. Mofan's soul was a lot stronger than others, since he possessed more elements. After listening to Ligh's explanation, Mofan knew the contract was not deadly to him. His soul was a lot stronger than Violet Ghost's. Even if he forcibly broke the contract, his soul would only be damaged slightly. It was not as serious as Blue Bat thought. However, Mofan was only able to use the demon element because of the number of elements he had, and the fact that his soul was stronger than ordinary people's. Even if he could use the demon element after his soul was damaged, the injury to his soul would greatly weaken the demon element's power. The Cold Prince would clearly have some super mags protecting him. Mo Fan did not have the confidence to kill the Cold Prince without using the full potential of his demon element. He might even struggle to defend himself. The contract will terminate once its host is dead. The person bound by it will not be injured. In other words, if Violet Ghost is dead, the contract will terminate itself. Your soul will be unharmed, too, Ligh said. I understand, but I don't think I can kill him, right? If I'm bound by the contract, there's no chance I will be able to kill the host. There might be even worse penalties, Mo Fan said. Mo Fan was a little familiar with the dark contract. It meant Mo Fan had to take Violet Ghost out first before using the demon element, but he could not do it himself. That's true, we need someone else to take out Violet Ghost. Ligh fell into deep thought. Someone barged into the memorial hall while they were thinking. Mo Fan and Ligh were given a great scare when they saw the person glaring at them. Mo Fan and Ligh thought it was someone from the Black Vatican. They realized it was the missing Zhao Manyan after taking a closer look. Mo Fan, just go ahead with your plan. Leave Violet Ghost to me. I can't just let you be the hero while we all watch as bystanders. I don't think I can provide them any help setting up the defense either, but I will surely take down Violet Ghost for you, Zhao Manyan declared, his voice harsh, as if it was coming out of a communication device. He was prepared to risk everything. Mo Fan was touched after seeing Zhao Manyan's determination. He knew the guy would not just bail on them. The Zhao Manyan he knew was scared of dying, but he was also a real man. All right. Sure. I'm worried about entrusting the job to someone else, but I won't have to worry if it's you. Mo Fan walked up to Zhao Manyan and slugged his shoulder hard. No one was willing to be a lone hero. Mo Fan felt a lot more confident knowing Zhao Manyan was backing him up. Mo Fan was glad to have a friend like him. Enough talk, let's show these Black Vatican assholes what we have, Zhao Manyan said grimly. The truth was, Zhao Manyan had been touched by Mo Fan's words before, but he was having a hard time accepting the fact that they were going up against the Great Pyramid of Giza and a Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican. He was not good at adapting to situations. He needed some time to adjust himself. However, when he fully comprehended the situation, he felt a strong passion rising in his blood. Mo Fan happened to be discussing the problem he was facing. When he said he needed someone he could trust to take down Violet Ghost, Zhao Manyan could no longer withhold the urge to lend a hand. He completely lost his reserve. Screw it, what could possibly stop them? The Black Vatican? The Great Pyramid of Giza? Would the barefooted be afraid of those that were wearing shoes? If the worst came to worst, they could still leave the enemy half-crippled. Zhao Manyan did not believe that the 1,000-year-old turtle would watch him die. So what if he let Bashar save his life again? It would just mean the creature would keep looking down at his master. He could not care less about how the others saw him now, let alone how a turtle saw him. That being said, Bashar would not fight for Zhao Manyan like a contracted beast or a summoned beast. He would only show up reluctantly when he sensed Zhao Manyan was about to die. The main reason was that Bashar could not find a better totem guardian for the time being. Zhao Manyan did not know where Bashar was now. The North Valley was a great distance away from the ocean. Zhao Manyan could not even tell if Bashar could reach him in time if anything happened. But since he had already made up his mind, he could not care less about the giant turtle anymore. The old turtle could just look for another totem guardian after he died. Besides, he had never been reliable, and the old turtle was not particularly fond of him. I'll leave it to you, old Zhao. Mo Fan did not say too much. Zhao Manyan nodded and said, try not to expose yourself before I take down Violet Ghost. Don't move even if something serious happens. I understand, Mo Fan said. Understand my ass. I'm telling you, I was actually thinking of giving Bashar a long-distance call and asking him to drag you away, just so you wouldn't get yourself killed. I didn't do so because I respect your decision, but you better ***King respect mine too, so listen carefully. You better not show yourself before I kill Violet Ghost. If I fail, don't you dare do anything. Just continue to wear your disguise and wait for another opportunity. If you don't agree, I'll summon Baxia here right now. Zhao Manyan declared. The only way that Zhao Manyan could summon Baxia was by killing himself. But Zhao Manyan would still do it, just to drag Mofan away. Mofan might hate him for it, but he did not really care. Staying alive was more important than everything. Mofan looked at Zhao Manyan's serious face. It was rare to see him behaving like this. All right, I promise you. I won't do anything until you kill Violet Ghost. I won't expose myself if you fail, either, Mofan promised seriously. Chapter 1382. Orion and the Great Pyramid of Giza. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Mofan left, leaving Zhao Manyan and Ligh in the memorial hall. Ligh believed it was necessary to tell the prophet the latest update. They headed to the Northguard fortress. The ancient wall of the Northguard fortress was well preserved. Its defense and sturdiness exceeded the parts of the Great Wall that had collapsed and become archaeological sites. The prophet was planning to use the Northguard fortress as the center point and connect it with what was left of the Great Wall to form a line of defense, shielding their land before the army of undead of the Great Pyramid of Giza showed up. From the west of the Northguard fortress and to Yulin City in the east, the Great Wall's length was around 100 kilometers. General Bin Wei told everyone that the ancient wall did not have the ability to extend. In other words, the total volume of the ancient wall would remain the same, whether it was stacked higher or extended as a straight line like a long dam. It's just like Play-Doh, you can pull it to make it longer, or press it to make it round. You can also compress it to make it more solid, but its volume doesn't increase or decrease. If I control the wall to rise into the sky, it will have the same appearance as the dam you have seen before, but it also means its thickness and length will decrease, General Bin Wei explained. I see. So if we connect more parts of the Great Wall, our defense will be longer, thicker, and wider. Xiaohou asked. That's right. I don't have much of the ancient earth fountain spring water left. Even if we evenly distribute it across the wall, its power won't last very long. General Bin Wei is a successor. She will be controlling the 100 kilometers long wall once it is connected, but we'll need an advanced mage on every part of the wall to keep inserting the earth fountain spring water into the wall with their will. He sighed. Many parts of the Great Wall have been abandoned. They have lost too much of their energy. There aren't many parts that are as well preserved as the one at Northguard Fortress, and only a few people have the power to control them. We only have 8 usable segments left, the prophet said. So that means we'll have to split up into 8 teams and insert the energy into the segment we are in charge of. Commander Yi Hong asked. Many of the segments are severely damaged. All that is left is a pile of uplifted yellow soil. Some are even buried in the ground. We'll need the ancient earth fountain spring water for them to work. I've already obtained some here, the prophet told him. The ancient earth fountain spring water was extremely scarce. The prophet had used everything he had to collect it. The truth was, it was all the ancient earth fountain spring water he could possibly collect. Then let's assign the people to the different segments. Xiaohou said. Have we chosen the people? Ligh asked. I have a few reliable men that are suitable for the mission, General Bin Wei answered. I will lead a few of my men to hold the Double Mountain Pass. Commander Yi Hong said. General Bin Wei was clearly going to guard Northguard Fortress. She was the commander of the Northguard Fortress, so it reasonable to place her in charge of the mission. I will guard Jianan Pass. Captain Feng Yufei stepped forward. Then I and another 2 enforcers will take care of the easternmost pass, Captain He Feikuan said. We will take responsibility for the pass in the middle. Qi Yang of the Preventive Committee declared. I will guard Shenmu Pass. Zhang Xiaohou stated. Each pass would need a group of people responsible for it. They were already short in numbers, yet they had to split up into 8 teams. Everyone would have to give their best. One more thing. Each pass will have a magic fire beacon. While the pass is standing, the magic fire beacon will light up with a fire pillar that is visible over a kilometer away. If the fire pillar is extinguished, it means the pass isn't active. The line of defense we are going to establish is around a kilometer long. When the army of undead comes, we won't be able to use our communication device. The pillar of the magic fire beacon is our only way we will know one another's situation, the prophet said. His words sounded relatively heavy. They all knew how dangerous the mission was. They could be overrun by the army of undead very easily, so the magic fire beacon did not just indicate the pass was still standing, it also indicated that the flames of their lives were still burning. We will defend North Valley to our deaths. To our deaths. To our deaths. Everyone was united as the great calamity approached. The prophet could see the courage in everyone's eyes, the strong determination to hold their ground, even if they died for it. The Great Wall had existed for thousands of years. Even though it had started to collapse and was abandoned and forgotten by the people, its spirit remained the same after all these years. It remained standing firmly, after enduring the strongest wind and the fiercest beasts. It's time to show these creatures from Egypt the strongest defense of our country. We'll teach them what an unbreakable defense is, the prophet proclaimed. A few stars were twinkling in the cold night sky above North Valley. Among them, a relatively bright star suddenly emitted an eerie light. The other stars suddenly dimmed when the light appeared, as if it had asserted dominance over the sky. The eerie light had originated from a great land in the west. It was fired into the night sky from somewhere in the southern lands of the Mediterranean Sea. The light connected with the stars of Orion in the east before descending perpendicularly to North Valley, in the territory of China. Two eerie lights running across the horizon soon appeared, covering a greater area than the first light. It was impossible to see their ends with just a single glance. As the lights from the stars and across the horizon intertwined, the center of the land called the Square Trek Plane seemed to be transferred to another plane. The whole valley was encapsulated by an eerie glow, and an aura that did not belong to the mundane world. Loud metallic clanks were audible. The thick chains initially lying still on the ground suddenly rattled and tightened, like they were being pulled with great force. They started moving in 12 different angles to the south. The ends of the chains connected under the light Orion was emitting, at the center point where the rays met. A rift covering all the angles had appeared. The chains now extended into the rift. Despite the enormous force the chains were exerting, the object being dragged out of the rift was still extremely heavy. It slowly revealed its golden tip. It was a kind of golden rock, revealing a mysterious luster when the eerie, ghostly light shone upon it. The rocks were massive, each of them weighing several tons. The revealed tip already consisted of around 100 rocks. The ground sank as soon as the rocks made contact with it. The yellow valley and the solid ground sank a few meters deep before they could withhold the enormous object's weight. As a matter of fact, the deeper layers and the crust further away had begun to crack. As the Underworld Monarch frog slowly pulled the golden structure out from the rift, the ground within a few dozen kilometers across the valley fissured. If anyone looked down from high above, they would see the whole land was now filled with cracks. The longest one was around 8 kilometers long, with a depth of over 400 meters. The valley was instantly shattered beyond recognition, yet the Great Pyramid of Giza had yet to reveal half of its size. The valley continued to collapse and split apart. The 12 Underworld Monarch frogs cried out furiously, ordering the Yoked to keep marching recklessly. Almost 30,000 of the Yoked were advancing barefoot further into the distance. They were using all their might to pull the Underworld Monarch frogs, who were hauling the magnificent pyramid behind them. They did not dare to slow down, even though they were worn out. The Underworld Monarch frogs were devouring the Yoked at a significantly higher rate. They were even devouring the Yoked that were moving slightly slower than the rest, let alone those that had fallen to the ground because they could not move anymore. The Underworld Monarch frogs had a greater master behind them, so they had to show their competence. Painful cries filled the sky above North Valley. They were the voices of the Yoked. They would let out a cry every time they took a step forward together. They had to synchronize their timing to drag the heavy Great Pyramid of Giza out from the rift. The people far away could hear their cries, and their hearts were suddenly brimming with fear. They could already sense the brutality and pressure lingering in the air, strong enough to make living humans suffocate and tremble in fear, and leave the dead in agony and hatred. Whatever emotion it brought to the people, they did not have the slightest ability to resist it. Everything would submit to the pyramid. Ha ha ha! Wonderful, this is wonderful! A burst of crazy laughter rose from the top of a rocky mountain. It was from a teenage boy with purple eyes, clad in a huge red robe embroidered with human faces writhing in pain. The boy was like a passionate believer of the pyramid. He was completely letting his emotions run wild as he received the magnificent structure's arrival. The air was filled with the smell of death from the underworld, but it was as soothing as sunlight for him. He was about to ascend to paradise amid it. Down the slope behind the teenage boy were a large group of people in blue outfits, kneeling and digging their faces into the dust on the ground. They were repeating the same chants proclaiming their faith, yet they were not allowed to lift their gazes, not even to see the ankles of their red cardinal. These people were passionate too, and kept on worshipping non-stop, as if they could ascend together with their master in the red outfit. But then again, what else could be impossible? If the Great Pyramid of Giza in front of them was already real, why couldn't the kingdom of death and eternal life with superior status over others be real, too? Chapter 1383. Hell is where they deserve to stay. Translated by Zephyr. Edited by Orion. The endless cries of pain echoing across the sky will serve as the rites and music. The fresh blood pouring out from their bodies will serve as the fragrant wine. The limbs, organs, and skull scattered on the ground will serve as the noblest carpet. An aged voice was coming from the pyramid. It was speaking in ancient Egyptian, yet everyone could understand what it was saying when they heard it. The voice struck the souls of people and echoed in their minds. Even after a long time, the fear it inflicted on them remained. Who was talking? Was it using the living as the foundation for the opulent ceremony of its arrival? The voice echoed across the vast land. It finally faded away after a prolonged time, but the square trek plain surrounding the Great Pyramid of Giza suddenly became restless. How terror-striking would the sight of a plain covering an area of over 100 kilometers square trembling hard be? Figures engulfed in deathly auras were crawling out from the cracks and the thick layer of sand. They were bathed in the ghostly light of the pyramid, giving them an absolutely eerie and spooky appearance. The number of undead continued to increase. The black ring surrounding the enormous pyramid kept expanding. They were like boiling black tides gathering toward the pyramid, competing for a glorious spot close to the pyramid so they could pay their respects and obeisance to it. Their fanaticism was beyond insane. I love the desert. Go, crush the bones of every living creature on this land into sand, and build me a desert. The same voice appeared. The aged, imperious, and disdainful voice immediately drove every undead that had woken up crazy. That's right, our king loves the desert. This place is nowhere enough. We need more bones and more blood, and after years of work, it will finally settle into a brilliant gold. The ground and the sky shook vigorously. The creatures of the underworld devoured the valley and started advancing south. Most terrifyingly, the cracks, ravines, and fissures across the valley formed by the weight of the pyramid had flattened again. The undead were using their bodies to fill them up. Their filthy, twisted, and disgusting bodies were woven together, while the others simply walked over them, crushing their heads and flattening their arms. It looked like a vast, squirming black land. It was not difficult to imagine what would happen if a living creature happened to fall into it. Up on the mountain, the cold prince was still laughing out loud. His purple eyes were glittering madly, just like the creatures of the underworld, driven by a strong bloodlust. This day has finally arrived. Yuna stood slightly behind the cold prince. She was staring at the Great Pyramid of Giza with mad devotion. The huge bloke, Tall Sparrow, stood at the side. Even as a super mage, he was afraid after seeing the creatures of the underworld surging in their direction. Are we going to be fine here? Tall Sparrow asked. Don't worry, I've made a deal with him. the Cold Prince smiled. Yeah, but we didn't let him down like Osiris did, Eunice said. Raise your heads and look at this, too, the Cold Prince said mercifully to the disciples kneeling on the ground behind him. Eunice and Tall Sparrow were just a step behind the Cold Prince. They were clearly his trustworthy subordinates. A few steps behind them were the 7 ghosts, in order from orange to violet. The chief extraditor, Crimson Ghost, was not around. There was no way he would miss out on the ceremony normally. The status of the chief extraditor was not much lower than a red cardinal in the Black Vatican. Behind the 7 ghosts were the blue deacons. Every blue deacon, including Mofan, was kneeling 200 meters away from the Cold Prince. There were more than 100 of them. Not every blue deacon was taking part in the ceremony. There were clearly more present than the normal number of blue deacons under a red cardinal. The rest of the members had evacuated to somewhere safe. If their numbers were too high, they could not guarantee that the creatures of the underworld could still withhold the urge to target them and tear them to pieces. As a result, there were only the 100+ blue deacons, the 7 ghosts, the 2 exarchs, and the red cardinal, the Cold Prince. These people were the core members of the Cold Prince's faction. Mofan slowly lifted his gaze. He looked past the blue deacons, the 7 ghosts, the 2 exarchs, and stared at the Cold Prince's back. To Mofan's surprise, the prince was a skinny and petite figure. There was no way he would think that person was a red cardinal of the Black Vatican if he was to walk past him on normal days. Mofan did not see the Cold Prince's face, but he was surprised to hear how young the red cardinal sounded. Was it possible that the red cardinal was actually still that young? The overwhelming presence of the undead swept over them. They immediately felt suffocated. Mofan had witnessed the same scene of the sky darkening before, yet he still felt like his head was about to explode when he experienced it again. In the middle of the tide of undead that was surging forward, the sacred pyramid stood firmly in the limelight with its awe-inspiring appearance. The inevitable had occurred, yet it was 100, even 1,000 times scarier than he had imagined. How gruesome would it be when these creatures from the underworld invaded human cities? Meanwhile, the people that had summoned these creatures were celebrating their perfect ceremony passionately, extremely proud of their work. They might be humans, but they had completely lost their identities as people. They were filthier, uglier, and worse than those creatures of the underworld, once they took their skins off. The sight of the undead surging forward like a tide was a tremendous blow to Mofan's heart. He was previously overwhelmed by grief, knowing what was going to happen, yet as his belief in human nature was trampled once again, all the emotions he felt turned into an inextinguishable fury burning and spreading inside his chest. He had the urge to deliver them all to hell, since it was the only place they deserved to stay. Chapter 1384. Dark Pharaoh of Serpents. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Every place within the valley for 100 kilometers was beyond recognition after being trampled by the undead army, and no human city was more solid than an entire valley. These creatures of the underworld acted like they could pick up the scent of the living, and the fear they were under as they fled for their lives. Playing tag was one of the greatest joys for these creatures of the underworld. It was almost like the prey they tortured and chased down would taste better than those directly fed to them. All the living would die eventually and end up in the underworld. Their meaningless struggle was only going to entertain the undead. So run as much as you could, run until you were worn out, run until you were overwhelmed by despair, and your flesh would be very fragrant. Not long ago, the valley only held the Yoked and the underworld monarch frogs, but the army of undead had swiftly replaced them all. Skeleton executioners riding skeletal horned horses led the way. These white skeletons were holding a pair of bone weapons. Their rotten bodies were almost connected to the incomplete skeleton horses. The horses galloped freely across the territory of the living as their bone weapons rattled in the wind. They were a bunch of mad executioners. Their role in the underworld was to cut newcomers into pieces. The pieces would scatter across the place and mix up with the remains of others. They were the masters of incoming souls. To become a qualified undead, the first thing newcomers had to learn was not how to kill, but how to reassemble their bodies. If they could not find their own body parts, they would have to choose parts that were compatible with their bodies. The Underworld executioners led the army of undead. If anyone had been glancing down at the army from high up in the night sky, the Underworld executioners were like a white veil drifting in the wind across the vast land. The density of the undead at the front was slightly higher, and gradually decreased toward the back of the army. The Underworld executioners who had woken up late would eventually overtake the creatures who were afoot and gathered at the front of the tide. It was like the white arc at the front of a tsunami, a spectacular blade of death. The thousands of Underworld executioners were only a small portion of the army. Other creatures slightly inferior to the Underworld executioners in terms of speed were the twin-bodied demon cows, a strange kind of creature with the muscular body of a demon cow as its core, but the parts above its neck were made of the upper bodies of the Yoked. Rumor said that Yoked who had atoned for their sins had a chance to be freed from the Underworld Monarch Frog's control. However, their cursed flesh had gone through endless tortures, and would be so weak that they could not even slaughter a chicken after leaving the Underworld Monarch Frogs. They had to connect their body to a demon cow without its head to truly live their redeemed life. Two Yoked and an Underworld demon cow would turn into a twin-bodied demon cow. They had outstanding physical strength, and the smallest among them was at least 5 meters tall. They could even reach 60 meters, as tall as a skyscraper. These twin-bodied demon cows were the main trampling squad. Countless undead were crushed into mincemeat by their hoofs. They enjoyed the sound and the touch of trampling on the remains and flesh of creatures. It was a great way for them to vent their frustrations. The rulers of the underworld enjoyed watching flesh and bone scattering in the air while blood sprayed all over the ground. That spectacular red carpet was the only thing that matched their noble status. Therefore, these twin-bodied demon cows responsible for producing such red carpets were the Pharaoh's favorite, and so the power granted to them was greater than others. Half of the quakes and destruction the land was undergoing were the inspired work of the twin-bodied demon cows. They were following the underworld executioners, since the executioners were good at picking up the scent of the living. The twin-bodied demon cows would be able to produce new carpets just by following the underworld executioners. Behind the two Vanguard troops were the rest of the underworld creatures. They were so mixed up that it was impossible to identify what they were. Unlike a usual horde of undead, these creatures were not classified as skeletons, zombies, demons, or spirits. They were classified into several different groups instead, including the enslaved, underworld warriors, mummies, the grafted, underworld titans, and the rulers. Mo-Fan was currently standing on a rocky slope. The underworld executioners and the twin-bodied demon cows were the first to flow past them, like a dark tide. The noises they made were deafening, they destroyed everything in the way. Even the hills along the way were razed to the ground. On the other hand, when the creatures were passing by the mountain where the Black Vatican was watching, Mo-Fan noticed a crimson barrier encapsulating the mountain they were on. The creatures of the underworld avoided the mountain when they were passing by, like it was a forbidden land. They would cautiously avoid it, despite the massive congestion it caused. Despite how unstoppable the army of undead was, the creatures did not trample the people of the Black Vatican to mush like Mo-Fan had hoped. After the Vanguard went by, Mo-Fan saw an ocean of undead surging past. He saw many mummies, death saber mummies, giant axe mummies, red-eyed mummies, dark serpent mummies. There were many undead mags in Egypt, but from what he had heard, the majority of them could only summon mummies. Of the creatures of the underworld, only mummies could form a unique contract with the living, but even so, there were still a lot of mummies that were reluctant to sign a contract with living humans. Mummies were from inside the pyramids, unlike the undead on the outside of the pyramids. Therefore, the overall strength of mummies was significantly higher than the outer undead. Even the weakest mummy had the strength of a great warrior-level creature. Mo-Fan had fought against mummies before, he knew how strong they were. His scalp had already turned numb after seeing the overwhelming number of mummies in front of him. To think that a single pyramid would contain over 10,000 mummies. Normally, the people who were buried as mummies were the authorities of Egypt during ancient times. Mo-Fan remembered there were less than 100 mummies during the battle against the mirage that General Fenner had commanded. It showed how shocking the number of mummies the Great Pyramid of Giza contained was. He could not help but wonder how many soldiers in the whole country would stand a chance against just the army of mummies alone. A dark serpent mummy passed by the mountain while Mo Fan was lost in his thoughts. The dark serpent mummy had the body structure of a human, but it was extremely tall, like a pine tree with no branches. Its body was covered in a shroud of demon scales, its eerie dark golden glow emanating a dangerous and terrifying aura. The dark serpent mummy's head was as high as the mountain. It stared coldly at the people of the Black Vatican inside the Crimson Barrier when it passed by. The other creatures had simply ignored their existence, or perhaps they could not even see the living humans inside the Crimson Barrier, but the dark serpent mummy acted as if it could see them. It was looking right at them, leaving the blue deacons in a great panic. It can see us? Violet Ghost gasped. His legs were already trembling. The other blue deacons completely lost their calm. If the demon serpent mummy destroyed the barrier, they would all be exposed in front of the unstoppable army of undead. Even a forbidden mage would struggle to leave this place in one piece. Hello. The cold prince lifted his head and smiled widely. The demon serpent mummy looked at him. Its eyes flickered with disdain and ridicule. It kept moving, and proceeded on its way. The demon serpent mummy was surrounded by a huge group of brutal sword death servants. Unlike the rest of the undead moving so chaotically, the brutal sword death servants were moving in orderly rows. The demon serpent mummy saw the humans inside the barrier, but it did not attack them. The way it was looking at them was obviously full of disdain, like a noble person who could not be bothered wasting his time with trashy beggars. The cold prince seemed to have realized the meaning behind the demon serpent mummy's grin. The childish smile on his face gradually lost its fervor. The cold prince clearly did not plan to be looked down upon by a mummy ruler. In his opinion, he should be treated like a ruler of the Great Pyramid of Giza, and be respected by the creatures of the Underworld, instead of being treated so disdainfully. Mo Fan's heart was beating rapidly as he stared at the demon serpent mummy's back. What level was that creature? How did it apply so much pressure to them with just a single glance? It was most likely comparable to the 8 undead rulers of the ancient capital. In addition to that, Mo Fan was extremely familiar with the brutal sword death servants. He had a hard time fighting a dozen of them in the past. He remembered the dark sword master he had fought against before only had around 100 of them as its underlings. But the demon serpent mummy had 3 companies of the brutal sword death servants, each troop having 1,000 of them. Having 3 troops of brutal sword death servants escorting him, could it be that the demon serpent mummy was actually a pharaoh? Currently, only the rulers of Underworld with their own pyramid would be called a pharaoh in Egypt. The Great Pyramid of Giza clearly belonged to the pharaoh Khufu, but for some reason Mo Fan felt that the demon serpent mummy's level was at the level of a pharaoh. Otherwise, why would he be escorted by so many brutal sword death servants? The demon serpent mummy and his subordinates alone could easily trample a city into ashes. The guy clearly saw us, yet he didn't even bother attacking. Did the cold prince reach a special deal with the Underworld? Mo Fan wondered. That means the creatures of the Underworld have been planning to invade all along. They didn't come because the cold prince summoned them. The cold prince only unlocked the door for them. Perhaps that's why the demon pharaoh of serpents didn't really treat him seriously. The truth was, the Black Vatican was not necessarily unbeatable. They were more like a bunch of traitors that had opened the gate for the enemy when 2 countries were at war. If Mo Fan demonized now, he would have no trouble taking down all the members of the Black Vatican around him. Chapter 1385. Heavenly Defense Stance. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Meanwhile, in some ancient ruins in Shenmu, the ground kept trembling in the distance. Zhang Xiaohou, Chu Kang, and a few others stood on the seemingly abandoned land in disappointment. Are you serious? Is this little sand dune really part of the ancient wall? Chu Kang said. Chu Kang initially thought the ancient keep in Shenmu was something like the Northguard fortress. He expected to see a few ancient sturdy walls, yet all they found were piles of sand. It was significantly different from the Great Wall he had in mind. How could a pile of sand possibly stop the huge army of undead? It couldn't even stop a normal servant-class creature. Many of the ancient passes were abandoned and are now desolate. Only a few relatively famous places have managed to preserve the walls. However, the prophet already mentioned it's possible to reform the ancient wall with the earth fountain spring. Zhang Xiaohou said. He believed in the prophet's words. Their first priority was to find the magic fire beacon. They had to insert the earth fountain spring into it to activate the ancient ruins. It was difficult to locate the magic fire beacon. The sand dunes actually covered quite a large area, around 8 kilometers square. The nearby locals had all been evacuated, so they did not have anyone to guide them to the right location of the magic fire beacon. Luo Tong is back. Did you find anything? Chu Kang asked as soon as he saw Luo Tong, who had gone to scout the area ahead. Luo Tong was a captain of the Northguard fortress from the 1st Troop. He was assigned to Zhang Xiaohou's troop to guard the ancient Shenmu Pass. The captain had just returned from the front line and was wearing a grim face. His men seemed to be lost in thought too. It was obvious that they had witnessed something absolutely terrifying. I don't know how to describe it. They are less than 30 kilometers away from us. Their numbers are too high. It feels like they're going to devour the whole world. I've been at the Northguard fortress for a long time. I've fought in at least 10 battles of different scales, but all of them combined together are still less than a tenth of the army of undead I saw. Can we really stop them? Luo Tong had already started to doubt himself. He had sworn to protect the land to his death at the start, but no one could possibly retain their determination after seeing the enemy they were up against. His resolve was shattered into pieces tinier than dust. His men had pale faces, too. How could they possibly believe an abandoned wall could protect them from those savage creatures of the underworld? Commander Zhang, we found the magic fire beacon. It's around 4 kilometers from here, a soldier came up to them and reported. 4 kilometers. Zhang Xiaohou was startled. It was still a distance away. He could easily make his way to the magic fire beacon at his full speed, but he was not the person entrusted with the earth fountain spring. It was an earth mage, Yu Feifeng. He initially volunteered to take charge of an ancient pass, but the prophet believed he was more suitable to inject the earth fountain spring into the magic fire beacon as a geomancer. He was assigned to Zhang Xiaohou's troop, and was entrusted with the task of injecting the earth fountain spring under Zhang Xiaohou and his troops' protection. The enemy will be here soon. We have to pick up our pace. Chu Kang said. They immediately sprinted to their destination. 4 kilometers was not too huge of a distance for them, but the problem was, the army of undead was not slow, either. It would not take them too long to travel 30 kilometers. Northguard Fortress. As the center of the line of defense, the Northguard Fortress was stationed with the highest number of soldiers. Most of the battle mages had stayed behind. Their job was to hold their ground, together with their 2 commanders. The loud rumble in the distance had long reached the fortress. Their breathing had intensified long before they actually saw the army of undead. They are here, a captain yelled on the watchtower. He fired a brilliant light into the sky, signaling the others that the enemy had appeared. Following that, another beam of light representing the enemy's numbers rose into the sky. If it remained a single beam when it reached the highest point, it meant the enemy's numbers were below 1,000. The light beam soared into the night sky and branched off rapidly. The light spell was blooming like brilliant fireworks. It left the soldiers of the Northguard fortress astonished. That ain't that many. How many are there? It was impossible to count the branches of the light spell even when each of them represented 1,000 enemies. The enemy was still more than 10 kilometers away, yet their numbers had already covered the entire horizon. General Bin Wei, it's up to you now, the prophet said with a heavy voice. General Bin Wei nodded. She glanced into the distance. She could already see the underworld executioners leading the enemy troops. Her heart was beating rapidly, even though she had prepared herself beforehand. She had never felt so uneasy and terrified since she had reached the super level, but the emotions she was currently feeling were stronger than those she had when she was facing powerful creatures as a little basic and intermediate mage. The enemy's numbers were just too many, so many that it was impossible to count them all. One would simply lose their will to fight. It felt like everything would simply be destroyed. Even the Northguard fortress that the soldiers were extremely proud of was nothing in front of the massive army of undead. Heavenly defense stance. General Bin Wei took a deep breath to calm herself. She had to pay full attention when controlling the ancient wall. She could not afford to tremble in fear now. She had to retain her will of steel for the ancient wall to stand firmly. The ancient wall emerged from the ground once again. The meandering walls suddenly straightened and rose from 7 meters to 50 meters high, and were still rising. A heavenly dam grey stone soon appeared in front of the Northguard fortress. The walls were so tall that the fortress suddenly became tiny. Most shockingly, the walls continued to extend sideways in both directions, even after they had reached 3 kilometers. It was impossible to see the entire wall in their range of vision. The soldiers were able to see the whole of the vast land when standing atop the Northguard fortress a moment ago, but a range of mountains over 10 kilometers long had now appeared out of nowhere. The spectacular sight was like the work of the heavens. The people of the Northguard fortress had finally witnessed the full and magnificent Great Wall of China. The heavenly dam was enormous and stunning. It served as a dose of confidence for the soldiers who were about to face the massive army of undead. Chapter 1386. The Army of the Underworld Crashing into the Great Wall. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Look, a fire pillar. What is that? Why do I feel like something enormous is approaching? A fire pillar rose into the sky to the east of the Northguard fortress. Its blinding light stood out in the night sky that was being gradually overwhelmed by the presence of death. Everyone in the Northguard fortress could see it. Meanwhile, around 10 kilometers away from the Northguard fortress, where one end of the Great Wall stopped, an ancient keep emerged from the ground and connected with the wall. It extended the line of defense across the horizon. Commander Yi Hong was in charge of the second segment. It extended the Great Wall to a length of 17 kilometers, forming an enormous dam under the night sky. There's another one. It's a part of the Great Wall too. Another fire pillar rose into the sky in the west, raising a glimmer of hope for the people amid the great despair. The flames burned vigorously in their hearts. The third section connected with the Northguard fortress, standing firm despite the trials and hardships it went through. It was as magnificent as a massif. It once again left the people in the Northguard fortress in astonishment. They initially thought their ancestors had only left them some segments of broken walls and abandoned fortresses, but it turned out to be an inviolable wall with the might of heavens. It was truly shocking when it regained its true appearance. The fourth segment soon emerged from the ground, extending the line of defense to 29 kilometers. The heavenly dam's height stayed between 50 to 80 meters, but it was over 20 meters thick, and its length had reached almost 30 kilometers. Most importantly, there were a few sections that had not recovered yet. The majestic Great Wall that had only recovered half its true length was already setting up an indestructible line of defense in the hearts of the people, who had been on the verge of being overwhelmed by despair when facing the huge army of undead. They had to retain their will to fight to stand a chance against the enemy. If they already lost their will, they were nothing but a sheet of loose sand, regardless of their numbers. Their hearts were burning as fiercely as the magic fire beacons upon witnessing the heavenly defense stance of the Great Wall. They would fight until the end, without turning back. Two deafening sounds were clashing in the vast North Valley. One was the heavy stompings of the army of undead, crushing everything in their way and razing everything to the ground. The other was the loud rumble as the ancient wall was rising and establishing the impenetrable dam along the horizon. If anyone glanced down from high above, they would see a black tide brimming with despair charging at a mountain dragon that was spreading its wings. The sky and ground might even collapse amid the destruction that was about to take place. The battle mages made their way up to the heavenly dam. The spacious wall could easily hold countless numbers of mags. Unfortunately, they did not have enough soldiers to fill the dam. They could only see an ocean of filthy undead wiggling and squirming. The eerie sight completely filled up their eyes and almost made their heads explode. They suddenly felt like their bodies were jerking, as if they were being bitten all over the place. Can we really stop them? We won't live for more than a second without the wall. I'm trembling so much that I can't even control a single star. The Northguard fortress had become the first target of the army of undead. The magnificent wall received the first attack from the enemy's Vanguard troops, and shook hard from the impact. Several cracks appeared on the surface of the wall and continued to spread like spider webs. The wall was not invincible. It had a resistance threshold, too. A strong enough force would still cause it to break and collapse. The soldiers were struggling to stand still on the wall after the impact. The courage that they strenuously gathered after seeing the magnificent wall dissipated once again when facing the ocean of twisted flesh under the wall. The Underworld executioners had reached the wall. Their skeletal horses were smashed into mincemeat after ramming into the wall. Their remains splattered across the wall and the ground like mud. The 1,000 Underworld executioners and their corpse-horned horses did not have a chance to slow down at all. A massive army of undead was advancing behind them. They could not afford to stop halfway, being the Vanguard troops. As a result, lots of blood and flesh continued to splatter across the wall, while their bones and limbs scattered after crashing into the wall at an insane speed. More cracks surfaced on the majestic dam. The front layer had started to peel off and collapse. On the other hand, many of the undead army's Vanguard troops had been crushed into pieces. They initially did not treat the wall seriously. They assumed they could easily ram any wall into pieces, considering how sturdy their bones were. They could even smash a rocky mountain to pieces, let alone a measly wall. To their surprise, the awakened Great Wall was sturdier than they thought. They had only managed to break the outer layer of the wall after thousands of Underworld executioners rammed into it. Bodily fluids poured across the place and formed a morass along the perimeter of the wall. It was shocking, extending beyond their range of vision. The wall was beyond magnificent. It was so long that not every spot could be stationed by soldiers. There were only 8 troops of soldiers on the wall, spread across the 8 magic fire beacons on the ancient passes. The creatures of the Underworld almost filled the entire valley across the line of defense. Countless undead continued to smash into the wall, crushing their bodies to pieces and their blood splattering everywhere. The swamp of blood and flesh was flowing like a giant river. Half of the Underworld executioners were dead. Their numbers were so shocking that they were like a school of fish ramming into shoals. Their only fate was to become a part of the never-ending pool of blood. The majestic dam was gradually covered in cracks after the continuous slamming impacts. Luckily, each magic fire beacon was still receiving the earth fountain spring water. They could still modify the length and height of the ancient wall to replenish the parts that had collapsed. The wall was already shaking from the first wave of undead. The small cracks eventually turned into huge cracks and holes across the barrier. The speed of the earth fountain spring water was struggling to keep up with the rate of destruction to the wall. Another Vanguard troop left. We must stop their riders at all costs. Otherwise, we will be done for, the prophet yelled. The Underworld executioners were not the biggest of the Vanguard troops of the undead army, they were only the quickest. The species posing the greatest threat to the wall was the twin-bodied demon cows. Not only were they massive, their strength greatly surpassed that of the Underworld executioners too. Everything they stepped on would simply turn into dust. They are coming! Geomancers, you must hold your ground. When you think you are at your limit, when you are on the verge of giving up, think about our people that are still evacuating. Their bodies don't even have 1,000th of this wall's sturdiness. We must clench our teeth and stand our ground, since we are the only ones they can rely on. The prophet's voice spread through the magic fire beacons. They had 8 geomancers in total. Each of them received a tremendous impact to their soul when the Underworld executioners rammed into the walls. The segments of the wall they were stationed at were like parts of their soul right now. The damage the wall received was proportional to the impact on their soul. Their will played an important role. The stronger their will, the sturdier the wall would be. As long as they remained standing, the wall would not fall. The twin-bodied demon cows finally arrived. Their massive bodies turned the tide of undead into a terrifying tsunami. The front of the wave consisted of thousands of pairs of menacing heads atop the bodies of demon cows in various sizes. The twin-bodied demon cows were not only destroying the ground with their stomps, but even crushed the Underworld executioners who had fallen unconscious after crashing into the wall into juices, laying a shockingly viscous and bright-colored carpet through the valley. Loud collisions were heard in the distance first. The sound of the massive creatures slamming into the wall echoed like the deafening explosions of fireworks on New Year's Eve. A series of rapid explosions followed, which further increasing the fear lingering in the hearts of the soldiers. The Great Wall was shaking like never before. The soldiers could not even stand properly, and began to fall as the walls collapsed. General Bin Wei, the prophet, stared at the successor of the ancient wall in astonishment. The walls had begun to collapse. If the center of their defense was the first to fall, the other segments would have no chance at all. General Bin Wei had a defeated face. Taking down the Northguard fortress was the priority of the army from the Underworld. It was the only obstacle stopping their army from entering the vast North Valley. As a result, the number of twin-bodied demon cows gathering in front of it was the highest, including those over 40 meters tall. They had almost reached half the height of the walls. The impact of these enormous creatures slamming into the wall was utterly terrifying. Chapter 1387. Magic Formation, Realm of the Heavens. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. General Bin Wei breathed heavily. The teeth marks left on her lips were obvious. Fresh blood was flowing out of them. You will not cross this place, never will. Bin Wei built a spiritual wall in her heart. She would endure every impact without frowning even the slightest, regardless of how strong they were. The wall was collapsing rapidly just a moment ago. It almost allowed some of the Underworld creatures to cross the line of defense, but that suddenly came to a stop when General Bin Wei's eyes glittered with determination. The wall recovered swiftly under her fearless gaze. The shield did not fall. The twin-bodied demon cows and the Underworld executioners were crushed to pieces. Well done. The prophet's eyes regained their focus. He had thought they were doomed for an instant. They had survived the most difficult time. It was time for them to conquer these Underworld creatures with the power of the wall. Prophet, one of the fire pillars is gone, General Bin Wei's aide-de-camp blurted out in astonishment. It's Genin Pass. The prophet lifted his gaze and looked in the direction where a fire pillar was gradually dying. Even though the Northguard fortress survived, Genin Pass had still fallen. It was something they did not expect. They had still underestimated the Underworld creatures. Ask the remaining 6 geomancers to fill up the gaps immediately. We can't allow the wall to have any openings, the prophet ordered. The only way to relay information was through the magic fire beacons. The fall of Genin Pass had placed the other magic fire beacons under greater pressure. General Bin Wei had clarified that the total mass of the Great Wall would not change. Therefore, they would have to make up for the fallen Genin Pass with the other 7 segments. They could not afford to modify the wall's thickness, and they could barely modify the length depending on the enemy's movement, which meant they could only reduce its height. The wall was around 70 meters tall on average, but in front of the Northguard fortress it was around 80 meters. That was high enough to stop all Underworld creatures except those of the ruler level. Not many of the creatures had such ridiculous sizes. However, the height of the wall immediately dropped to around 60 meters to fill the gaps of the fallen section. That immediately allowed some of the Underworld creatures to climb over their comrades' bodies and reach the top of the wall. The twin-bodied demon cows did not smash through the wall. The rest of the undead army had arrived now. The creatures above 3 meters tall began to stack up in layers in the pool of blood, while the others started climbing the heaping mounds of flesh that their comrades had piled up into. After reaching a height of 30 meters, they also turned into stepping stones for the undead behind them. Most Underworld creatures were not particularly huge. The process of them stacking up their bodies to form ladders for the rest to climb up the walls was not as quick as the humans had imagined. They were making their way to the top of the Great Wall, but their numbers were simply too overwhelming. It was only a matter of time until they stacked up into mountains of flesh over 60 meters high. My heavens, the aide-de-camp stood at the edge and glanced down the wall. His vision was filled up with squirming heads and incomplete bodies. The sight was so close that he almost fainted from trypophobic revulsion. As a matter of fact, the terrifying scene was not just happening in front of the aide-de-camp. Almost every spot along the wall had a mound of flesh being stacked up. They were all mashed up together, the creatures were only revealing a hand or a head. Some were even crushed by their comrades. Their blood poured out from the hill of flesh. Their hands, arms, and legs were falling off the mounds like sand particles. They are climbing up the wall. How are we supposed to stop them? The aide-de-camp began to panic. The soldiers subconsciously backed away from the edge. The rotten smell of the detestable undead was within inches. Their movement and ghastly roars were a couple dozen meters away. They were already overwhelmed by the fear of being eaten alive, even though they had yet to come into contact with the underworld creatures. Hold your ground, the ancient shield of our country has a magic formation built in it. It will not let the creatures reach the top of the wall, the prophet said. The line of defense would lose its purpose if the undead could just climb over it. Many warrior-level creatures could easily jump to a height of 50 meters. Realm of the Heavens. General Bin Wei was obviously the one to activate the magic formation. When she directed her will into the magic fire beacon, ancient runes began to surface on the Great Wall. The runes emitted a brown light as they fell off the walls like leaves. The leaf runes slowly floated down. When they came into contact with the undead, they immediately pressed down upon the creatures. The undead began to fall as if a great weight was crashing upon them, and smashed heavily onto the ground. Their flesh and blood scattered across the place. More leaf runes appeared and fell upon the undead ceaselessly. Even those that landed on the ground would mark the place with the same light that the walls were emitting, increasing the gravity on the spot. The force applied to any creature trying to cross the wall. Their bodies were now several times heavier, as if they were tied with heavy chains. The gravitational force grew stronger closer to the top of the walls. If they were on the ground, the gravity applied to the creatures was only normal. It would multiply 10 times as soon as the undead climbed 10 meters up the wall, and 50 times when they climbed 20 meters up. When the ramps of flesh were over 30 meters high, the undead at the top of the mounds were under 100 times the pressure, instantly crushing those beneath them to pulp. Blood poured down from the hills of flesh once again. Thousands of the undead were blended into a disgusting pot of porridge, resulting in a sickening sight. The hills of flesh that the undead tried so hard to stack up soon collapsed after the magic formation was activated. Even warrior level, commander level, or ruler level creatures could not escape from it. The overwhelming weight suppressed the underworld creatures and helped to stabilize the situation. It also gave the people on the wall a chance to catch their breaths. Chapter 1388. Seizing control of the magic fire beacons. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. The underworld creatures were struggling to mount the wall when the realm of the heavens was established. The ocean of undead was thoroughly blocked by the defensive dam. The unstoppable army was unable to knock the Great Wall down. The wall had temporarily stopped the undead army's march. Mo Fan let out a relieved sigh when he saw the Great Wall still standing. The spectacular line of defense was fully established. Mo Fan was able to get some peace of mind. He could now put his all into the fight, knowing the wall was there to support him. However, he could not make his move yet. He had no idea where Zhao Manyan was now. He had to wait until Zhao Manyan took out Violet Ghost before he could deliver these scum of the Black Vatican to hell. Can anyone tell me what the hell that is? The Cold Prince suddenly screamed furiously. The blue deacons trembled upon hearing the cry. The Cold Prince was nothing but a lunatic when he began to lose control. During the incident of the Red Mediterranean Sea, whenever he lost control of his elegant demeanor, someone would be tortured horribly. No one in the Black Vatican was crueler and crazier than the Cold Prince when he was enraged. I don't know. Tall Sparrow lowered his head. He dared not contradict the Cold Prince. The only person that dared to speak in a time like this was Eunice. She was also astounded when she saw the magnificent wall. She had not expected the Central Plains would still have an ancient defense that was strong enough to stop the undead army. It was the undead army of the Great Pyramid of Giza. Even an entire country was expected to struggle against it. What a surprise, they are using such old earth magic. as expected of a country that has existed for 5,000 years. They are more troublesome to deal with than we imagined, Yunus said. Is this really the time to compliment our enemy? The Cold Prince asked coldly. Yunus replied, we can't afford to underestimate our enemy, after all. We are facing a country with an ancient civilization comparable to that of Egypt. Master Cold Prince, you must remain calm. Otherwise, everything we have worked so hard for is going to be ruined because of this wall that has appeared out of nowhere. You sound like you have a plan to make this goddamn wall collapse, the Cold Prince asked after calming himself. Yes. If I'm not mistaken, the magic formation that is suppressing the undead creatures doesn't work on humans. Otherwise, those idiots on the wall would be smashed into mincemeat by now. Do you see the 7 fire pillars in the night sky? I know a little about this ancient defensive mechanism that has been around since ancient times. The fire pillars are magic fire beacons. They have to send a geomancer to each of the magic fire beacons to inject the earth fountain spring water to maintain the wall. It's unlikely that we can destroy the ancient wall. Even the ruler-level undead might not be strong enough to do so, but it's very easy to kill those geomancers. We might not have seen this coming, but isn't it more interesting this way? A prey that doesn't resist or struggle isn't as tasty, Yunus smiled. That does sound reasonable. Ghosts, listen up, the Cold Prince shouted. At your service, the 6 ghosts replied with murderous voices. Lead the deacons and the clergy to seize control of the magic fire beacons. Kill anyone that dares to stand in your way, the Cold Prince said. Affirmative. The 6 ghosts and more than 100 blue deacons split into 6 groups and headed toward the 6 magic fire beacons. The members of the Black Vatican received their orders and went on their way. Mo Fan soon discovered that the Cold Prince did indeed make some kind of deal with the underworld creatures. The savage undead were still ignoring the people of the Black Vatican, allowing them to move freely through the undead army. If the magic formation is only effective against species other than humans, this is going to be a huge problem. Mo Fan murmured. The underworld creatures were unable to cross the Great Wall. The vanguard troops of the undead army had failed to break through the line of defense. It seemed like the humans had the situation under control, but unfortunately, the greatest threat to a city with a solid defense was the traitors in it. They were like poisonous parasites devouring the host from the inside. The 6 ghosts split up and headed for the different magic fire beacons. Mo Fan was extremely worried. He even had the urge to crush the 6 ghosts right on the spot. If they took out the geomancers maintaining the magic fire beacons, the army of undead would soon pour into the central plain like a strong tide that had broken through a dam. Tall Sparrow, I'll let you handle the Northguard fortress. Don't let me down, the Cold Prince said to his exarch. Don't worry, I'll tear the commander of the Northguard fortress into pieces and cook a meat stew with her flesh to celebrate the ceremony. Tall Sparrow grinned, revealing 2 sharp fangs. Mo Fan glanced at Tall Sparrow. He could sense a powerful aura from him. The man was most likely a super mage, and judging from what Violet Ghost told him, he must be a lunatic who enjoyed eating human flesh. Yunus looked at Violet Ghost and said, Violet Ghost, lend me a few of your reliable men. Glad to be at your service, Violet Ghost bowed and glanced at Mo Fan, Blue Bat, and another Blue Deacon and said, you 3 will follow Master Yunus and obey her orders. Understood, the Blue Deacon codenamed Crow replied. Mo Fan and Blue Bat exchanged glances with one another before responding. Mo Fan had a bad feeling, despite agreeing to it on the surface. Only he knew who Violet Ghost was. He and Zhao Manyan had planned to take Violet Ghost out when the members of the Black Vatican were dispatched to take down the Great Wall. Once Violet Ghost was taken out, Mo Fan would be able to unleash the demon inside him. To his surprise, Yunus asked Violet Ghost for some of his men, and he happened to be one of them. Mo Fan did not dare say no, since it would simply expose him. However, he was extremely worried. If he was sent somewhere else, Zhao Manyan would not be able to tell who Violet Ghost was. How was he supposed to assassinate Violet Ghost if he did not even know who he was? Shenmu Keep must be in that direction. The rest of you, follow me. We'll get it done as soon as possible. Violet Ghost glanced in the direction of Shenmu Keep and gathered his men with a wave. Mo Fan was even more anxious when he saw Violet Ghost leaving. "Hang on," Mo Fan said. "What is it?" Violet Ghost turned around and asked in a displeased voice. Mo Fan walked up to Violet Ghost and said with a serious face, "You will terminate the contract once this is over. I hope you haven't forgotten about it." Violet Ghost burst out laughing. He did not answer Mo Fan's question. He said, "Just follow Master Yuna's orders, and don't do anything reckless." Mo Fan did not dare to say anything further. He was afraid to blow his cover. Violet Ghost left with 13 blue deacons. However, it was likely that the Black Vatican had more men standing by somewhere close by. Since they had decided to seize control of the magic fire beacons, they were going to summon the rest of their members to the respective magic fire beacons. Mo Fan could only pray that the people guarding the magic fire beacons were able to hold the Black Vatican off. The wall had stopped the undead army's march. They would not let these rotten people destroy the wall. Never! Zhao, Manyan and Ligh were feeling a little nervous on a hill behind the wall. They still had not received the signal from Mo Fan. They were worried if something had happened to him. If Zhao Manyan did not receive Mo Fan's signal, he would not be able to make his move. The Black Vatican had so many people. How could he possibly tell which one was Violet Ghost? The fact that his name was Violet Ghost did not necessarily mean he was wearing a purple outfit, right? "Someone's coming," Zhao Manyan said alertly. Zhao Manyan had used his earth element to surround them with rock. It looked just like a huge boulder from the outside. It was unlikely that anyone could see through his concealment. "It's the signal to gather. The blue deacons are summoning us." Where did that wall even appear from? "Enough talking, we just need to follow the blue deacons." Some hurried footsteps and several voices went past Zhao Manyan's location. It was obvious that they were the Black Vatican's members, judging from their words. They were not allowed to participate in the Cold Prince's ceremony, so they were all standing by behind the wall. If Zhao Manyan did not have a more important task on hand, he would have run out of his cover and killed them all. He was more than happy to take down every scum of the Black Vatican he stumbled into. "They seem to be gathering toward the magic fire beacons," Ligh said. "We have successfully stopped the undead army from advancing. The people of the Black Vatican are starting to run out of patience. They are coming out of hiding to attack the magic fire beacons. Damn it, if only we had more people defending them. We would be able to take the Black Vatican out," Zhao Manyan said. "It's difficult to say if they can hold the Black Vatican off," Ligh said with a worried voice. The Black Vatican was on the move. Its people were clearly troublesome to deal with, too. They were clearly going to tear at the magic fire beacons like mad hounds to take down the Great Wall. The magic fire beacons were defended by soldiers, but since their superiors had already given up on North Valley, they did not have many soldiers around to defend the magic fire beacons. They were mostly just soldiers who were stationed at the Northguard fortress. North Valley's survival was dependent on whether the soldiers could fend off the Black Vatican. In addition to that, someone was playing another important role. It was none other than Mo Fan. Mo Fan was currently the closest to the Cold Prince. Once he was rid of the contract binding him, he would be able to take out the Cold Prince. The rest of his men would only be a sheet of loose sand. What the hell is Mo Fan doing? They will seize control of the magic fire beacons if we wait any longer. It won't even matter if we manage to kill the Cold Prince. Zhao Manyan cursed. "I got something," Ligh blurted out in joy. "Is it the signal?" Zhao Manyan focused sharply. "No, but we discussed a backup plan, too. Look, it's the dark matter." Something must have happened to Mo Fan, but he tagged Violet Ghost with the dark matter. "We just need to follow the dark matter to find Violet Ghost." Ligh was holding a tiny notebook computer. The screen was picking up the presence of the fiendish knight's dark matter. Zhao Manyan's eyes glittered. He finally knew why Mo Fan always brought this little girl around. She was just too good at things like this. Chapter 1389. Scorpion Lord Medusa. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Mo-Fan, Blue Deacon, Crow, and a dozen other Blue Deacons were standing behind Eunice on the mountain. Eunice had alluring curves. Her body was brimming with mature charm, attractive yet deadly. "Master Eunice, what do you want us to do?" Crow asked. "It's important to have a backup plan ready," Eunice told the Blue Deacons behind her. She cast a strange dark spell while she was speaking. A dark aura began to surround her, as if it was alive. The dark aura soon turned into an ugly bat with a pair of fleshy wings. It was the size of a semi-truck, but unlike most of the demon creatures, it was extremely skinny. Each of its joints had a bone poking out, with a sharp edge to them. Mo-Fan was instantly disgusted by its rotting smell. "Come up, we have something important to attend to," Eunice said. The Blue Deacons dared not disobey Eunice's order. They jumped onto the eerie foul-smelling creature. Mo-Fan learned the creature was a kind of cursed beast from the whispering among the Blue Deacons. It was an extremely powerful commander-level creature. Eunice normally used it as her mount. Eunice was a gorgeous woman, yet her mount was extremely ugly. The sight of them together was eerily incompatible. It was obvious that beneath Eunice's gorgeous appearance lay a rotten heart. It was impossible to tell how many lives and souls she had taken to create this ghastly creature. The jagged bones cursed beast beat its wings and flew above the ocean of undead. There were not many undead with the ability to fly. Even those that were able to fly were dragged to the ground by the realm of the heavens. "What creature is that? Why do I feel like it can see us?" Blue Bat looked down and saw an undead lifting its gaze and staring at them coldly. The demon creature had the lower body of a scorpion, and was as huge as an office building. The rest of the undead were passing by under its body and between its many legs. Its upper body was covered in scales, resembled the body of a beastly woman. It had great curves, but most importantly, its hair consisted of wriggling poisonous snakes. Several hundred snake hairs over 10 meters long were squirming wildly as they watched. "It's the Scorpion Lord Medusa!" Blue Bat exclaimed. Medusa was a creature from ancient Western legends. As a matter of fact, her species was already considered extinct. Their existence was as symbolic as the totem beasts of China. To everyone's surprise, Medusa had already become an undead of the Great Pyramid of Giza. She stood out like an island among the ocean that was the undead army, like an imperious empress. Mo-Fan estimated the Scorpion Lord Medusa's strength. He believed even the realm of the heavens could not stop her once she reached the walls. They think the wall is enough to stop the undead army. How amusing! The Great Pyramid of Giza still has many other creatures that are as powerful as the Scorpion Lord Medusa. The other undead might struggle against the wall, but the Scorpion Lord Medusa can surely knock it down. Eunice proclaimed. Mo-Fan had been wondering if the Dark Pharaoh of Serpents could knock the wall down when it reached it. It was obvious that there was a difference in strength between ruler-level creatures, too. A strong ruler-level creature could surely inflict serious damage on the wall. However, we still need some time for the rulers of the pyramid to gather. We don't have that much time to waste on the petty wall. Consider it an utter glory that you've been assigned to me, as you will all witness the strongest undead that has been guarding Khufu for thousands of years. Eunice said. "The strongest undead? What is it?" a Blue Deacon asked. "You will know what it is very soon. There's currently a chain holding it down. Our job is to free it," Eunice declared. Mo-Fan's expression shifted slightly upon hearing the words. It turned out that he had still underestimated the people of the Black Vatican. He did not expect Eunice to have some other plan still, nor did he know what the strongest creature of the Underworld was. However, it was obviously something that could pose a great threat to the wall. Mo-Fan glanced at the great wall in the distance that was stopping the huge army of undead from advancing in the distance. He could not help but worry. "Old Zhao, it's all up to you now," Mo-Fan murmured. Around 3 kilometers behind the wall, a pair of golden wings left a misty path behind them, concealing the wearer and his passenger just above the range of mountains under the night sky. "We are here," They are after the magic fire beacon on Shenmu Mountain. It looks like Zhang Xiaohou is here, too. Zhao Manyan looked down from the sky. He saw the fire pillar soaring into the sky and the messy battle between the members of the Black Vatican and the soldiers. The Black Vatican had the advantage of numbers. After all, their members had been standing by for some time. They immediately made their move as soon as they received the order. There were around 200 people guarding the magic fire beacon. Most of them were battle mages, and the rest were from the Enforcement Union and the Preventive Committee. Their superiors had already given them the order to retreat. The main forces of the Hunter Union, the Magic Association, and the renowned clans had already retreated to Feihuang City with the main army. Only General Bin Wei, the Prophet, and their men had decided to stay behind. General Bin Wei and Commander Yi Hong had special feelings for North Valley. Their men were extremely loyal, too. Around 1,000 elite soldiers decided to stay behind and risk their lives, forming the troops protecting the magic fire beacons. Otherwise, the few men that the Prophet had gathered clearly did not stand a chance against the members of the Black Vatican when they all came out of hiding. Even if Mo Fan had not infiltrated the Black Vatican, he could at most defend one of the ancient keeps with his demon element. It still would not make any difference to the fate awaiting them. "Is Violet Ghost down there?" Zhao Manyan asked. "He's somewhere, but it's too messy. I'm having trouble finding him," Ligh said. "Violet Ghost is their leader. He is most likely the strongest among them," Zhao Manyan said. "But the problem is, someone like him is more likely to let his men attack first. He would not show himself unless it's necessary," Ligh said. "Then we can't afford to rush it. Let's keep observing," Zhao Manyan said. We have to rely on Zhang Xiaohou now, and see if he can force Violet Ghost out of hiding. The average blue deacons are no match for him." Ligh agreed. Chapter 1390. The Protector of Shenmu Keep, Zhang Xiaohou. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. "Commander Zhang, please stay close to Feng Yufei and protect him." "Leave this guy to me." Enforcer Jianglin stared at the blue deacon in front of him. The blue deacon was extremely vicious. His cursed beast had already dug out the organs of 2 battle mages. They had died horrible deaths. Zhang Xiaohou had an urge to kill the cursed beast and the blue deacon with a wilted face to avenge the battle mages. Jianglin could not let Zhang Xiaohou engage the enemy. He was most likely the strongest of the people protecting Shenmu Keep. It was obvious that the Black Vatican had yet to use all their might. If they really had some other plan, it would put them in a terrible spot. A fight broke out between Enforcer Jianglin and the wilted-faced Blue Deacon. The Blue Deacon was also an advanced mage. He was slightly weaker than Jianglin, but Jianglin was at a slight disadvantage when the man teamed up with his violence-craving cursed beast. "You shall not pass." Jianglin clenched his teeth. He was staring into the sky. A raging tide poured down from the sky, landing right on the violence-craving cursed beast fiercely. The creature had nowhere to run to. Jianglin's sky waterfall had broken the creature's bones, leaving it extremely weak. Jianglin's attack had severely injured the violence-craving cursed beast, but the cunning Blue Deacon seemed to have planned to sacrifice the creature all along. He immediately ambushed Jianglin while he was casting the spell. A sharp icicle burst out of the wall behind Jianglin and went right for his heart. Zhang Xiaohou had tiny dust particles circling him. He finally made his move when he saw Jianglin in the terrible situation. He showed up beside the Blue Deacon in a flicker of movement. He had cast a wind spell and earth spell simultaneously. His speed at a close distance was almost teleporting. He was very adept at using those spells. The Blue Deacon was immersed in the joy of adding one more count to his kills. He only noticed the person standing beside him after it was too late. Wind Whale Tail. Zhang Xiaohou stomped the ground. The gale circling around him rapidly turned into a swirl of wind resembling the tail of a whale, knocking the Blue Deacon into the air. The Blue Deacon did not expect the attack at all. He was blown into the air like straw. He struggled to cast a defensive spell while he was spinning at high speed in the air. Wind Wing Slash! Zhang Xiaohou manipulated the strong winds once again. The wind wings on his back were not just for defensive and traveling purposes, as they had always been. They suddenly split into numerous white slashes, forming a circle around the blue Deacon before crossing paths with one another. The blue Deacon's face was filled with disbelief. He did not feel any pain when his body started falling from the air. The speed of the wind slashes was just too quick. He only felt an overwhelming pain after his body split into several pieces. Blood poured down together with the pieces. Jiang, who was soaked in a cold sweat, was greatly astounded as he stared at the blue Deacon's remains. He knew Zhang Xiaohou was the strongest among them, but he still did not expect the young captain could take out a blue Deacon who was an advanced mage, just like him, so easily.
Are you all right?
Zhang Xiaohou asked. Jiang twisted his lips. He had not expected a senior enforcer like him to be inferior to a young captain. He was about to say something when he noticed something moving beside Zhang Xiaohou. It was just some insignificant bubbles, but they were gathering toward one spot rapidly. Look out! Jiang did not know what it was, but as a water mage, he knew it was extremely dangerous. Zhang Xiaohou did not sense anything at first. He only realized his life was in danger when an icy spike came out of the transparent bubbles. Your strength is quite impressive at such a young age, but I'm afraid your end has come, Violet Ghost's voice echoed in Zhang Xiaohou's ears. A long, icy sword was stabbing at Zhang Xiaohou's back. The close distance did not give Zhang Xiaohou a chance to react at all. Usually, it would take a mage some time to channel a spell, as it involved drawing star orbits and joining them to form a star pattern and so on. Even though it was possible to cast a basic spell with a single thought, the mage would have to be prepared beforehand to react quicker than an attack. It was difficult to tell how Violet Ghost had approached Zhang Xiaohou without him noticing. He was already delivering the deadly blow as he was speaking. Even the quickest spell would not be able to defend against the attack, nor would defensive equipment be able to set up a defense in such a short time. Crap! Zhang Xiaohou is in trouble. Zhao Manyan exclaimed from far above. He did not expect Violet Ghost to be able to go invisible with some trick. Zhang Xiaohou did not expect it either. Normally, a mage who could appear out of nowhere was most likely a shadow mage. They could hide inside shadows without alerting their enemy, yet there were no shadows close to Zhang Xiaohou. He would also have noticed the presence of dark magic within a certain range. He did not understand how Violet Ghost was able to get so close to him. The dust particles circling around Zhang Xiaohou suddenly gathered in the direction the icy sword was stabbing to and formed a steady shield just as the icy sword was about to stab him in the heart, like a bunch of fairies protecting their master. The icy sword could not move any further. Violet Ghost was astounded. The guy's earth elemental seed had a self-defense aspect. Violet Ghost was confident that Zhang Xiaohou was unaware of his presence. He had killed many strong enemies with this ability in order to secure his current position. The move was particularly effective against young mags, since they were less cautious and experienced than older mags. The ground under Violet Ghost's feet suddenly became muddy. The mud clutched onto Violet Ghost's feet and dragged him to the ground. Violet Ghost belatedly realized how outstanding Zhang Xiaohou's awareness was. He had already set up his domain, covering everything within 100 meters, giving Violet Ghost no chance of escaping. Damn it! Purple Ghost was extremely furious. He had no chance but to give up on the ambush and withdrew from Zhang Xiaohou's swamp. Where do you think you are running? Zhang Xiaohou believed the man was leading the members of the Black Vatican attacking the ancient keep. He decisively cast a wind track and chased him. Violet Ghost grinned coldly when he saw Zhang Xiaohou following him. His body gradually became transparent, like a mere illusion. By the time Zhang Xiaohou caught up to Violet Ghost, he had completely disappeared without a trace. Zhang Xiaohou quickly glanced around himself. He was full of shock and disbelief. Only a person using the shadow element could disappear without a trace, but there was clearly no shadow around that a shadow mage could utilize, nor was there any presence of dark magic around him. Zhang Xiaohou did not understand how Violet Ghost was able to vanish into thin air. The shadow element's way of disappearing was slowly blending into the shadows, but the guy was slowly fading away before turning completely transparent.
Commander Zhang, are you all right?
Jianglin asked.
I'm fine, Zhang Xiaohou replied.
Many people did not notice the dust particles constantly floating around Zhang Xiaohou. These dust particles were a tenth of the size of sand particles. They looked just like normal dust. It was difficult to notice them when they did not gather at the same spot. It was Zhang Xiaohou's domain, the dust domain. Those tiny dust particles were Zhang Xiaohou's domain magic. They had a certain level of self-awareness. When the domain's owner was under threat, these dust particles would instantly form a sturdy shield to defend him. Violet Ghost clearly did not expect Zhang Xiaohou to have such an outstanding ability. He assumed his ambush was going to be a success, yet he ended up running away in humiliation. Violet Ghost was an assassin-type mage. He had to run away after failing his attempt. He had witnessed how Zhang Xiaohou had killed the blue Deacon instantly with his wind element. Violet Ghost could not guarantee that he could withstand the wind slashes.
Kill them all. I want to see how long they're going to last.
Violet Ghost escaped to a safe spot. He no longer wanted to expose himself. He was dispatching his men instead. The Black Vatican had a lot of people. Violet Ghost could easily abuse their numbers and where the people guarding Shenmu keep out. He could look for more opportunities to strike again during the battle. Different spells kept crashing into one another on the wall. The overall strength of the Black Vatican was not overwhelming, but they had the Dark Beast monsters. The Dark Beast monsters had reached the top of the wall. They were not suppressed by the realm of the heavens, and the defenders of the wall were struggling against them. With a cry of agony, an enforcer under Jianglin's command was brutally murdered less than 50 meters away from Zhang Xiaohou and Jianglin. Violet Ghost kicked the enforcer's body to the cursed beasts nearby and stared at Zhang Xiaohou and Jianglin with an eerie grin. He might not be able to take out Zhang Xiaohou with that protective domain, but he could still murder the soldiers and enforcers that were stronger than the rest. There was no way Zhang Xiaohou could defend the keep against so many members of the Black Vatican without their help. Damn it! Jianglin was infuriated. He had an urge to fight Violet Ghost to his death. The enforcer that died was an extremely talented new recruit that Jianglin had high hopes in. The young recruit was as passionate as him, with greater talents. Jianglin had been looking forward to seeing him grow. Jianglin felt like his chest was about to explode when he saw the young man being eaten by the cursed beasts. Chapter 1391. He will kill the man before the victim's blood dries. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. Hidden in black mist, Zhao Manyan circled in the air. He dared not make his move yet. His initial plan was to find out which one of the men below was Violet Ghost and join hands with Zhang Xiaohou to eliminate him, lifting the restrictions Mo Fan was under. To his surprise, Violet Ghost had the ability to turn invisible, forcing Zhang Xiaohou to hold his position. If he failed to take down Violet Ghost in one blow and allowed the guy to escape, it would be a lot more difficult to eliminate him. Zhao Manyan could only remain a bystander until he figured out how Violet Ghost was turning invisible. Zhang Xiaohou, do you know how he did it? Jiang Yi asked worriedly. I'm not sure either, I only know it's not the shadow element, Zhang Xiaohou said. Damn it, at this rate, Jiang Yi was in the middle of his sentence when a fire pillar to their south went out. They had already lost a magic fire beacon, and now they had lost another one. Only 6 of the ancient keeps remained standing. In other words, it had greatly weakened the defense of the Great Wall. They could not afford to modify the length of the wall, or the army of undead could leave the North Valley by walking around the wall. The 50-kilometer-long wall had entirely sealed off the entrance to Square Trek Plain. Beyond 50 kilometers were mountains and rough terrain. If the army of undead planned to leave the North Valley through them, they would surely encounter the Beijiang desolate beasts. It was what the defenders were hoping would happen. However, the army of undead did not consist of a bunch of brainless creatures, with nobody commanding them. They knew it would be a waste of time and effort traversing the territories of other demon creatures. They just needed to break through the Great Wall as quickly as possible so they could trample the countless cities behind it mercilessly. They could not afford to reduce the length and height of the wall, which meant they could only reduce the thickness. Now that they had lost another magic fire beacon, the defense of the Great Wall was going to drop significantly. If the wall isn't thick enough, the ruler-level undead might be able to smash through it. Ligh said, looking in the direction of the lost magic fire beacon. Damn it, they broke through the defense of the magic fire beacon so quickly. We are outnumbered, allowing these scum of the Black Vatican to do as they please. Zhao Manyan cursed furiously. The situation on the wall worsened. The Black Vatican were abusing their overwhelming numbers of the cursed beasts and dark beast monsters to wear out the defenders of the magic fire beacons. Their defense also weakened every time Violet Ghost took out a few of their advanced mags. Are we going to lose this magic fire beacon, too? Feng Yufei murmured in despair, glancing around. It took a great effort to set up the wall against the army of undead, but the Black Vatican had arrived to mess up their plan. It was clearly the worst thing that could happen. Xiaohou was busy handling the cursed beasts and the dark beast monsters. He had defeated at least 5 blue deacons and 30 black clergy. More importantly, he had to watch out for Violet Ghost's ambush at all times, so he could not afford to fight with all his strength. Commander Zhang, will killing the guy called Violet Ghost really be able to turn this situation around? Jianglin asked feebly. He was a little worn out from the fighting. I believe in him, Xiaohou nodded. I think he's a trustworthy person, too. Jianglin recalled his encounter with Mo Fan. Jianglin had been utterly impressed by Mo Fan's determination, unyielding spirit, and fearlessness, even when he was up against the Black Vatican. Jianglin slowly took a few steps forward and moved out of the safe distance. Xiaohou frowned. He did not understand what Jianglin was up to. However, he was soon flanked by a bunch of cursed beasts. He was distracted by the creatures, preventing him from keeping an eye on Jianglin. Petrify! Xiaohou's eyes changed colors. The oddly structured cursed beasts moving around him froze when a brown light shone upon them. Thick stony powder fell on them, turning them into statues. Wind disk, bone husk. Several fierce gusts of wind swept in all directions. The strong force immediately crushed the cursed beasts to pieces. Over 20 cursed beasts died instantly, allowing Xiaohou to break free from their encirclement. The members of the Black Vatican did not dare challenge Xiaohou's deadly wind and destructive sand. The dust around him was blown away by the wind. Xiaohou belatedly recalled what Jianglin said. He quickly turned around and saw an infuriating sight. Violet Ghost had appeared in front of Jianglin. An icicle had gone right through Jianglin's chest. Not a single drop of blood flowed out because of the ice, but Jianglin was dying quickly. Jianglin! Xiaohou yelled furiously. He dashed forward recklessly to rescue Jianglin from the god of death. Stop him! Violet Ghost waved his hand disdainfully, summoning over 100 black clergy and 3 blue deacons to form a wall in front of him, not giving Xiaohou any chance to save his target. Fierce winds danced wildly around Xiaohou. The wind was quickly dyed red, turning into bloody sides of fury. Not a single black clergy and cursed beast within 50 meters survived. Their heads and limbs scattered across the place like fallen leaves. However, the line of people was just too thick. There was no way Xiaohou could save Jianglin in time, regardless of how quickly he was killing the enemy. Meanwhile, Jianglin's eyes were not filled with despair, even when his chest was punctured. They did not turn hollow, either. They were staring right at Violet Ghost, as if they were trying to peek through him in the remaining few seconds. Jianglin suddenly spat out a mouthful of warm blood. The blood splattered on Violet Ghost. Normally, being covered in blood would not bother a murderer, but Violet Ghost was taken by surprise, and seemed to panic. As I thought, Jianglin smiled when he saw Violet Ghost's reaction. You! Violet Ghost was enraged after Jianglin spat the blood on him. He drew out the icicle and stabbed Jianglin continuously in rage. Each stab left a hole in Jianglin's body, but the cold stopped the wounds from bleeding. Meanwhile, Jianglin seemed to have totally forgotten about his pain. He kept spitting his remaining blood onto Violet Ghost. He was very feeble during his last attempt. He only managed to spit a small amount of blood onto Violet Ghost. His body was covered in holes like a beehive. It was a horrible sight. Violet Ghost proceeded to cut Jianglin into pieces, yet the same smile that had completely infuriated him was on Jianglin's face. He could not help but think that the guy was a lunatic. The Black Vatican was not the only place with lunatics. When someone was desperately trying to protect something precious, they might do crazier things than the people of the Black Vatican. Violet Ghost was covered in Jianglin's blood. This time, he did not turn invisible and run away. He was trying to clean the blood off instead. To Violet Ghost's surprise, Jianglin's blood was poisonous. He had drunk a potion of corrosive poison before exposing himself. His blood had mixed with the poison. It was strong enough to eat away his mouth in a short period of time, yet the guy was able to pretend that everything was normal, and successfully spat the poisonous blood on Violet Ghost as planned. Violet Ghost was unable to clean off the poisonous blood, which meant he was unable to turn invisible again. The ability to turn invisible was not from the shadow element. It was from an extremely rare water elemental seed. It was able to surround Violet Ghost in a layer of water vapor which could reflect its surroundings, like a mirror covering all angles. Therefore, it looked like Violet Ghost had become invisible whenever he used the water seed's ability. He only turned transparent instead of vanishing into thin air. He did not just move somewhere else all of a sudden. Jianglin was a water mage, so he was able to figure out the trick. However, Violet Ghost was extremely cautious. He even used an ice element weapon to kill to prevent his victim's blood from splashing on him. Jianglin knew his only chance to expose Violet Ghost was by dying. No matter how cautious a person was, he would still lower his guard when his target was only a few seconds away from dying. Jianglin moved outside of where the others could cover him and waited for Violet Ghost to make his move. He believed Violet Ghost would definitely target him. If he was taken out, Xiaohou would have no chance of handling so many blue deacons and black clergy on his own. He smiled because he had bet right. Violet Ghost completely lost his mind. Zhao Manyan immediately felt the air he was breathing in sour when he saw what happened while waiting for his chance high up in the sky. He took a deep breath to clear the overwhelming emotions surging into his mind. He contracted his golden wings and dove toward the wall like a golden meteorite. The mouthful of blood that Jianglin had spit out was so precious. Zhao Manyan never had such a strong urge to kill someone before. "I will kill Violet Ghost before your blood dries up." Zhao Manyan yelled furiously as he was diving from the sky. He knew Jianglin could no longer hear him. He only hoped that the man's soul would know that the trust he had placed in them would not be let down. Zhao Manyan had never carried a heavier burden than the one now on his shoulders. He did not hesitate any longer. As a defensive mage, his way of killing someone was very simple. He would set up an unbreakable dueling ground with his defense. The dueling ground would trap both him and Violet Ghost without leaving any gaps. There were only two ways to leave the dueling ground. Either the dueling ground collapsed on its own after Violet Ghost killed him, or he withdrew his magic after killing Violet Ghost. Zhao Manyan had never gone all out trying to achieve something, but today, he had decided to give everything he had for one reason: he was a hot-blooded man too. Chapter 1392. Rock Smash Hammer. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. A dueling ground of jagged rocks descended from the sky and collapsed onto Violet Ghost like a tiny mountain. Violet Ghost lifted his eyes. He did not expect that someone was waiting for him in the sky all along. He tried to run out of the cage, but he realized the rocks were less than 10 meters above him. If he tried, the rocks were going to fall right on him. He had no choice but to back away. The heavy rocks crashed down and completely surrounded him. The dueling ground was like a huge coffin, apart from a few cracks that only tiny birds and rays of light could enter. Zhao Manyan was inside it now. His glimmering eyes in the dim environment were staring right at Violet Ghost. Violet Ghost was still covered in the poisonous blood, so he could not turn invisible again. The poisonous blood would easily expose his position. I thought it was someone more impressive, Violet Ghost laughed when he saw Zhao Manyan. Violet Ghost almost thought a super mage had shown up. It was easier than flipping a hand for a super mage to kill him. You don't have to belittle me like that. The more you belittle me, the more humiliated you will feel when I kill you in the end. Zhao Manyan retorted coldly. He did not waste any more time. His eyes emitted a brown light, as he was an expert of the earth element, just like Xiaohou. Rocky scales swiftly covered his body and formed a dark brown armor. Are you afraid I'm going to stab your heart too? Look at how careful you are, Violet Ghost chuckled. There was no reason for him to be afraid after realizing his enemy was not a super mage. Not many advanced mags could pose a threat to him. An icy aura slowly circled around Violet Ghost. He was trying to distract Zhao Manyan with words while summoning several icicles behind Zhao Manyan. The icicles did not make any sound as they were being formed. Most mags would not even notice them until they were lunging at their back. The icicles produced loud clanks when they landed on Zhao Manyan's back. He finally realized something was attacking him from behind. He glanced back and saw broken ice scattered on the ground. Violet Ghost's eyes widened. His icy sword formation had failed to break through his opponent's defense. The truth was, as an assassin-type mage, he hated going up against mags with an outstanding defense the most. However, any mage would have their weaknesses, regardless of their types. It just meant he would have to work harder to kill his opponent. Heavy rock break. Zhao Manyan's control of the earth element had improved significantly. On top of that, his earth element was strengthened where he was inside the dueling ground. The earth magic rapidly gathered in the spot Zhao Manyan was placing his attention on. The violent energy accumulated and crashed violently, producing a great force that could crush a living thing to pieces. Violet Ghost sensed the vigorous energy. He quickly moved away with his wind element. To his surprise, the violent energy clung to his trail. He saw explosions taking place along his trail. It eventually forced him into a corner. Water curtain. Violet Ghost knew there was no escape. He set up a defensive barrier before the earth magic caught up to him. The earth magic stopped pursuing since it could not penetrate the water curtain. Plummeting rays. Zhao Manyan immediately used his light element. The light arrows shot from the direction that Violet Ghost's defense was not covering and poured down like rain. Violet Ghost had no choice but to activate his defensive equipment. The light arrows were not deadly, but their penetrative ability was still outstanding when focusing on a specific point. Violet Ghost was clearly the kind of person unwilling to spend money on defensive equipment. His armor was easily destroyed by Zhao Manyan's light spell. Zhao Manyan extended the golden wings on his back when he saw Violet Ghost being suppressed in a corner. The wings lifted him and his heavy rock armor into the air. Zhao Manyan did not have many offensive abilities. However, since his armor was so sturdy and heavy, he was thinking of picking up his momentum with the wings to ram into Violet Ghost. The weight of his heavy armor was not to be underestimated, not to mention the earth magic that was flowing inside the dueling ground, granting Zhao Manyan remarkable power. He ended up knocking Violet Ghost and the armor dangling on his body into the air. Lightsaber, slash! Zhao Manyan had quite a few pieces of magic equipment. He summoned a Death Strike magic equipment after ramming into his opponent. The saber appeared in Zhao Manyan's hands. The scorching golden lightsaber was around 10 meters long. It looked even more threatening after it absorbed the light of the plummeting rays. Zhao Manyan could feel a strong rage burning in his chest. He simply waved the giant lightsaber at Violet Ghost without caring about technique. After all, Violet Ghost's attacks were unable to break through Zhao Manyan's defense. Regardless of how agile Violet Ghost was, the lightsaber could still hit him in the confined space. Violet Ghost had rarely fought against a brute mage like this. He was frustrated, his outstanding abilities as an assassin were completely useless against Zhao Manyan's sturdy defense. "Do you really think there's nothing I can do because of your defense?" Violet Ghost said coldly. With a flicker, Violet Ghost drifted away like a black gust of wind and landed behind Zhao Manyan. Zhao Manyan simply ignored the attack coming from behind. His Death Strike magic equipment was about to run out of time, but it did not matter, he had more than one offensive item. Rock Smash Hammer. Zhao Manyan could not care less about Violet Ghost's attacks. Not just assassin-type mags would struggle against his armor, even a destructive mage like Moth would be panting heavily trying to break through his armor. Telekinesis, Heart Crush. Violet Ghost chuckled. A cold ray penetrated Zhao Manyan's defense and went right for his heart. Zhao Manyan was shocked where he sensed the presence of dimensional magic. This Violet Ghost had done a great job hiding his true strength. He did not expect him to have the space element too. Normally, a person would only awaken the space element at the advanced level. Violet Ghost's space element was clearly his tertiary element, thus it was not that strong. He was still a little unfamiliar with Blink. Luckily, Zhao Manyan's dueling ground had certain restrictions on the space element. Otherwise, Violet Ghost could easily escape from it with Blink, meaning that all their efforts and sacrifices would have been in vain. Violet Ghost's space element was clearly not as outstanding as Moth's, but he was able to utilize the space element as part of his fighting style. The telekinesis, Heart Crush was basically his attempt to bypass Zhao Manyan's defense with the space element and deal a deadly blow to his heart. Any defense was just mere decorations in front of the attack. Zhao Manyan did not expect Violet Ghost to have such a move. It was clearly his trump card against defensive mags. It would be deadly if he was up against some inexperienced defensive mage. Ring of Venice. Zhao Manyan activated the ring to defend himself without any hesitation. The Ring of Venice was extremely useful, because it was not only effective against external attacks, but it could also protect his inner organs too. Why would Zhao Manyan engage the enemy so recklessly if he did not have something like the Ring of Venice? The advanced mage that can force your grandpa Zhao to shed a strand of hair isn't even born yet. Die, you son of a b****************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************************�e Rock Smash Hammer was finally completed. 10,000 tons, smash. Zhao Manyan lifted the Rock Smash Hammer up high and slammed it down on Violet Ghost. Violet Ghost was utterly terrified. He used everything he had to run away. Zhao Manyan continued to slam the hammer down. A strong shockwave swept across the place when the hammer smashed onto the ground. He did not even have to aim the hammer at the target. The attack already covered a huge radius. Even though he could only use it once, it was the best move he had against Violet Ghost. The brown lights continued to pursue Violet Ghost. The most he could do was cast a water barrier to defend himself, but it went without saying that a basic spell like water barrier had no chance of withstanding the force of the giant rock hammer. Violet Ghost's bones cracked after receiving the impact. Blood began to pour out from his nose, mouth, and ears. Did you spend most of your time setting up your victims? I can tell that you are nothing but a useless dog if you face the real experts, after seeing what you are capable of. Zhao Manyan dashed forward, leaving deep footprints on the ground from the weight of his armor. Ha 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 ha, the grand ceremony is already taking place. You all are going to suffer a humiliating defeat. Killing me wouldn't make any difference. The undead army will raze your cities to the ground and kill every single one of you. Violet Ghost gave up on running away after realizing he had no chance of defeating Zhao Manyan. He ignored the blood that was pouring out of his mouth, nose, and ears. Killing you means not a single member of the Black Vatican will live. Zhao Manyan went up to Violet Ghost and stomped on his legs. Violet Ghost acted as if he could not care less about his death, but when Zhao Manyan crushed the bones in his legs with a single stomp, his cries of agony were not those of a death-sworn cultist. So that's the reason why you are targeting me. It turns out there's a spy among us. Ha ha ha, but did you seriously think killing me is going to make any difference? Violet Ghost was in great pain, yet he was trying his best to remain calm. Zhao Manyan frowned after hearing the words. I am not the host of the contracts. You lose, you lose. Violet Ghost snapped with a contorted face. Either way, you're still going to die. Zhao Manyan showed no mercy. He threw his fist, covered in armor that weighed around 500 kilograms, at Violet Ghost's head. Violet Ghost tried his best to dodge the attack, knowing he was about to die soon. Zhao Manyan burst out laughing when he saw Violet Ghost's reaction. He bet a second or two did not really matter much to Mo Fan. He could just throw another punch at him. This time, he would make sure that the scum's brains would splatter on the ground and dye it red. Every scum of the Black Vatican would not have a good ending. Chapter 1393. Slashing a Blue Deacon with Wind Wings. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. The dueling ground collapsed. Zhao Manyan dragged Violet Ghost's dead body across the ground and tossed it into the air above the members of the Black Vatican. Most of them were under Violet Ghost's leadership. Even though the death of their leader would not necessarily scare them away, it would still destroy their morale. Old Zhao, well done! Xiaohou finally smiled in relief when he saw Zhao Manyan had taken Violet Ghost out, even though his face was covered in filth. Our backup is here. Our backup is here, someone started screaming among the soldiers, and the rest of them immediately followed. They acted as if a huge troop of reinforcements had arrived. Their morale was completely different than before. Zhao Manyan suddenly realized why it had always been so important to take out the enemy's commander first. He realized how morale could significantly influence the strength of an army. It proved that Mo Fan's decision to kill the Cold Prince was on point. Only killing a Red Cardinal of the Black Vatican would decrease the number of people who crazily worship these evil maniacs. Send all these scum to hell. Zhao Manyan felt the strong morale of the defenders. As the person that had taken down Violet Ghost, he believed his words would stimulate those that had fought so hard to protect the ancient keep. The thick armor on him fell off as he was yelling. They turned into countless pieces of armor attaching to the defenders, adding a layer of protection to them. Feng Yufei's eyes flickered with hope when he saw Zhao Manyan's impressive spell. As expected of the mage that had resisted the attack of a ruler-level creature, he was able to strengthen the defense of over 100 people simultaneously. It was sturdy enough to protect them from some of the relatively powerful intermediate spells. Most mags could only rely on equipment for defense. Unfortunately, that equipment would only last for a certain period of time, so most of them would either die or suffer serious injuries if they were attacked. As a result, even though the defense was not as effective as when Zhao Manyan was casting it on himself, it was still an extra life for many of the mags. It meant they could go all out at the enemy. The cursed beasts can't hurt us anymore. Ignore those cursed beasts, kill the black clergy and blue deacons, and the cursed beasts will die too. Chu Keng yelled. The cursed beasts could not break through the armor that Zhao Manyan had granted the defenders. They immediately launched their counterattacks at the black clergy, blue deacons, and their ghastly-looking creatures. Commander Zhang, there's a blue deacon hiding behind those cursed beasts. He is the one that killed Captain Fan, a battle mage pointed in a direction and shouted. Zhang Xiaohou immediately looked in that direction and saw a guy hiding in the shadows. He seemed to be commanding the black clergy after Violet Ghost died. He kept giving orders to the members of the Black Vatican. I'll deal with him, Zhang Xiaohou said. He had already sprung ahead 200 meters while his voice was still lingering in the air. A bunch of dark beasts pounced at him, but Zhang Xiaohou had already moved past them while they were lifting their claws. The dark beasts completely missed their attacks. Zhang Xiaohou's speed was shocking. The cursed beasts did not have a chance of stopping him, despite their numbers. The blue deacon quickly ran away with fleeing shadow when he saw Zhang Xiaohou approaching. Zhang Xiaohou had killed at least 5 blue deacons and countless black clergy so far. They would have seized control of Shenmu Keep if it wasn't for him. The blue deacon did not dare to stay any further, knowing the person that had killed many of his comrades was now targeting him. Do you think you can run away? Zhang Xiaohou was amused. He did not lose to anyone in terms of speed, even shadow mags. Zhang Xiaohou had learned to be a scout while he was stationed at the Qinling Mountains. The cunning demon creatures were hidden inside the mountains, but Zhang Xiaohou still managed to find them. The Great Wall was quite long. The Blue Deacon ran along it and reached the other side of the fighting. He decisively jumped down from the wall. Zhang Xiaohou was riding a gust of wind while sprinting. He immediately noticed a black shadow moving down the wall. Earth prison! Zhang Xiaohou slammed his hand onto the wall. A brown ring of light rapidly flew toward the shadow. When the ring made contact with the shadow, thick rocks emerged from the wall and formed a cage around it, entrapping the Blue Deacon with the shadow element. The Blue Deacon was forced to reveal himself. He was about to escape through an opening when Zhang Xiaohou arrived. He immediately lost his balance when the strong wind blew at him. He fell half the wall's height down from where he was. Luckily, he was on the back side of the wall. If he was at the front, the starving creatures of the underworld would have immediately torn him to pieces. Please, spare me, I was forced to join them. The Blue Deacon knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. He realized it was impossible to run away from Zhang Xiaohou. Zhang Xiaohou was stunned for a moment. The guy had lost his will to fight before he attacked. Was every member of the Black Vatican a coward? As Zhang Xiaohou was thinking, something the same color as the wall was wriggling behind him, silently approaching the flying Zhang Xiaohou from behind like a spider approaching its prey. The Blue Deacon was distracting Zhang Xiaohou with his words while controlling a dark beast to sneak up to him. He had to wait until the dark beast was close enough to deliver the killing blow. He had to make sure the guy did not have a chance to dodge the attack, nor a chance to cast a defensive spell or activate his defensive equipment. The Blue Deacon believed the creature was close enough. The begging look in his eyes turned vicious. Die, you fool, the Blue Deacon screamed. Zhang Xiaohou had a curious look when he saw the shift in the Blue Deacon's expression. A deadly claw swiped at his neck from behind at a tricky angle. However, Zhang Xiaohou nimbly moved to the side without turning his head. He even moved at the perfect time and was well aware of the reach of the dark beast's attack. He did not move a centimeter further than what was necessary. The Blue Deacon gaped. He did not expect the guy could dodge the attack so easily. I really despise your kind, especially when I see these ugly creatures killing people under your command. Why do you never understand how important the people that you have killed cold-bloodedly are to others? Zhang Xiaohou swore icily, floating in the air with the help of the wind. The wind wings had left his back while he was speaking. The wind wings turned into wind blades circling around the Blue Deacon and the dark beast. The Blue Deacon was extremely scared of dying, and immediately fled for his life. The ambush had failed. He would only die if he tried to fight this man. The wind blades slashed at their targets from different directions and angles. There was no escape from them, nor was there any way to defend against them. The Blue Deacon that naively thought he could run away and his dark beast were sliced into pieces. Their blood spattered across the place. The Blue Deacon and his dark beast died to Zhang Xiaohou's wind blades in less than 2 seconds. The wind magic, slightly stained with blood, returned swiftly to Zhang Xiaohou's back and reformed into wings. Zhang Xiaohou took a deep breath. He beat his wings and returned to the top of the wall and the magic fire beacon, where fighting was still taking place. Chapter 1394. The Sphinx. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. The ghost light shone down upon the land as the army of undead advanced. Anyone watching them would be overwhelmed by a fear of falling into a deep abyss where they would never see peace again. The almighty Osiris, I am Unas, stood in front of the magnificent pyramid under the mysterious light it was emitting. She had an eerie, inhuman presence. Mo Fan was standing not far away from her. He closely observed her confusing actions. Was Unas the main reason why the Cold Prince was able to collude with the Underworld? Besides, wasn't Unas the name of a pyramid, too? Judging from what she was doing, there was a great chance that she was a medium. Egypt had many talented undead mags. It was very likely that some of them were born with the innate talent to communicate with the Underworld. Your prey is still resisting their death. The army of undead is struggling to advance further because of the Great Wall that is blocking the way. It is China's ancient shield, it has been around for a long time, but the truth is, it's nothing but a little hill in front of you. We need your power to destroy it. Yunus called out to the pyramid in a loud voice. Yunus was tiny compared to the magnificent pyramid. 10 dark sword masters in full armor were standing around the pyramid. They were guarding the entrance of the pyramid like its most loyal servants. Any creature that did not submit to the pyramid was not allowed to enter its vicinity. 10 dark sword masters at the ruler level were only guards of the pyramid. How terrifying would the Lord of the Underworld inside the pyramid be? Leave a petty matter like that to the Sphinx, a misty yet thick voice came out from the pyramid. The others quickly covered their ears. It felt like their heads were about to explode. Mo Fan was struggling to believe it. A single sentence was already troubling their mind to such an extent. Were there really gods in this world? Was it true that normal people could not listen to them directly? Splendid! I hope you are satisfied with the gift I've prepared for you, even if a little accident is in the way, Yunus answered. The Lord of the Underworld inside the pyramid did not respond. Yunus did not dare say a further word. She tactfully left the place. The jagged bones cursed beast beat its wings and swept past the ocean of undead. It was heading toward a specific spot on Square Trek Plain. Master Yunus, didn't Osiris send a powerful undead to help us? Why haven't I seen him yet? Crow asked. The Sphinx was already here when the Underworld Monarch Frog showed up, but he only takes orders from one person. If he wanted to destroy the wall, it would have long fallen, Yunus replied. After flying for some time, they could still see the army of undead densely filling up Square Trek Plain underneath them. They were currently around 20 kilometers to the north of Northguard Fortress. It went without saying that the number of undead was the highest in this area. After all, Northguard Fortress was the key point of their enemy's line of defense. Once they destroyed Northguard Fortress, the Great Wall would collapse too. A huge area has cleared up, Blue Bat exclaimed, suddenly pointing into the valley. Mo Fan looked in that direction and was surprised that there was not a single undead in the area. It was like a rapid-flowing river encountering a sandbank. The water was avoiding the area and flowing past it on both sides. Mo Fan was utterly confused. It was clearly not a deep canyon. The undead could just travel across it, yet they had purposely taken a long way around instead, as if it was a forbidden area. Yunus smiled. She ordered the jagged bones cursed beast to land on the spacious area. Mo Fan suddenly realized an enormous creature was lying in the valley. Its color was very similar to the terrain nearby. It was unlikely that anyone would notice it when it concealed its presence. However, he was already brimming with fear when he was still 100 meters away from the creature. He could hear the creature snoring. Its breathing was very long and slow. Every inhalation and exhalation took around 3 minutes. An overwhelming force would surge inward and outward during the process. No ordinary undead could withstand it. It was lying on the ground sleeping. It had arrived earlier than the massive army of undead. Even the Scorpion Lord Medusa had taken the long way around when the undead army was passing by. It showed how terrifying the creature was. "You, go down there," Yunus pointed at Crow and ordered. "Me?" Crow stammered, pointing at himself. The creature lying below was absolutely terrifying. Crow was no idiot. Every undead, including those at the ruler level, were avoiding it. He knew what was going to happen if a mere advanced mage like him went down there. "Go wake him up," Yunus said. "Don't you have the ability to communicate with the creatures of the underworld?" Crow knew his life was in danger if he went and woke the creature up. The Sphinx has a strange temper. Apart from Osiris, he will eat anyone that dares disturb his sleep straight away. Yunus blatantly told Crow what was going to happen. "Then why?" Crow had a twisted face. "I'm ordering you to go down there. You just need to obey what I say obediently." Yunus' eyes turned cold. "I don't want to die, you can ask someone else." Crow looked at Blue Bat, Mo Fan, and the others. He was not the only person around. Why did she have to pick him? Go down. Yuna's eyes were abnormal. Somehow, the look in her eyes became irresistible. It was an order originating from her mind. Her order went right into Crow's soul like a sword. A soul contract. Mo Fan was shocked when he sensed the energy. There was obviously a soul contract between Crow and Yuna's, forcing Crow to obey Yuna's commands. If you go down now, you are still going to earn merits. If I break your limbs and toss you down, you will just be a nobody, Yuna said in a serious voice. Crow knew he had no other choice. He jumped down to the ground unwillingly. He landed right in front of the enormous creature. His tiny figure was as insignificant as a little insect. It felt like the creature could easily devour him with a little sip. Sphinx, Crow called it in a soft, trembling voice. Crow was hoping that the creature did not hear him, yet unfortunately, he actually woke it up. It opened his eyes and stared at Crow murderously. Crow's will shattered in an instant. He froze like a statue under the creature's gaze. The Sphinx did not give the petty human any chance to speak at all. He took a deep breath and sucked Crow straight into his mouth. He did not even bother to open his mouth. Crow ended up smashing into the Sphinx's teeth and turned into pulp. The Sphinx licked his teeth to taste the human indifferently. He slowly lifted his head and noticed several other humans above him. Sphinx, the Lord of the Underworld has asked you to work together with us to destroy Northguard Fortress. Let's hope we have a great time working together. Yuna's was able to communicate with the creatures of the Underworld, and smiled and quickly mentioned Osiris' plan to the Sphinx. Yuna's was acting very casually, as if nothing was worth her attention at all. Osiris had indeed given the order to the Sphinx. The massive creature slowly rose to his feet. The moment he stood up, the army of undead started moving underneath his body. He was like an island that had been lifted up into the sky. Mo Fan was stunned, not because he realized Northguard Fortress was soon going to be trampled by the Sphinx, but by the fact Violet Ghost was not the host of his soul contract. It was in Yuna's hands instead. Crow was similar to Mo Fan. He had joined the ceremony after signing a soul contract with Violet Ghost. Yuna's had clearly used the power of the contract to give Crow an order. Violet Ghost is dead, but my contract isn't terminated yet. Mo Fan could vaguely sense that Violet Ghost was dead through the dark material. He initially thought there would be a delay before the soul contract was terminated, as the chains binding his soul would take some time to disappear. To his surprise, the host of the contract was never Violet Ghost, but Yuna's, and Crow had clearly proven it just a moment ago. Damn it, he was set up by Violet Ghost. The person they were supposed to kill was Yuna's. Northguard Fortress. Zhao, Manyan and Ligh did not stay at Shenmu Keep after killing Violet Ghost. Shenmu Keep had survived the attack from the Black Vatican. They just needed to clean up the rest of Violet Ghost's men. Shenmu Keep might be safe, but it did not necessarily mean the other ancient keeps were fine. Northguard Fortress was clearly bearing greater pressure compared to the rest of the ancient keeps. We are almost at Northguard Fortress. Let's hope they are still fine. Zhao Manyan flew along the wall while setting his eyes on the magnificent tower of Northguard Fortress in the distance. We must hold Northguard Fortress at all costs, Ligh nodded. She was about to talk about Mo Fan's situation when Zhao Manyan suddenly came to a stop. Zhao Manyan was initially flying along the wall, but he suddenly lowered himself to the path on the wall and hid in one of the towers. What's wrong? Ligh asked after seeing Zhao Manyan's unusual behavior. Zhao Manyan had a strange look on his face. He was trembling, too. The human face. Even Zhao Manyan's voice changed too. He cautiously looked out of the tower. Ligh followed his gaze and saw a human face among the huge army of undead. It was grinning faintly. Zhao Manyan was sure that it was the same human face he had seen behind the Underworld Monarch frogs before. He initially thought it belonged to a titan, as its body was concealed by the dust. However, it had now revealed its true appearance as it came closer. It was a terrifying monster with a human face and the body of a lion. It's the Sphinx of Giza! Zhao Manyan exclaimed. Egypt's mystical beast. Chapter 1395. Full attack on Northguard Fortress. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. If the god of death representing Greece was Hare, the god of death representing Egypt was the Sphinx. Osiris might have been just a legend, since no one had ever seen his true appearance, but the Sphinx did exist. He had been lying not far away from the Great Pyramid of Giza in deep slumber for years, just like a giant lifeless statue. However, many people witnessed how vicious the beast was whenever he was awakened. For many years, countless cities had lived in fear of the Sphinx. They had no chance of defending themselves. The Sphinx was indeed a god of death, no one could survive his stare. Zhao Manyan finally understood why he was shivering in fear when he first saw the face. He now realized behind the face was the body of a lion as massive as a mountain. The Sphinx of Giza was an ancient being that had existed for thousands of years. The Egyptians had worshipped him as a deity for a long time. Such an existence known for his dominance throughout the history of Egypt had shown up here. Could the Great Wall really hold it back? The sand drifted wildly in the howling wind. The Sphinx spat out an amount of sand equal to a sandhill at the Great Wall from a few kilometers away. The sand surged fiercely and smashed onto the Great Wall. The wall was clearly at its limit. Both Zhao Manyan and Ligh, hidden in a tower, could feel the insane force of the impact. The raging sand kept smashing into the Great Wall. Pieces of the wall began to fall as its thickness rapidly decreased. The earth fountain spring water was already depleting at an insane rate as the army of undead was attacking the Great Wall. The wall immediately suffered serious damage after it was attacked by the Sphinx. Once the wall was damaged, the realm of the heavens became less effective, too. A huge bunch of underworld creatures started climbing up the wall, stacking on top of one another in the sandstorm. Meanwhile, the Black Vatican was aggressively attacking the magic fire beacons on the wall. Northguard Fortress had the highest number of defenders, but the Black Vatican's troops, led by Tall Sparrow, were remarkably strong too. The wall was scattered with the corpses and remains of soldiers, dark beast monsters, and members of the Black Vatican. The intense battle had been going on for quite some time. How could the defenders not be overwhelmed by fatigue? The magic fire beacon, we've lost the magic fire beacon of Double Mountain Keep. Ligh said, pointing into the distance. Only 5 magic fire beacons were clearly visible amid the sandstorm. Their brilliance represented the determination of the defenders as they continued to fight the Black Vatican and the underworld creatures to the very end. Some time later, another fire pillar vanished. The Great Wall, already on the verge of collapsing, shrank rapidly once again. "We can't hold for much longer," Zhao Manyan murmured. The appearance of the Sphinx was like adding hail to snow. They were already struggling to hold back the Black Vatican with the mere numbers they had, and now a deadly existence that could easily pose a threat to the Great Wall had shown up, too. The North Valley was going to experience a bloodbath soon. I thought we could at least hold them off for a day or two. I didn't expect them to break through our defense so quickly, Ligh smiled wryly. The Great Wall had to stand for 2 days. Most of the people in the cities in the North Valley would be evacuated to Pharaoh City within 2 days. Since Pharaoh City was located on higher ground, it was easier to defend the place than invade it. There were other hordes of demon creatures in the other places, too. If the army of undead insisted on marching onward, the demon creatures would put up some resistance, too. Many mags were gathered in Pharaoh City, so they just needed to buy enough time for the people to evacuate to Pharaoh City, even if it meant giving a huge amount of land away. Staying alive was more important than anything else. However, judging from the current situation, the Great Wall would only last for a few hours. It had only been a day since the battle started, but they had already lost 3 magic fire beacons. It was likely that they would lose the remaining magic fire beacons even faster. Most importantly, the situation did not look too good for Northguard Fortress. Once the fortress fell, the line of defense was going to collapse instantly. The army of undead would chase down the people that were slowly being evacuated recklessly. Their blood would spray across the land, and their bones would pile up into mountains. Mo Fan's contract wasn't terminated, Ligh said. Someone else must be holding the contract, Zhao Manyan said. They had worked so hard to kill Violet Ghost, yet it did not even matter. It was a tremendous blow to Zhao Manyan. Normally, he would have just left after losing all hope. However, he had decided to give his all this time. He had a hard time abandoning others just because of a single failure. He just wanted to protect the fortress. It was currently the most important thing for him. Zhao Manyan and Ligh waited for the sandstorm to calm down a bit before heading toward Northguard Fortress. Northguard Fortress's magic fire beacon was a huge castle. The two cautiously avoided the people of the Black Vatican and regrouped with the Prophet, General Bin Wei, and the others first.
"It's you guys."
Commander Yi Hong's voice came from behind the wall. Zhao Manyan let out a relieved sigh when he saw Commander.
He thought it was someone from the Black Vatican.
"Aren't you defending the other ancient keep?" Zhao Manyan asked. The people of the Black Vatican suddenly gathered toward Northguard Fortress. It looks like they are summoning the others here to focus on taking down Northguard Fortress first. I was worried that the fortress was in danger, so I immediately came to help, Commander Yi Hong explained. Commander Yi Hong's strength was outstanding. He was only slightly weaker than a super mage. The members of the Black Vatican attacking the ancient keep he was defending were not a threat after he eliminated Indigo Ghost. He had made sure that the ancient keep was no longer in danger before coming to Northguard Fortress. Unfortunately, not every ancient keep had an expert like Commander Yi Hong defending it. Otherwise, they would not have lost so many magic fire beacons. If all 8 segments of the Great Wall were still active, it would take the Sphinx quite some time to break through it. The thinner the wall, the more vulnerable it was to the destructive attacks of ruler-level creatures. It seems the Black Vatican is gathering its members to focus their attacks on Northguard Fortress. I believe the person holding Mo Fan's contract is going to show up here, Ligh said.
I think so, too,
Zhao Manyan blurted out in agreement.
What are you talking about?
Commander Yi Hong asked. Zhao Manyan quickly explained Mo Fan's situation. Yi Hong's eyes glittered upon hearing it. He did not expect to learn that Mo Fan really was capable of killing the Cold Prince. He assumed Mo Fan was just trying to do the impossible, and would most likely die trying. So you're saying that if we kill that person, Mo Fan will be able to kill the Red Cardinal? Yi Hong asked. Killing a leader like one of the 7 ghosts was enough to destroy the morale of a group of the Black Vatican. If Mo Fan really managed to kill the Red Cardinal, it was likely that they would be able to hold every ancient keep. We don't have much time. The Sphinx is too strong. The wall won't hold for much longer. We have to kill the person holding the contract before the Sphinx destroys the Great Wall protecting Northguard Fortress, Zhao Manyan said. Chapter 1396. Mysterious Blue BA. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. The Cold Prince stood on an Underworld Monarch frog in his long robe. He was staring at Northguard Fortress in the distance. Master, don't worry, the Sphinx is going to destroy the wall very soon. Eunice stood beside him with an alluring smile. The Cold Prince remained still. Orange Ghost was standing behind him as his bodyguard, together with several respectful blue deacons. I need more hate to obtain enough power, Cold Prince stated. The entire North Valley would be brimming with hatred by now if it wasn't for the Great Wall. The strength of evil faith was going to pour into his body like a heavenly spring. There was a little accident, but the outcome is still going to be the same, Eunice said. The Cold Prince turned around and stared at Eunice. Eunice knew the Cold Prince was in a bad mood. She immediately fell quiet and lowered her head. Why are you showing your face still? Who gives you the right to be staring at me? The Cold Prince looked past Eunice. He was talking to Mo Fan, who was standing behind Eunice. Mo Fan immediately lowered his head. However, a hint of rage was surging in his heart. Mo Fan finally understood the Cold Prince's goal. The guy believed in the strength of evil faith. He believed that when people across the world focused hatred on a specific person, it would grant the person greater power. The Cold Prince had earned his reputation during the incident of the Red Mediterranean Sea, but the trampling by the Pyramid's army would make him a god. It was difficult to imagine how someone could even come up with such terrifying beliefs, insisting on spreading pain like a plague. The Cold Prince did not haggle over Mo Fan's disrespectful act. He went forward to the top of the Underworld Monarch Frog's head. Yunus followed slowly. "Are you angry?" Blue Bat asked with a soft voice that only Mo Fan could hear her. "What do you mean?" Mo Fan pretended to be unaware of what she was referring to. "That Yunus has the contract," Blue Bat said. Mo Fan did not respond. It was true that he did not expect Yunus to have his contract. Otherwise, the moment Violet Ghost died, he would have killed the Cold Prince, Yunus, Orange Ghost, and the rest of his superiors in an instant. They still had a chance once the superiors of the Black Vatican were dead. I didn't expect Violet Ghost to be that cunning. He was only a decoy. Yunus is the one holding the contract, Blue Bat added. "What are you trying to say?" Mo Fan did not understand what Blue Bat was going on about. "I think I know who you are, you aren't North Deer," Blue Bat said to him. Mo Fan frowned. A strong murderous intent burst out of his eyes. Mo Fan would not have trouble killing Blue Bat in an instant with his current cultivation. The creatures of the underworld were everywhere around them. Even if the Cold Prince and Yunus discovered Blue Bat had died suddenly, they would only assume she had been killed by the undead. Mo Fan would not hesitate to kill her, even though she had been great company so far. Blue Bat seemed a little different than the other members of the Vatican, but even if she had not seen through his disguise, he would have to kill her eventually, too. "Relax. If I die, you will seriously have a hard time getting rid of the contract. I know you can forcibly terminate the contract, but the price your soul has to pay is just too huge. You wouldn't want to go that far unless you are left with no choice, right?" Blue Bat demurred. "I don't really care if you blow my cover now," Mo Fan replied calmly. "Aren't you curious why I didn't blow your cover?" Blue Bat raised her head. Her innocent yet mature face did not show any hint of fear toward him, but seemed interested in him, instead. "Who are you?" "You don't look like someone who is willing to devote yourself to that maniac," Mo Fan asked. There was indeed something strange about Blue Bat. Mo Fan initially thought Violet Ghost had purposely arranged her to keep an eye on him, hence why she was always by his side. However, it seemed like he had thought wrong. "Are you confused about why I was able to see through your cover, even though you've done such a perfect job?" Blue Bat inquired. "Please enlighten me," Mo Fan replied. He was not worried that Blue Bat had seen through his disguise. Mo Fan knew Yunus was unlikely to die. The woman was good at hiding herself. She did not even participate in the attack on Northguard Fortress and was observing from atop an Underworld Monarch Frog instead. It was impossible for Zhao Manyan to kill her. As such, Mo Fan had no reason to wait any longer. The Cold Prince only had Orange Ghost, Yunus, and a few blue deacons with him. He was more vulnerable than when the ceremony had started. Mo Fan was planning to forcibly terminate the contract to awaken the power of the demon inside him. The power of the demon element might weaken significantly when his soul was damaged, but he should have no problem taking out the Cold Prince and the others. Since Mo Fan had already made up his mind, he could not care less if Blue Bat had seen through him. That being said, Mo Fan was still curious. Why hadn't Blue Bat exposed him? Mo Fan did not believe Blue Bat had some affection for him just because they had spent some time together, considering his current appearance. It might be possible if his face was not ruined. "I have met you before. Even though I didn't participate in the 2 ceremonies that my master held, I have met you before coincidentally," Blue Bat explained blatantly. "Master?" Mo Fan was even more confused. "Violet Ghost had my contract, so I'm grateful that you've killed him. There's no need to deny it. I know you asked someone to get rid of him," Blue Bat said. "So be it," Mo Fan replied indifferently. "Now that I'm free, I'm able to carry out my mission in advance. Didn't you want to know who my master is?" "Just stay here and watch," Blue Bat smiled. She looked quite mysterious. Mo Fan remained in place. he watched Blue Bat head to the top of the Underworld Monarch frog. Mo Fan had no idea if Blue Bat was trying to expose him. Either way, the minute or two was not going to make any difference. Cold Prince, Blue Bat walked up to the Cold Prince and Eunice, and called the Red Cardinal's name directly. The Cold Prince turned around and hissed furiously, "Even a petty B****ch like you dares to disrespect me, too. Are you mocking me because everything isn't going according to our plan? Do you want me to skin you alive?" Ah, Blue Bat let out a sigh with a naive look. "You have read my mind." The Cold Prince felt like exploding upon hearing that. A mere blue deacon dared to look down at him. He glared at Eunice, instead of doing anything to Blue Bat. Eunice's face twisted. She took a step toward Blue Bat. It was quite obvious that she had a strong murderous intent. "I'm returning the favor on behalf of my master, to thank you for the show at the Parthenon Temple that you and the Supreme Pontiff had planned," Blue Bat continued calmly. Chapter 1397. One Less Red Cardinal. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The anger on the Cold Prince's twisted face was instantly replaced by disbelief. He realized who Blue Bat's master was right away. Even he felt a great chill running down his spine when that person's face and icy aura surfaced in his mind. He did not display his emotions, trying his best to remain calm on the surface. Meanwhile, Eunice, who was burning with rage, suddenly spasmed, spitting out a mouthful of black blood with an unusual odor. It splattered on the luxurious robe of the Cold Prince that represented his identity as a Red Cardinal. It took the Cold Prince, who was about to utter some disdainful remarks, completely by surprise. Eunice's mouth was leaking blood. Her face began to wilt rapidly. A woman who was blossoming with beauty just a second ago aged more than 10 years in an instant. Her alluring body gradually shriveled up as she continued to vomit blood. Eunice was extremely shocked, staring at Blue Bat. She had no idea when she had been exposed to the terrifying poison. Eunice did not expect a blue deacon who had been with them for so long to actually be a traitor. Eunice trusted Blue Bat more than she trusted Violet Ghost, since Blue Bat was more obedient than the latter. What did you do to me?" Eunice kept spitting out mouthfuls of blood. Her life was draining rapidly. She looked completely different than she had just a minute ago. "It's a return gift from my master. If Master Cold Prince continues to be naive, my master won't mind paying you a visit personally, but when that time comes, it's going to be for more than the death of your beloved woman." Blue Bat jumped lightly down from the Underworld Monarch frog's head after finishing. Her figure faded in the air, becoming blurry, like a ghost without a physical body, before completely vanishing amid the haunting mist of the army of undead. The Cold Prince and Orange Ghost remained motionless. They had an urge to chase after Blue Bat, but they were worried that they had also been exposed to the terrifying poison. They both looked at Eunice. The woman had shriveled right up. Her eyes were almost poking out of their sockets. She labored to reach her hand out and gurgled to the Cold Prince with a mouth spilling blood, help me." The Cold Prince looked at her with a complicated expression. He was furious and agitated. He was grieving over Eunice. He was terrified, too. "Salon," the Cold Prince suddenly screamed out with bloodshot eyes. Eunice was already dead, laying cold and still on the Underworld Monarch frog's head. Her beauty and charm were gone. She looked just like an old woman who had died a horrid death. It was a great blow and humiliation to the Cold Prince. "The Chief Extraditor warned you not to provoke Salon," Orange Ghost whispered. "Silence!" The Cold Prince was on the verge of losing his temper. Salon's gift was a critical blow to him. Not only was Eunice a wise advisor, she was also his most trusted subordinate. How could he possibly retain his calm after seeing his beloved Eunice die such a horrible death? He was on the verge of turning into an enraged, depressed monster. The Cold Prince raged like a madman. The other blue deacons did not dare to move even half a step closer to him. They had no idea what the Cold Prince might do in his current state. Mo Fan remained still. His face was covered with disbelief, too. What Blue Bat had done had taken him completely by surprise. After all, the way Violet Ghost and the others treated Blue Bat indicated they had all trusted her to be absolutely loyal to the Cold Prince. She even made great contributions during the incident of the Red Mediterranean Sea. If it wasn't because Blue Bat was not too fussy about being promoted to higher ranks or earning fame and glory, she would have been one of the Cold Prince's most reliable subordinates by now. But even a person like that turned out to be Salon's pawn. It did not matter if she was loyal to Salon all along or had switched sides halfway, it was still extremely terrifying to think about. Master is actually quite fond of you. The world is going to mistreat you one day. Why don't you consider joining Master if you find yourself with nowhere to go? A voice came into Mo Fan's ears like a ghost. Mo Fan knew it was none other than Blue Bat. It turned out that Blue Bat was stronger than Mo Fan had expected. Perhaps she had concealed her strength because she was bound by Violet Ghost's contract, or to protect her cover. Mo Fan had been with Blue Bat almost all the time after he had infiltrated the Black Vatican, yet he had never suspected her of being Salon's disciple. There are things you can never forgive. I know you haven't done much evil, so if you choose to leave the Black Vatican and Salon now, I will spare your life, Mo Fan replied. Blue Bat giggled. Her voice was pleasant and charming. Actually, I didn't see through your cover until you spread the dark matter into Violet Ghost's body. I've done you a favor in return, by killing Eunice. If we fight one another, will you show me mercy and spare my life if I lose? What do you think? Mo Fan asked in return. I guess you're going to kill me still. Blue Bat had remained a discreet distance away from Mo Fan, making sure Mo Fan could not find out where she really was. Blue Bat seemed to know something. She dared not stay too close to Mo Fan. It was true that she could not afford to stay too close to Mo Fan now. Even Salon would be intimidated by Mo Fan when his blood began to boil. Try not to do too many bad things, perhaps I might hesitate to kill you when the time comes, Mo Fan offered. If that's the case, does that mean I'm more successful than Fang Xiaoli? Mo Fan's heart turned cold at the mention of Fang Xiaoli. Mo Fan was extremely familiar with the poison that Blue Bat had used on Eunice. It was the same poison that Fang Xiaoli was using at the ranch, but it was even deadlier than before. Salon was good at alchemy. She had mixed some deadly chemicals she had invented with the rain that had triggered the calamity of Bo City and the calamity of the ancient capital. She had also used poison to intimidate the authorities at the Parthenon Temple, and it seemed like her disciples had inherited her talents. Mo Fan had already met 2 of Salon's students, and each of them had successfully left a strong impression on him. He wondered how many disciples Salon had. But now was not the time to worry about that. His demon blood was gradually heating up, becoming restless the moment the chains were lifted. The world was going to have one less red cardinal after today. Chapter 1398. Demon Flames Filling Up the Sky. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. Does she really think she's a god, just because she orchestrated the calamity of the ancient capital? She didn't even destroy the ancient capital, the Cold Prince cursed furiously. I'm the strongest red cardinal. The whole world will soon understand I'm the one in charge of their lives. The Cold Prince was going crazy. He stared at the great wall that was stopping the plague of undeath from spreading. If the wall wasn't there, the North Valley would be littered with corpses and crawling with vengeful spirits by now. It would prove his dominance, as he believed he would do a better job than Salon. Not a single person would be left alive in the North Valley. If Salon could massacre millions of people, he would massacre 10 million of them. You are all going to die with her. The Cold Prince's robe was covered in human faces, which began to react abnormally. The faces were clearly just decorations, yet they had suddenly come alive, bearing expressions of pain, hatred, anger, sorrow, and despair. Each face was the reaction of someone that had undergone great torture. When a person lost their calm, they could turn into an irrational beast at any second. These faces on the Cold Prince's robe were the same. They were displaying utter disgust toward the world, and a great passion to destroy everything. Die! The Cold Prince's robe began to drift in the wind. The twisted faces on it turned into phantoms and surged in the direction of Northguard fortress, like a wall of smog. Piercing screeches and ghastly cries echoed in the dark sky. These phantoms of pain were not under the restrictions of the realm of the heavens, as they were weightless. They flew to Northguard fortress, and every time they entered the body of a battle mage, their targets would immediately contort in pain, as if their wills and determination were being crushed by someone else's hatred, leading to the utter destruction of their spiritual world. Even though the painful memories did not belong to them, they felt extremely real, as if they had gone through them personally. Cries of agony rose across Northguard fortress. Countless battle mages were corrupted by the pain. Some that lost their will even jumped down from the Great Wall. The undead that were stacking up under the wall immediately lunged at those that had jumped down. Not a single piece of their remains was left. "No, don't kill my tribesmen, spare their lives, please let them go, my daughter Chickage," a battle mage screamed, as if he was troubled by a nightmare. He kept moving backward until he reached the edge of the wall. Zhao Manyan quickly ran over to drag him back when he was about to fall into the abyss of undead. Let me die, please don't hurt them, don't hurt them." The battle mage had completely lost his mind. He kept murmuring words similar to the old herdsman. Zhao Manyan and Ligh stared at the battle mage in disbelief. It took them a moment to recover from the shock. They had seen the old herdsman's wild behavior. They would even assume the battle mage was actually the old herdsman if he did not have a young face. What's going on here? Is he possessed by the old herdsman's spirit? But the old herdsman isn't even dead, Zhao Manyan said. The pain was spreading among the defenders of Northguard fortress like a wild plague. They seemed to have inherited painful memories that someone would never forget for the rest of their lives. They were experiencing the despair that the person had suffered from the memories. Does this mean the evil faith is real? Ligh wondered. What evil faith? Zhao Manyan asked with a confused look. There were rumors that some ancient deities would obtain their power through the respect and worship of certain tribes. The higher the number of worshippers and the more sincere they were, the greater the power the deities would obtain. As a matter of fact, the ancient totem beasts were the same in some ways. On the other hand, when hatred, anger, and fear reach a certain level, it will produce an evil power that strengthens the evil gods. The stronger the emotions, the greater the power that the evil gods receive. Ligh explained. Does it have anything to do with a curse? Zhao Manyan said. Sort of. Positive faith is similar to blessings, while evil faith is like curses. It's just hard to imagine that someone could really accumulate this vague evil faith and turn it into power. Ligh said. There's no way to kill or resist these tormenting spirits. What are we even supposed to do? Yihong was utterly confused too. Those with stronger cultivation among them could still resist the tormenting spirits, but the other mags were clearly in danger. A huge group of their allies had lost their minds in a short amount of time. They were already jumping off the wall to kill themselves, instead of being killed by the people of the Black Vatican. We have to find the host of the evil faith. I believe that person is most likely the Cold Prince, Ligh deduced. How can we find him? The Red Cardinal will never show himself. Does that mean we are done for? Commander Yihong said. General Bin Wei was also at the magic fire beacon. Her face was extremely pale. She was completely worn out from trying to hold the wall together. The Great Wall did not stand a chance against the Sphinx's attacks. The defenders were struggling to hold back the Black Vatican, too. It was only a matter of time until the line of defense collapsed. It just came down to how much time they had managed to buy for the people being evacuated from the cities. An extra minute might end up saving the people of a whole village. It was the only reason why General Bin Wei did not want to admit defeat. We don't know where the Cold Prince is. He's scarier than we all expected. Evil faith, the prophet did not know what to do. We've tried our best. Without us, not many people would make it to Feihuang City. At least half of the people should have reached Feihuang City by now, General Bin Wei's aide-de-camp sighed. Damn it, if only we could only find the person with the contract. we'd be able to hold on for a lot longer. Zhao Manyan snarled in frustration. They knew the army of undead was unstoppable. Even the best plan would collapse at the first blow when it was up against absolute power. All they could do was to buy some time so the people in the North Valley could retreat to Feihuang City. The Great Wall was going to fall either way, but a lot quicker than they had expected. As everyone was being overwhelmed by despair, the tormented spirits in the vicinity of the magic fire beacon suddenly shrieked. They left the people they were possessing and retreated to the ocean of undead, as if they were being summoned away. The battle mages quickly recovered. Apart from the blank looks in their eyes, they were mostly unharmed. "What's going on?" Commander Yi Hong exclaimed. "The tormenting spirits have flown away. They seem to be heading to an underworld monarch frog around 10 kilometers away," a mage on the watchtower called out. "Does that mean the Cold Prince is there?" Zhao Manyan yelled in surprise. However, the joy on his face disappeared quickly. Would knowing the Cold Prince's location make any difference? Did he even have a way to traverse 10 kilometers that were covered by undead? "Look, a blood-red light." Ligh pointed into the distance. "Blood red? Isn't that a magic light? Which element does that color belong to?" Commander Yi Hong asked, obviously confused. "It's so clear from 10 kilometers, how bright would it have to be?" It was clearly a light produced by magic, yet they could not recognize what element it was. The eerie light was so brilliant and overbearing, even when it was shining across millions of undead over a distance of 10 kilometers. The prophet's eyes widened as he stared into the distance. He had witnessed the same thing before. When the mountain zombie jumped onto the barrier of the ancient capital, a figure in a blood-red aura managed to knock the mountain zombie away to buy some time for the ancient capital. It's Mo Fan, the prophet blurted out in excitement. It had a strong presence of dark magic, yet it was oddly soothing. There was no good and evil for this power, what mattered was the user's intent. Was the person's heart corrupted or twisted, or was it burning passionately, like Mo Fan's? Fierce flames surged wildly 10 kilometers away from the fortress. The dim sky was soon filled up with scorching flames. The color of the flames was a mix of sunset and reddish-brown that Zhao Manyan and Ligh were extremely familiar with. Despite the distance, they could still tell that the flames were a lot stronger than usual. The heat wave hit the humans in the face. The undead army could not withstand the scorching heat. Even the fire pillars of the magic fire beacons were burning brighter and stronger. The Sphinx turned from its attack on the Great Wall and roared, as if he had sensed a dangerous presence behind him. Scorpion Lord Medusa, her hair of serpents writhing, was around 7 kilometers to the northwest of the fortress. She stopped advancing, too. She slowly turned in the direction of the demon flames. The wary serpents on her head hissed as they faced the demon flames. The rest of the undead rulers within 30 kilometers stopped advancing, too. They ceased attacking the Great Wall after discovering the surprising existence, a threat they could not afford to ignore right among their army. Chapter 1399. Space Crushing, The Stare of Will. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Orion. 10 kilometers to the north of Northguard Fortress, thousands of the Yoked were already fleeing for their lives in terror. These slaves did not possess any outstanding will. They would scatter as soon as they sensed an overwhelming enemy presence. The underworld monarch frog's eyes bulged from their sockets. The demon flames burning its back were causing it great pain. Even with the underworld runes that it had summoned to protect its sturdy flesh, the flames still burned a huge hole in its back. It began to jump away, trying to escape from the flames, despite its difficulty moving. Unfortunately, the flames had erupted right on the underworld monarch frog's back. There was no chance it could get rid of them. It could only roll across the ground in pain, crushing countless creatures of the underworld to death. Ha ha ha! What a surprise, there are 2 traitors during my ceremony, and they are together now. The Cold Prince stared at Mo Fan and burst out laughing like a madman, not sure if he was laughing after learning that his ceremony had failed, or laughing at Mo Fan for courting his death. The Cold Prince could not find a way to vent his anger after witnessing Yuna's death. He could only direct his hatred at the defenders. He wanted to see the people of the North Valley trampled to death by the army of undead. Master, you won't have to worry about a mere pest.
Leave him to me.
Orange Ghost knew it was his chance to ingratiate himself. He signaled the blue deacons standing behind Mo Fan. The blue deacons were only a few steps away from Mo Fan. As a matter of fact, they were scared that the Cold Prince would just kill all of them to vent his anger. It was definitely something that the Cold Prince would do, yet to their surprise, there was another traitor among them. The Cold Prince now had a target to vent his anger on, and it also gave them a chance to show their value. The Cold Prince stared at Mo Fan. He could not care less about Orange Ghost and the Blue Deacon's intentions. Orange Ghost jumped down from the Underworld Monarch frog. The creature's wild movements did not influence his. Orange Ghost was obviously a poison mage, the kind that used his own body to cultivate the poison element. As he approached Mo Fan, his body began to transform into a disgusting form. Poisonous tumors grew like muscles out of his skin, making him look like a mutated beast. Orange Ghost landed on the ground on all fours. He seemed to have learned the moves of some poisonous beasts, too, and was as quick as lightning. He arrived in front of Mo Fan in the blink of an eye. You thought you were so brave infiltrating us. You thought you could stop us, and even if you failed, you could just die knowing you have tried your best, but little did you know, death is the most merciful punishment you could get. Orange Ghost was one of the leaders under the Cold Prince. His voice was hoarse and unpleasant. Mo Fan did not move. He was not paying much attention to Orange Ghost. He had seen the tormented spirits withdrawing from the wall, showing that the Cold Prince was aware of the precarious situation he was in. He could tell that the tormented spirits were the Cold Prince's trump card, the source of his strength. Ligh had obviously made a mistake while she was analyzing the Cold Prince's style. The guy was clearly not someone who had outstanding intelligence but limited strength. He was definitely not weak, especially after Mo Fan had sensed a formidable power, similar to the evil energy that the Essence Orb had accumulated before, a power that could give birth to a red demon.
How bold of you!
Master Orange Ghost is reciting a eulogy for you, a blue deacon called Grief yelled furiously. The blue deacon slowly surrounded Mo Fan at Orange Ghost's command. The demon flame surging from Mo Fan's body had surged 2 kilometers away, but Orange Ghost, Grief, and the other blue deacons were completely unaware of it. When the difference in strength reached a certain level, the weaker side would struggle to sense their opponent's power, until it was too late.
I'll pluck your tongue out first.
Orange Ghost was humiliated when Mo Fan ignored him. He attacked with his poisonous tumors, roaring furiously. Jagged spikes erupted from the poisonous tumors. It looked like hundreds of monsters with poisonous fangs were tearing at Mo Fan at the same time. The blue deacons backed away slightly, afraid of being hit by the poisonous attack. Orange Ghost was obviously nursing a great grievance. He was trying to vent all his frustrations on this disrespectful enemy. The poisonous fangs surrounded Mo Fan and trapped him, as if he were in a cage surrounded by starving beasts. The fangs had completely sealed off his escape.
Die!
Orange Ghost's face suddenly appeared among the poisonous fangs, grinning hideously. Mo Fan lifted his gaze with a cold smile, like he was watching a clown putting on an amusing performance. His face was still full of scars. As the demon blood inside him awakened, several stunning demon runes appeared on his face, spreading from his eyes to the back of his ears, and from his forehead to his chin. His blood-red eyes, surrounded by the demon runes, glittered with a dangerous aura. Telekinesis! With a thought, the space surrounding Mo Fan began to tremble. The space broke into pieces, like a mirror shattered by a powerful blow. The poisonous fangs shattered and turned into blue powder. The poisonous fangs were surging at their target just a second ago, but everything suddenly returned to calm in the following second. Not a single sign of the fangs was left, apart from Orange Ghost's tumor-covered face, now filled with disbelief and fear. Orange Ghost's muscle tumor-covered body broke into pieces, too. His head floated in the air before Mo Fan for a second, then fell to the ground like a rotten coconut. Every member of the Black Vatican would have the same thought when their death approached. Did the kingdom of death that their red cardinals told them about really exist? If the kingdom of death was real, they would be reborn there as a noble to enjoy eternal life, while others would become their slaves. If it did not exist, they would simply vanish from the world, just like everyone else, or they would just turn into a vengeful spirit. Either way would be a painful and discontented ending. However, the question did not cross Orange Ghost's mind when his head fell to the ground. He was only confused about why he had died so easily. He was confused about how such an insignificant kid could kill him so easily, and it was done with just a single stare in a second. How weak was he, that his opponent did not even bother to use a proper move on him? Aren't you proud of your work? Why don't you experience it firsthand? Mo Fan glanced at the blue deacons, who were struggling to stand properly in the face of the terror billowing in their hearts. Mo Fan went up to the blue deacons and lifted them up like they were little chicks. It was a very simple move, yet the blue deacons could not resist. They could only watch Mo Fan toss them into the ocean of undead. To make sure these blue deacons would be torn into pieces and fully experience the savagery of the army from the underworld, Mo Fan purposely tossed them in different directions, where there were enough undead to give them the best experience possible. Their cries of agony soon arose. Mo Fan was pleased by their painful screams. No wonder some maniacs enjoyed hearing their victims cry. The louder they cried, the more excited they would feel. Mo Fan was not a psychopath. He was only cruel to the vicious ones, but he enjoyed hearing the agonized cries coming from their mouths. The remains of the blue deacon scattered about messily. Mo Fan even tossed the blue deacon called Grief to Scorpion Lord Medusa. Scorpion Lord Medusa was initially wary of Mo Fan's presence, yet to her surprise, the guy was friendly enough to toss her an advanced mage. The other creatures did not dare to compete with Scorpion Lord Medusa for the human. The serpents on her head tied around their prey. Scorpion Lord Medusa was not interested, but the snakes on her head were willing to accept the human as a gift. They lunged forward, trying to be the first to taste the fresh human meat. Unfortunately, the human was just too small for all of them to enjoy. Scorpion Lord Medusa's serpents were hoping Mo Fan would toss more fresh humans to them. Mo Fan had tossed all the blue deacons at the underworld creatures. They clearly did not have any individual resistance to the undead, and were rapidly devoured. The undead could not care less if they were the people who had opened the gate and brought them into the mundane world. These blue deacons were initially waiting to witness the undead army massacring the people of the North Valley. They did not expect to end up as victims, too. Not many of the blue deacons really looked forward to enjoying their prestige in the kingdom of death while they were overwhelmed by fear of death. The Cold Prince did not seem bothered by Mo Fan's actions. All his other subordinates were less valuable than a single Eunice, and her death had already given him the urge to kill every single being he stumbled into, apart from himself. Mo Fan actually did him a favor by killing the blue deacons, so he was not angry. He was laughing instead, wild and twisted. Is it going to make any difference? The Cold Prince grinned coldly. The Great Pyramid of Giza had appeared. The army of the underworld had begun marching. The Great Wall could only buy the people some time. Mo Fan could only vent his frustrations by killing them. It would not alter the North Valley's fate. Was escaping to Feihuang City really enough to stop the army of undead? I'm going to send every one of you to hell. Mo Fan recited the same sentence that he had murmured over and over again in his heart. You will lose horribly, even if you kill me. Such a pitiful Eastern race, to die like some petty livestock. The funny thing is, you can't even kill me. The Cold Prince raised his pitch like the screech of a haunted infant. You can't kill me, you'll never kill me. Chapter 1400. The Evil God Arrives. Translated by Zephazid. Edited by Aelrianth. The faces that returned to the Cold Prince's robe let out the same cry as the Cold Prince. Each face had the same terrifying expression as the Cold Prince. You don't even know that you're living in a ridiculous world under other people's control. Consider yourself lucky an imbecile like you has the chance to witness the descent of a real god. The Cold Prince opened his mouth as if he was drawing in something. The faces on his robe performed the same action. They were taking crazily deep breaths, as if they were drawing in the hatred of the entire world. An eerie red light encapsulated the Cold Prince. His body resembled that of a teenage boy, but it now began to grow rapidly. His bones began to crack. Instead of saying he was growing, it was more like something was bursting out of his tiny body. Mo Fan saw dark red flesh poking out of the human skin. The Cold Prince's skin had burst open. It was difficult to imagine that the monster hiding inside it was around 10 meters tall. It was easily 7 times the Cold Prince's initial size. "So you're a monster," Mo Fan chuckled upon seeing the thing that had burst out of the Cold Prince's body. "I do feel jealous of people like you. You are always so naive. Well, they do say that ignorance is bliss. Do you even know the origin of the Cold Prince?" The Cold Prince's voice did not change much even though he was currently 10 meters tall. 2 horns had grown out of his forehead, with an eye hanging between them. It emitted a different light than the other 2 eyes. "Why would I be interested in the story of a monster that's about to die?" Mo Fan summoned his 2 flames. The silhouette of the Flame Bell Empress appeared behind him. The sacred light of his flames forced the underworld creatures to hastily withdraw some distance away. Osiris wanted to kill Khonsu, but the cunning woman used the triangle-dimensional mirror to escape her fate, making countless people suffer in her place. Aren't the current rulers of the world just the same as the B*****ch Khonsu? Do you think what they did was any better than what Khonsu did? The first Cold Prince was the servant that smashed the triangle-dimensional mirror into pieces, yet he was despised by the world in the end. The rulers might be despicable, but the people did not deserve any mercy, either. They assumed ignorance to be justice, and they blindly followed the so-called peace and harmony that their rulers were bringing them. Don't you know? It's like a shepherd comforting his livestock before slaughtering them. Most amusingly, there's still someone like you, desperately still trying to protect this deformed world. I have to say, I'm really impressed, the Cold Prince sneered. Well, that's just a part of the reason. I only want to kill you because I feel disgusted by you. Mo Fan could not have cared less about the world-toppling ideas that the Cold Prince was talking about. If a Red Cardinal did not have some sort of beliefs, how could they possibly gather so many followers? Every Red Cardinal was clearly a genius among the bad guys, and they could easily justify the bad things they did as a holy cause worth the lives of others. If anyone tried to comprehend it with logic, it might sound reasonable and convincing, but the truth was, they were only preying on human selfishness and greed. You don't believe me? The Red Cardinal looked down at Mo Fan. His weird face was wearing an extremely fake smile. What's the meaning of saying all that? Mo Fan remained unmoving. His demon blood was still being awakened, so he was still taking his time. Besides, the Cold Prince did not seem to have any intentions of running away. The battle had to end in the Red Cardinal's death, unless the Cold Prince really did have the power to take him on. I can show it to you, the Cold Prince said. You call yourself the God of Death, but I actually just beat the crap out of a so-called God of Death in Greece quite recently. I wonder if the god you mention would stand a chance against my fists. Mo Fan slowly lifted his fist. The demon flames for a kilometer around began to gather toward it, forming a brilliant radiance around Mo Fan's wrist. The strength of faith that the first Cold Prince bore from all the hatred directed at him is the strongest power I have ever seen. I'm the real God of Death. Cold Prince screamed. The real God of Death? People often called something that brought death and fear that they could not defeat a God of Death. There were many gods of death in this world, but there were mostly just a bunch of lunatics who thought they could destroy everything after gaining access to some evil power. It was obvious that the Cold Prince was proud of the strength of the evil faith he had gathered. The strange-looking monster with 3 eyes that burst out of him was the depiction of the god that he passionately believed in. The situation was a lot simpler, then. Mo Fan just had to use his force to crush the god that the Cold Prince believed in. The Cold Prince claimed the hatred of the world as the source of his strength, but the truth was, he was only using it as a disguise for a special power of the curse element that people did not recognize. He was using some complicated belief to cover the ridiculous truth of his power. It was just the power of the curse element. The reason why gods were gods was because they were unbeatable, but today, Mo Fan would smash this so-called god to pieces with his fist. He was not only trying to destroy the Cold Prince, but the bad guys in the past and present that worshipped the evil gods. He would show them how frail the gods they worshipped were. They would be punished according to the sins they had committed. If there was indeed an after-death world, it was going to be hell, where their souls would suffer endless torture. The demon flames reached their limit. The formidable energy desperately needed a way to be released. Mo Fan's patience for and hatred of the Cold Prince had reached his limit, too. He was disgusted by the thought of letting the Scourge live for even a second further. Demon Radiant Fist. A ray pierced through the dim sky, followed by a brilliance comparable to that of the sun. Scorching heat rolled in all directions like an unstoppable tide, resulting in a fire calamity devouring the army of undead, and everything else. The shadow of Flame Bell Empress had granted Mo Fan absolute control of the fire element. All of the fire magic within 100 kilometers was completely under his control. The ground ruptured as soon as he threw his punch out. Thousands of fiery pillars soared into the dark sky, prying open the gloomy clouds looming over Square Trek Plain. Lava and volcanic ashes scattered in the air, turning into burning webs looming over the place. No matter how quick the Cold Prince moved along Square Trek Plain, there was no way he could escape the flames of condemnation. The fiery pillars and the flames shrouding the sky were like hell on earth. The underworld creatures within a kilometer burned away swiftly amid the insanely high temperature. Even the commander-level creatures did not survive the heat and impact of the scorching lava and fiery pillars. They turned into scattering ashes, just like mere insects. The underworld creatures within a kilometer fled for their lives when they realized a powerful demon was among them. Unfortunately, Mo Fan had run out of patience with the Cold Prince, sealing the fate of the army of undead nearby. Mo Fan was not fussy about controlling his flames. His first priority was to kill the Cold Prince, but he would not show any mercy to the greedy creatures of the underworld, either. Besides, he needed their soul remnants and soul essences to pay off the debt from using the demon element. My heavens! Are they all dead? Is the person that was knocked flying really Master Cold Prince? The members of the Black Vatican and the soldiers on the Great Wall witnessed the destruction that the flames and the single punch had brought. Every creature of the underworld within a kilometer of it had died. How powerful was the existence responsible for it? The heat drove away the aura of death and froze the army of undead in their tracks. The fiercer the flames that were burning the undead mercilessly were, the greater the hope that was ignited in the hearts of the defenders. They had sworn to protect the wall to their death. If they failed to hold their ground until their families and the people were evacuated to safety, wouldn't all their sacrifices until now be in vain? How sorrowful and despairing would it be, knowing that they could not change the outcome, even if they were willing to die for it? The magic fire beacons were still burning, symbolizing the unyielding spirit of the defenders. When the demon flames burned the underworld creatures into ashes like rice straws, it served as a great spark to the fire burning in the hearts of the soldiers. Since they had come prepared to sacrifice their lives, they did not want to die for nothing. They would become brilliant and scorching meteorites that the whole world could see. It was unnecessary to doubt their decision or cower. Even if they could live for another 10 or 20 years, they would only live in remorse for the rest of their lives, regretting their decision of not turning their lives into the inextinguishable flames of the magic fire beacons, just so the wall could stand for a second longer. Mo Fan, leave the fortress to us, make sure you send that son of a ***ch Cold Prince to hell. Zhao Manyan saw Mo Fan's flames burning brightly amid the army of undead. He had never felt so fearless of death in his entire life. He was going to be proud of this experience for the rest of his life. There were many people who were weaker than him on the wall, yet they all believed in one thing. The Black Vatican had been eliminated. The wall must remain standing. The flames of the magic fire beacons must not be extinguished. A strong murderous aura and scorching flames lingered in the air. Every punch that demon Mo Fan threw resulted in a destructive blow from the fire element. The god that believed in the strength of evil faith and his huge monstrous body were drowned in Mo Fan's continuous attacks. It seemed to have proved Mo Fan's statement. He had beaten the crap out of someone regarded as the god of death in Greece recently. How many punches could this other god of death endure? God of death? If such frail beliefs were enough to make a person a god, the power of the demon element that Mo Fan possessed would make him the ultimate dominator that even gods had to bow before.